The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is June the 5th, 2024, and on this day in history, in 1873, Sultan Burgesh bin Said, under British pressure, closes the infamous slave market of Zanzibar in modern-day Tanzania. In 1947, U.S. Secretary of State George Marshall outlines the Marshall Plan to rebuild Western Europe. In 1963, state of siege proclaimed in Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini arrested. In 1967, Six-Day War begins between Israel and neighboring Arab states of Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. In 1968, Palestinian Shara assassinates Robert F. Kennedy, shooting him 3 times and wounding 5 others at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, California. Kennedy dies the next day. In 1981, AIDS epidemic officially begins when U.S. Center of Disease Control reports on pneumonia affecting 5 homosexual men in Los Angeles. In 1984, Irida Gandhi orders attack on Shika's holiest site, the Golden Temple of Amritsar. In 1987, Nightline presents its first town meeting. The subject of AIDS is AIDS, and the show runs until 3:47 a.m. In 1945, Benjamin Britten's opera Peter Grimes premieres in London. In 1985, Steve Coffin wins a broad slip anchor at Epsom Downs to become the only jockey to win both the Kentucky Derby and the Derby. That was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, our singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a red tail light on his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pajamas because he heard he walked in his sleep, calmly said, "I'm a bad boy!"
Oh, I'm a fireman, brave and bold. I'm always on the alert. I put out the fires with my water pistol because I'm a little squirt.
Costello, Do you realize that we are working in a firehouse? What's the idea of walking in here late for work?
Oh, well, Abbott, I couldn't help it. You remember the fire went to last night, and you told me to take pictures of a burning building with my candid camera?
Yes, what about it?
Well, when the fire truck went around the corner, I fell over backwards, and I swallowed the candid camera.
Well, why should that make you late?
I had to sit up all night in the dark room and see what developed.
Look, Costello, there's going to be no nonsense around this firehouse. And for your information, I have just been appointed captain.
Oh, you're the new captain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I heard about it.
You
I
did?
brought you a present. It's a beautiful fire extinguisher, and it's guaranteed to last 200 years.
Fire extinguisher that lasts 200 years?
Mhm.
I don't expect to live that long.
Where you're going, you can take it with you. Hiya, Captain.
Never mind now. There you go. What kind of a fireman are you? Do you realize this week is Save a Life Week?
Oh, sure. I know it's Save a Life Week. I did my share yesterday.
Who did you save?
I had a date with 2 girls, and I saved one for tonight.
I thought so. You're in no condition to save anybody. Just look at your stomach.
Oh, what's the matter with my stomach?
Oh, you ought to diet.
Why should I diet? I like the color it is now.
I'm not talking about the color.
Abbott, I am very proud of my stomach.
Oh, you should be.
Now, every day I lay out in the backyard, and I let the sun shine on my stomach.
What's the big idea?
It always makes me feel good to see a nice hot roast.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Just look at the size of you.
Oh, what are you talking about? I only weigh 98 pounds.
98 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Why, you dummy, you're 60 inches around the waist.
Yeah, but I'm hollow.
Costello, I've had enough of this. If you're going to be a fireman, you're going to get busy and exercise right now.
Oh, Abbott.
Ma'am, come on.
Please, Abbott. No more exercise.
Yes.
I'm weak now.
I don't care.
Look at me, Abbott.
I know.
I'm so weak I can't even stand up straight.
Why are you leaning to one side?
I parted my hair off center and it throws me off balance.
Will you please? Did you do as I told you? Did you get out and play handball this morning?
Oh, play hit? No. My hands were all blistered.
Did you take your 10-mile hike?
No.
No.
My feet were all blistered.
Did you go horseback riding?
Nope. I couldn't find a saddle.
Look, will you quit your stalling, please? Now, you're going to do your exercises, nevertheless. Now, get in there and take your clothes off and get dressed for gym.
Get dressed for Jim? Jim who?
Gymnasium.
Why should I get dressed for him? I don't even know the guy.
No, you dummy. I want you to go in and in the back room and work out.
You want me to go in the back room and work out?
Certainly.
How am I going to work out if I'm in?
What are you talking about? You can either stay out and work out, or you can stay in and work out.
Make up your mind. Am I in or out?
It doesn't make any difference. Some people don't like to work inside because they get all in. So they go out and work out outside.
Yeah.
So they won't get all in from working out inside.
Now, the guy has got me inside out.
Always forget about this exercise. I guess the only way I can build you up is with vitamins.
Vitamins?
Yes, for instance, B1.
B1 what?
Just B1.
Just B1?
Yes.
Are you one?
No. What's the matter with you? Said no.
Then why should I be one? If it ain't good enough for you, it ain't good enough for me, Captain.
Look, never mind that, Captain. Look, you idiot. I'm trying to tell you about something that's good for you. B1.
And I tell you, I don't want to be one.
Yeah?
I
Are you
wouldn't
here?
be one if I was the only one that could be one.
Look, I don't want you to be one.
No?
No. When I say B1, I don't mean B1. I mean B1.
Oh, when you say B1, you don't mean B1, you mean B1.
That's
Yes,
right.
I'm sorry.
Let me smell your breath.
Look, Costello, do you know anything about
It's hard.
vitamins and calories?
Oh, vitamins and calories. Sure, I know the both of those guys.
Are you
Full
all right?
vitamin and cap
Yes.
calories.
No. I'm talking...
No.
Look, I'm talking about
My
vitamins
father and I
that
did
contain
things in a
thiamine.
great state.
Contain what?
An argument.
You know thiamine?
Yes.
Thiamine?
Yeah.
Oh, I know thiamine well.
You do?
Yeah,
A
simple
disagreement on
thiamine.
how to fight some of the specimens.
Look, will you shut up? I'm trying to tell you what vitamins
Mad
are.
about
Vitamins are
something else.
pills. They start
I
with
don't remember
A and they go to H.
That's all right with me, brother. And you can still take your fire extinguisher with you.
Never mind that.
No.
Will you keep still and pay attention? Didn't you ever hear of the vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin?
Yeah, and I take too many of those.
Oh, no. You can't have too much of the sunshine vitamin.
All I know is I've got the only stomach that rises in the east and sinks in the west.
I don't know why I waste my time with you. Here I am trying to build you up, trying to make a great fireman out of you that someday people will build a statue of you and place it in the city park.
They're not going to make any statue of me, Abbott.
Why not?
I think it would be terrible to be a statue and have the birds mistake me for a tree, because if they built the nest in Lincoln's vest, just think what they'd do to me. They'd lay eggs upon my chest, and that would be awful, brother. When people walk by, they'd point at me and say, "There's a woodpecker's mother."
Thank you, Bud and Lou. And now, friends, let's go back about 25 centuries to a man named Egypt.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes, experience is the best teacher. When cigarettes were very scarce not many months ago, most smokers took what they could get. One day, one brand, another day, some other brand.
Yes.
What did that experience teach? Well, let's bring in Egypt again.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yes, actions speak louder than words. And the actions of today's smokers speak louder than any words about any cigarette. Here are the facts. After more experience with different brands than ever before, more smokers are asking for Camels than ever before. Yes, factory orders show that the preference for Camels today is the greatest in all Camel history.
Got his hands on a piece of a reaper. He was so excited.
Camels are the choice.
Did you take appropriate steps to prevent indoctrination?
Will Osborne and the Camel Orchestra bring us a tune from Will's View Picture, the Swing Parade of 1946. Oh, brother.
Thanks to the artifact, I'm indoctrinated anyway. Might as well be wrapping a drone waiting for orders from the...
Reaper killer. Anything that can scare those bastards has to be worth a look. That's what I'm hoping. Commander, you see this thing? This is great! Hey, Edie, husk bites. They don't turn you into a husk. Claims this thing, we can take it with us. You know, for research.
Hello,
All right.
Firehouse.
Just don't tell anyone.
And do you have water in your car?
Yes, I do.
How do you keep your
You think
socks
Esteban will let
dry?
me set up bowling pins in the cargo bay?
That's a very funny joke, and I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you have water in your pumps?
No, but I've got oil in my crankcase.
Now, what am I going to do with these wet socks?
I wrote my dissertation.
There you go with that silly talk. I'm through with you. Get your hat and coat and go home. Go ahead.
Wait a minute, Abbott.
Never mind.
You can't fire me.
We
I
think
need
that the
this
Raccoon is
job.
telepathic.
Every week
There's
I send
really
my
no such thing.
pay envelope home
At
to my
short
dear old
range,
mother.
The Queen uses pheromones.
Oh, well, now
to
that's
give
different. I
orders.
didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
At long range,
I didn't know that
she
you
uses
sent your
an
pay
organic
envelope
kind
home
of
to your
poison
mother
every
every week.
communicator.
Well, that's fine.
Whatever
At the end of the year, she has
Leviathan
52 envelopes,
Entangling
and I got all the
particles
money.
to stimulate
That does it. That does it. Get out. You and I are all washed up. Go ahead.
Abbott, no.
Get out.
Please watch out where you're walking. Don't step on me. Oh, please don't step on me. Do you hear? Don't step on me or you will squash me.
Who are you? Oh, just a little firebug.
We didn't detect any energy emissions from the
There's a
artifact.
young lady in the car outside.
But the Reapers
Let's
were
see what she
able to
wants.
use the artifact to trace
Oh,
Leviathan
it's the famous
somehow.
actress, Bessie May
The
Mucho.
theory is that most
See, that's a lovely swimsuit you're wearing, Miss Mucho.
Oh, do you like it?
Oh, yeah.
I made it out of a bondana.
As it did on the
A
asteroid.
bondana?
Oh, Abbott, you know what a bandana is. That's what a farmer wears hanging out of his pawned
it, my father had
pocket.
something. You said Leviathan's
All the
control is
movie
similar
girls
to
are
a
wearing these
quantum
handkerchief
entanglement
shorts.
communicator,
They're wonderful for
which is
sports and playing
untraceable.
games.
Oh, I like to play games. Last night I played a game called Puss in the Crooner.
Leviathan has
You
to
mean
send
Puss in the
a pulse
Corner?
through
No,
the artery
Puss in the
to
Crooner.
your mind and
I got up
create
and
the
sang like a
quasi-QC
crooner. Somebody
effect.
hit me in the puss.
And that can be traced. Just like at
Look,
the dig
I just stopped by to
the
ask you if
Reapers
this
were
was the
tracing
right
the signal
road to
by
Hollywood.
activating the artifact.
Yes, this is the
My
right
father
road to
wanted to be a
Hollywood.
tactics.
I have to
Here's
hurry.
getting
I'm
to
playing
old
on the
days.
baseball team. I'm
He
the
hated
catcher.
being stuck in the lab.
Catcher?
He missed my graduation because he was on a dig.
Yes, I think the most
Showed up
important
still
one of the
wearing his
team is
field
the
kit.
catcher. Don't you?
No, I'd
He
say it was
hated
either the
dying.
pitcher or the shirt stoop.
If there's anything wrong with this,
I don't think there's anything
Well,
wrong
I
with
must be on my way. Au
But
revoir.
maybe I can
Praise
show.
beans.
what do you say?
That's French,
The
you know.
artifact only sends out a
Hey,
signal
look out,
when
Costello.
Leviathan's
Here comes your
controlling
girlfriend. Lean against her.
So that it controls
there
me.
you are, you
You can trace the
two-ton
signal.
Butch Jenkins.
I'm glad you got it out.
I saw you fighting with
let
that
it
woman
take
in
you
that
over?
car.
That's
No,
too
I wasn't,
dangerous.
Lena. You're the only girl that ever
It's
turned
my
my head.
call, not
Yeah,
yours.
I should have
You
turned
said
it
on your last
further. I
chance
can
to
still
find
see your
us.
face.
We have no idea what will happen.
Please don't talk that way,
You
Lena.
wait. The Reapers
Come,
will
Lena.
get to Leviathan
Come fly
first.
away with me to
I'm
my
the
little
only
love
one
nest.
here who's
We will
spent
fly
enough
away
time with it
together.
to do this.
Fly?
You're looking for
With that
something to fight the
fuselage, you
Reapers
couldn't
with.
even get off the
I'm
runway.
looking for
We still don't know what we're looking
I'm
for.
through with you
Then let's
anyway.
find out.
Every blonde you see, you think is pretty.
I don't
Commander,
think every blonde I
this
see is
thing we're
pretty.
doing
No, I
with
don't,
Ann
Lena. I don't think
sounds
every blonde
dangerous
is
as
pretty.
hell.
Now, name one.
Nelsonetti.
No.
Please, Lena, I'm crazy about you. Can't you see the two of us married?
You sure about
Yeah, I
this?
can see the man tying the knot.
The preacher?
Yes.
Now, the warden.
I'm
I'd
sure.
hang before I'd marry
gonna be
you.
right here.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Hey, Costello, there's a three-alarm fire. Jump on the truck.
James.
Okay, Abbott. Get everybody
the
off the
containment
street.
shield.
Hey, Abbott. Tell that man
is
to get out of the way.
Get out of the way, huh? Oh, I can't walk on the public
Anything?
street, huh?
Oh, it's Melonhead.
Get a load of this guy Costello. Me, one of the most respected citizens in Glendale. What's the matter with Glendale?
I didn't even mention Glendale. There's nothing wrong with Glendale. Go on back to Glendale.
Oh, I should go back to Glendale, get thrown in jail for vagrancy again, huh?
Signal is
All right, then
tracking.
stay out of
Maintain
Glendale.
Oh, I should stay away from
Turn
Glendale.
back.
My wife's to forget me,
The
run away and
darkness
marry that
can't be
shoemaker from
breached.
Azusa.
No, Melonhead, I don't want your wife to marry a shoemaker.
Listen up.
She should run around in her bare feet,
Reapers
huh?
right behind me.
I don't want your wife to run around in a
You
bare
have
feet.
Fine thing. You don't want people to notice that she's got 9 toes on one
So are you.
foot.
I've seen it.
9 toes?
War needs you.
Your wife has 9 toes on one foot?
Go on, start a rumor.
Edie, do we have enough?
Go ahead, make me the
Maintain
laughing
connection
stock
to
of
narrow
Glendale.
Now look, Melonhead, you're not going to give me any more arguments this week now. Now just forget Glendale. Forget me, forget everything.
Oh, I should lose my memory, huh? Walk around in the days like a dope. People should call me an imbecile.
Look, I wouldn't let people call you an imbecile.
Oh, you got a patent on it, huh?
Ann, are you all right?
I'm an imbecile?
I think
I'm
so.
an imbecile?
Did you
I'm
get
an
anything?
imbecile?
Go on,
But
brag.
it will take some time to search. Coordinates sent to the new window.
Melonhead, I gotta go ahead to a fire.
Good.
Will you get out of the way?
Go on, push me around, beat me, fill me, pull out your gun,
Commander.
pull me full of holes. Go
No,
on.
I don't even carry
Said
a
something
gun.
else.
Sure, a gun is too noisy. Go on, pull a knife on me. Stab
knows
me,
we're
cut
getting
me to
close.
ribbons. I'm ready to die.
I don't want you to die, Melonhead. I hope you live to be 150 years old.
Oh, you
Let's
want
get
me to
you
be an
some
old man 150 years old with a beard, huh? I should tip over my beard, fall in the street, get run over by a truck, and then you'll take me to a hospital.
Look, I don't want to take you to a hospital.
Oh, you want me to lay there in the gutter and bleed to death, huh?
Melonhead, I want you to be healthy so you can go to work.
Fine thing, an old man, 150 years old, wants me to go to work.
All right, don't go to work.
Oh, I shouldn't work. I should starve to death, huh?
Will you wait a minute, please? Nobody wants you to starve to death. Eat steak. Big, juicy steak.
How do you like that? I'm 150 years old, not a tooth in my head. He wants me to eat steak.
Melonhead, if it will make you happy, I'll carry you around in my arms.
Now he's trying to make an invalid out of me.
You got me so mad now, Melonhead. I'm going to fight you.
Yeah, I'll fight you.
Yeah? Yeah, and I'll fight you.
Yeah.
And I'll fight you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we did that, didn't we? Now, look, Melonhead, there's only one reason why I don't poke you right in the nose. And that's because I'm bigger than you.
Yeah, well, it so happens that I'm bigger than you.
Well, that's a better reason.
For his first performance on the air, Camel's lovely Connie Haynes introduces Rip Van Winkle.
7,300 days is a long, long time to sleep. But Rip Van Winkle slept for 20 long years. Then he woke one day. Rip's red hair had turned to gray. Rip Van Winkle hurried back into town, and to his dismay, Rip's hometown had stopped to play. He found to his surprise a thing called swing was king, and he liked it. It opened up his eyes, and Rip got hip. Rip Van Winkle's wrinkles faded away, and he shed his beard. Rip the rage since he reappeared. So if you wanna swing and jive at the age of 95, start counting sheep and sleep like Rip Van Winkle. He found to his surprise a thing called swing with king, and he liked it. It opened up his eyes, and Rip got hip. Rip Van Winkle's wrinkles faded away, and he shed his beard. Rip the rage since he reappeared. So if you wanna swing and jive at the age of 95, don't be a drip. Come on, get hip. Take a tip from Rip Van Winkle.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you. You know, your voice is as soothing and tasteful as the smoke of a Camel cigarette, and just as difficult to describe.
You can't describe music, Ken. You have to experience it.
Exactly. And you can't describe the smoke of Camels either. Each smoker must experience it for himself. Only his own T-zone to tell him how soothing and tasteful a Camel can be.
The T-zone. T for taste, T for throat.
The zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette.
Yes, the T-zone. How the smoke on your tongue tastes, how the smoke in your throat feels, only your T-zone can tell. And millions of smokers, forced by the cigarette shortage to try many brands of cigarettes, quickly discovered that only Camels truly suited their T-zones to a T. That's why today, after more experience with different cigarettes than ever before, more smokers prefer Camels than ever before. Yes, for the most pleasant taste on smokers' tongues, for the most soothing smoke in smokers' throats, it's C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels are the choice.
Hey, Costello. That alarm is still ringing. Answer the phone. Hurry up.
Hello, Costello Firehouse.
I sent in a fire alarm 5 minutes ago. This is Mrs. Hugh O'Leahy.
Who?
Hugh O'Leahy. Hugh O'Leahy.
Would you mind yodeling that again, and I'll join you in the chorus?
Oh, you fool. Send the fire ranger over to my house right away.
Well, why didn't you call us yesterday? We were in your neighborhood.
Oh, you dummy. My house wasn't on fire yesterday.
I know, but why wait until the last minute?
Of all the fools, will you please get over here? I think we have a terrible fire.
How high are the flames?
40 feet.
Do they go crackle, crackle, crackle?
Yes, they do.
You got a fire, all right.
Oh, you idiot. I know I have a fire.
Is your furnace on?
Yes.
Well, turn it off. There's no use wasting coal.
Oh, will you please hurry over here? I've been putting water on the fire, but it doesn't do any good.
Well, what are you calling us for? That's all we can put on it.
Hey, come on, Costello. We've got to get to Mrs. O'Leahy's house right away.
Hey, wait a minute, Abbott. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hand me my asbestos pants.
Oh, here they are, right here.
Now hand me my asbestos coat.
There they are.
Now hand me my asbestos glove.
All right, here, come on.
Now I'm completely fireproof.
Right.
Now hand me my copy of Esquire.
You dummy, this is no time to improve your mind.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Leahy's house is on fire,
Yep.
understand?
Yep.
Fire, fire.
Hello? Who? The fire is way out here in Hollywood. Go back to bed. You'll never make it.
Who was that?
LaGuardia.
LaGuardia. Come on, let's drop that phone and grab your helmet.
Grab what?
The helmet, the hat.
That's what I say.
Come on. Do you realize that Mrs. O'Leahy's house is on fire? Quick, jump on the fire truck. Let's go.
Okay, Abbott. Get everybody off the street. They tell me, hey, Abbott, get that man out of the way.
Get out of the way, huh? Oh, I can't walk on the public streets. Me, one of the most respected citizens in Glendale. What's the matter with Glendale?
I didn't even mention Glendale. Wait a minute. Didn't we just do this routine a little while ago?
Oh, that's right. Excuse me.
Oh,
get out of here!
Come on, let's go, will you? Come on, Costello. Costello.
What?
What are you stopping here for? This isn't Miss O'Leahy's house.
I know. This is Lana Turner's house.
But Lana Turner doesn't have any fire.
Don't mind him, folks. She's getting a Tinker toy for Christmas.
You get that truck going. All right. We turn at this next corner. And watch out for those people in the crosswalk.
Okay, I'll stick on my hand. I think I'll have to get my fingernails cut.
Hey, Costello, look at the flames. We haven't got a minute to lose. Come on, get that ladder over there.
Huh?
Get that ladder over there.
Okay, I'll open the ladder and read it. See what it says.
Not ladder.
Oh, ladder.
What did you climb up on when you were a little boy?
My mother's knee.
No.
Climb apart.
Yeah, all right, never mind. I don't want that. Listen, I want that big long wooden ladder. Help me lift it up here. Go ahead. Get a hold of the rung.
The what?
The ladder rung.
I didn't hear it ring.
You talk sense. Go ahead, Costello. Climb up that ladder.
Not me, brother.
Look at those flames. Now, if that was Betty Grable in there, you wouldn't let her burn up.
If Betty Grable wasn't there, I'd burn up.
Oh, never mind. I'll go up first. You follow me.
Okay.
All right. Oh. The smoke up here is killing me. I can hardly breathe. My nose is shut up.
Your nose is what?
Shut up!
Why should I shut up? I only asked you a civil question.
You dummy, I can hardly breathe. If I swallow any more smoke, how will I smell?
I know the answer to that one, too.
Cut it out. Here, I'll help you up the ladder. I'll grab you by the coat.
Uh-oh, Abbott, you're at my coat. What a picture I am.
Never mind. I'll grab you by the shirt.
There goes my shirt. What a picture.
Well, there's only one thing left.
Picture censored.
All right, Costello, swing over here towards me. I'll grab you by the bay window.
You better not. I'm ticklish.
Okay, there you are. There you are now to find Mrs. O'Leahy.
Oh, help! Oh, you fools, you finally got here. Do you realize that one of my roomers, Kenneth Niles, is trapped in that flaming bedroom?
Hey, Abbott, did you hear that? Come on, we got to get Niles out of there before he scorches his commercial.
Quick, Costello. Got to get Ken out of that room.
Give me the axe.
Oh, Costello, you idiot! You don't have to pop that door down. It's unlocked.
I like to do it the hard way. Hey, here comes Niles staggering out the door.
Water. I must have water.
Here, Niles, take a big drink.
Oh, I don't want to drink it. My hair's dry, and I can't do a thing with it.
Oh, would you idiots please do something? Look at that fire. It's burning my settee cover.
Settee cover? Too bad you haven't got a pair of my asbestos.
Never mind that. Hey. Look, the flames are getting higher. We've got to get out of here. Come on.
Come on, Mrs. O'Leahy. I'll carry you out to safety. Mrs. O'Leahy, quit running around the table. This is no time to play hard to get.
Quick, Costello. She ran into that burning room. After her.
Nothing doing. You go after her.
Don't talk like a coward. Where's your manhood?
My what?
Call on your manhood.
Okay. Manhood! Oh, manhood! No answer.
Wait a minute. Here she comes again, Costello. Grab her.
I got her.
Oh, get a chair for Mrs. O'Leahy.
Huh?
She looks as she's going to faint. Look at her.
She's going to faint.
Watch out.
Okay, I'll get a chair for her.
Let her sit down.
Here, Mrs. O'Leahy, recline your carcass on this bit of drunken fight.
Oh,
sit down.
Costello. Never put your fire helmet on a chair. Apologize to Mrs. O'Leary.
She should apologize to me.
What for?
She bit my eagle.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight, we salute the Fighting 69th Division, 1st Division to link up with the Russians in Germany. In your honor, men of the Fighting 69th Division, the makers of Camels are sending to your fellow servicemen overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 2 Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen next Thursday when Camel again presents Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Hey, Lou, hasn't this been a grand audience tonight?
Yes, it has, Abbott. And to show our appreciation, let's you and I go down into the audience and shake hands with everybody and let them see you and I face to face.
No, not that! Anything but delegates!
Wait a minute, mister. What's the matter? You think you're a wise guy, don't you?
Yeah, I'm pretty smart.
Oh, yeah?
I can stump you.
You can?
What's the difference between a Camel cigarette, a railroad engine, and a lollipop?
I don't know. What is the difference between a Camel cigarette, a railroad engine, and a lollipop?
The Camel cigarette, you puff when you smoke. When a railroad engine smokes when it puffs.
What's the lollipop for?
That's for suckers like you, ain't it?
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if you don't suit your taste, your throat to a T.
Are any of you pipe smokers breaking in a new pipe? Well, part of the secret is to smoke a slow-burning, bite-free, crimp-cut tobacco that quickly forms a good cake in the bowl. And that means Prince Albert. It burns slow and cool. Bite and sting are removed by Prince Albert's famous no-bite treatment. Yes, in brand new pipes and old pipes, Prince Albert ranks first with pipe smokers the world over. Try it. Learn why. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, coast to coast on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Introducing the Bowflex Ultimate. Quite possibly the best home fitness machine ever made. Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less. Own the new Bowflex Ultimate with no money down and monthly payments lower than many health club dues. Call and ask for a free video and brochure or visit us on the web today. The new Bowflex for ultimate results.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Hi, Rosie.
Hello, Bing. You're ready with the song, I presume?
I presume I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be.
You're ready.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find that happiness I seek when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek. Heaven, I'm in heaven, and the cares that hung around me through the week seem to vanish like a gambler's salty streak when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to climb a mountain and to reach the highest peak. But it doesn't thrill me half so much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to go out fishing in a river or creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Dance with me, I want my arm about you. The charm about you will carry me through to heaven. I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. And I seem to find the happiness I seek when we're out together romancing, when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek.
Say, Bing, that's a pretty snazzy golf bag you got there.
Isn't that a smasher? That's the latest on the links, Rosie, complete with secret compartment.
Something tells me I shouldn't ask, but what for the secret compartment?
For the secret of my outstanding success, naturally. Let me give you a hint. They're rounder than a round of golf and twice as good.
You mean you keep Cheerios in your golf bag?
I wouldn't dream of teeing off without my package of Cheerios. Cheerios put the drive in my driver.
And if I may chip in, I'd say that when they hand out flavor, Cheerios
You said chip in, did...
Yes, I did. Did you
how
get that?
Good,
I thought you missed it there for a second.
No, you laid it in there good.
I'd say that when they hand out flavor, Cheerios hit the pin every time.
You bet your best putter, old girl. Why, that delicious toasted oat flavor is more gratifying than dropping in a 30-footer.
The secret's the shape. Those little O's are shaped to toast golden all round and crisp all through.
And that there, my friends, comes straight, direct from the girl I'd most like to be caught in a sand trap with.
Then would you share your Cheerios with me?
Never. I play for keeps.
Ah! Pack up all my care and woe. Here I go, singing low. Bye-bye, blackbird. Where somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, so is he. Bye-bye, blackbird. No one here can love and understand me. What hard luck stories they all hand. Make my bed and light the lights. I'll arrive late tonight. Blackbird, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, no one here can love and understand me. What hard luck stories they all hand me. Make up my bed and light the lights. I'll arrive late tonight. Blackbird, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Here's a challenge for any woman. Try to plan interesting meals when you or your husband are on a diet for nervous stomach, possibly an ulcer. And try to keep your weight down when you have to eat frequently and drink milk in between meals.
Now, here's where low-calorie dessert of puddings can help. Deserta, a delicious way to get the milk benefits you need without the extra calories you get in regular puddings. Because Deserta is one delicious pudding that's made without sugar, and it ain't going to load you up with extra calories.
You can dip into a dish of Deserta any time, mealtime, bedtime, in between. Get all the goodness of a soothing milk dessert. Enjoy creamy, smooth chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla flavors. Delicious and digestible.
Try Deserta gelatin desserts, too. Only 12 calories a serving. Look for Deserta, D-Z-E-R-T-A, in the low-calorie section of your grocery store.
Deserta, made without sugar, helps make your diet more interesting and less fattening.
Don't blame me for falling in love with you. I'm under your spell, but how can I help it? Don't blame me. Can't you see? When you do the things you do, if I can't conceal the thrill that I'm feeling, don't blame me. I can't help it if that doggone moon above makes me need someone like you to love. Blame your kiss, as sweet as a kiss can be, and blame all your charms that melt in my arms, but don't blame me. Sweet as a kiss can be, and blame all your charms that melt in my arms, but don't blame me.
Say, Bing, about air conditioning. About everything is air conditioned now, except clothing, isn't it?
Well, that'll soon be here. Sure. Matter of fact, the Army is testing an air-conditioned suit right now.
Air-conditioned suits are coming up?
Yeah. After that, naturally, there'll be air-conditioned dresses and underwear, too. Even air-conditioned girdles, I suspect.
Put me down for one right now, huh?
Matter of fact, this material in this suit is being tested for all weather conditions. It'll be cool in the summertime and warm in the winter. It's sort of a two-way clothing deal.
Wear your weather.
Right, wear your weather. Tote your climate right around witches.
Say, that air-conditioned suit is a marvelous idea. You'll be able to sleep outside if you want to. Keeps you warm.
Or you can sleep in the park.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep on the porch, you know, if you get locked out of your house at night. You've been playing a little old maid or casino and held up. You don't have to get anybody up or rouse anyone. You just turn on the heat in your suit, snuggle up, curl up on the porch swing. Sure, and if it's a hot night, just turn your suit to cool and snooze on the lawn. Turn the sprinklers off. This thing has got, what possibilities. Expansive.
I wonder when air-conditioned shoes will be on the market.
How popular they'll be.
Oh, my aching feet. Did you hear what Rosie said?
Air-conditioned shoes are entirely possible, Ken. So is air-conditioned air.
Oh, now we got air-conditioned air now.
I mean a big machine that air-conditions the air before it comes down to Earth. A satellite air-conditioning plant that blows cool air downward. No middleman, we'll get it direct. No fans, no blowers, no air-conditioning units on Earth.
I'm for it.
Science fiction breezes.
I think we're getting visionary here, way beyond belief.
You lost your marbles is the word.
You think we've gone too far?
Yes.
How about some cool music?
Cool music in the coal manner.
You have a song for us, My Fair Lady?
I do indeed, Ken. And a tune from My Fair Lady, as long as you're so complimentary. The tune is one of the big love songs from the show, the ballad titled On the Street Where You Live. I have often walked down this street before, but the pavement always stayed beneath my feet before. All at once am I several stories high, knowing I'm on the street where you live. Are there lilac trees in the heart of town? Can you hear a lark in any other part of town? Does enchantment pour out of every door? No, it's just on the street where you live. And oh, the towering feeling just to know somehow you are near. The overpowering feeling that any second you may suddenly appear. People stop and stare, they don't bother me, for there's nowhere else on earth that I would rather be. Let the time go by, I won't care if I can be here on the street where you
Friends, Rosemary and I now huddle under an umbrella. For singing in the rain.
You like to have me dump a bucket of water on you?
Oh, wait a minute, Ken. That won't be necessary. I don't think we have to go all out, really, production-wise.
I was trying to help.
Thank you.
You figure just the umbrella's enough, huh?
I think that'll get the point over. Sure, the umbrella and the singing, that'll be plenty. The lyric is quite rainy, you know.
I don't know if I know the lyric.
Oh, fine.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again.
I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun is in my heart, and I'm ready for love.
Let the stormy clouds chase everyone from the place. Come on with the rain of a smile on my face. I'll walk down the lane with a happy refrain and singing, just singing in the rain.
Why am I smiling and why do I sing?
Why is December just as sunny as spring?
Why do I get up each morning and start happy and head up with joy in my heart?
Why is each new task a trifle to do? Because I am living a life full of you.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, and I'm ready for love. Let the stormy clouds chase everyone from the place.
Come on with the rain. Got a great big smile on my face.
I'll walk down the lane.
Walk it this
with a happy refrain.
And singing, just singing in the rain. Just singing in the
rain. Goodbye for today. Remember, we'll be right back here tomorrow.
Try to give us a listen, will you?
Certainly been nice being with you, and we'll see you tomorrow then.
Never settle for less when you can get so much more and so much more accurately. Every hour on the hour, every day, Monday through Friday, the CBS Radio Network presents expanded CBS News. Throughout the weekend, too, frequent editions. You stay in touch when you stay tuned here.
Monday, the stars of the new series Abby, Kadeem Hardison and Sidney Tamaya Poitier drop by to host UPN's Monday Night.
It's a big one!
With Sally Richardson Whitfield and Megan Good from the new movie Biker Boys.
We set our own rules!
Throughout the night, you'll get a look at Biker Boys. Join us on UPN Monday.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
So do I.
How about you?
Yes, it's the new Swan Show with our great singing star, Doris Day.
Well, I swan.
A new singing favorite, Bill Farrell.
That's me.
Our guests, Jack Benny, Irene Ryan, the Four Hits and a Miss, the new Les Brown Band.
We'll swan exclusively. How about you?
Yes, how about you?
Who, me? My name is Robert Hopalong Hope.
And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Princeton, New Jersey. Hurried conferences and frantic alibis were the order of the day here as the nation's poll takers sought to explain their disastrous error in predicting the results of last week's election.
Dr. Gallup was amazed at the outcome, but he wouldn't admit he was wrong. Last night he was still peeking into the White House window and singing, "Maybe You'll Be There." He was really unhappy. When he saw the election returns, he exclaimed, "It's the last time I take a house-to-house survey. From now on, I'm going to ask people." I called up Elmer Roper and said, "How can your predictions be so wrong?" He said, "You see, we mathematicians make a prodigious effort to ascertain by statistical and prognostication and political prestidigitation the approximate parallelism." I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "Where can I get a job?" And last Tuesday night, Drew Pearson said over the radio, "I predict Dewey will be elected by 10:30. At 11 o'clock, he said, "I predict Dewey." At 12, he said, "I predict." The next morning, he said, "Ay, ay, 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 ay."
New York, New York. Phone company executives announced here today that telephones for automobiles were at long last ready and available for Mr. Average Motorist.
I had a phone put in my car last week, but the wires must be crossed. Every time I step on the starter, the spark plugs give a busy signal, and the receiver squirts a quart of hot oil in my ear. But they're a big help to the motorist. If a guy's speeding, he can look in the rear vision mirror, see a cop trailing him, call his lawyer, and the three of them can meet at the next intersection. But think what it'll be like later on when cars have telephones and television, too. A guy's driving along, his wife calls up and says, "Honey, bring home a head of lettuce, some carrots, a cucumber, and get that tomato out of your car."
Washington, D.C. The greatest ovation in the history of the nation's capital greeted President Truman as a crowd of 750,000 cheered his triumphant return to the White House.
Yes, sir, it was at a reception. From every window they were throwing confetti and old cabinet members. And the world will long remember President Truman's historic words when he returned to the White House. He said, "It's okay, Bess, you can send the laundry out now." When Harry got back to the White House, he started hanging up his coat. Governor Warren stuck his head out of the closet and said, "I'll be out of your way as soon as I pack up my oranges." The Democrats did so well in that election, they're even coming out with new products named after the president. They got a new thing now called the Harry Truman Popsicle. It's a frozen Republican on a stick. And with the election coming out the way it did, a lot of people had to change their plans. Now Margaret Truman has to go back to the White House, and she had it all set to be the fourth Andrews sister. The three candidates have really changed their tune since the election. Truman's changed from Missouri Waltz to It's Magic. Dewey's humming Say It Isn't So, and Wallace is singing On a Slow Boat to China.
Announcing only 8 more days of the Swan 1949 Mercury contest. Only 8 more days to win a brand new 1949 Mercury automobile. Right now, here are more winners in the Daily Mercury contest. October 19th, Mrs. Don Andrews of Portsmouth, Virginia.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 20th, Mrs. B.V. Painter of San Diego, California.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 21st, Mrs. Arlene Brewster of Topeka, Kansas.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 22nd, duplicate winners, Mr. Fred S. Balsinger of Denver, Colorado, and Mrs. E.P. Williamson of Honolulu.
Each win a new 1949 Mercury.
October 25th, Mrs. Alvin M. David, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A new 1949 Mercury.
Congratulations, winners, and remember, folks, there are only 8 more days to enter. Lever Brothers is giving away a Mercury a day every day until November 19th.
That's right, a Mercury a day plus $1,000 in cash awards daily. There's a new contest every day except Saturday and Sunday, and you can enter as often as you please.
All residents of the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, are eligible.
Just be sure to follow the complete rules printed on free entry blanks at your store. And be sure to include your storekeeper's name.
Here's all you do. Finish the following statement. I like Swan soap because in 25 words or less. Then send a Swan soap wrapper together with your name and address to Lever's Mercury a Day contest, Post Office Box 3, New York 8, New York.
Well, I swan.
A mercury a day.
That's right. Gee whiz.
Bye, Cracker.
Here's the gal who was selected as the Orchid Queen of the National Flower Festival, our singing orchid, Miss Doris Day.
Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. You'll never guess how deep my love is, not even in your wildest dreams. But just so you get it clear, compared to my love, my dear, the Mississippi River's just a stream. Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before, than I did the day
Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably read in the papers last week that while making a picture at Paramount, Bob Hope tripped and tore a muscle in his right leg. Now let's look behind the scenes and see how an accident like this affects the motion picture industry. We take you to the production offices at Paramount, where the heads of the studio, Henry Geeksburg and Y. Frankman, are talking.
Say, YF.
Yes, H.G.
I've been thinking. We've got a lot of money tied up in that character, Bob Hope. And if his leg doesn't get any better, he may never be in another Paramount picture. How could a thing like that happen to us?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
But YF, what'll we do about Hope? His leg may be broken.
Yeah. Too bad he ain't Trigger. We could shoot him.
You know how this accident happened, don't you, YF? Hope was doing that boat scene, and as he tried to get on board, he slipped and fell because somebody had put grease all over the gangplank. You know, it looks like someone is out to get him.
Yeah. Now remember, H.G., if there's an investigation, we're in this thing together.
Well, it seemed like the easy way. And while we're on the subject, YF, we got to get rid of a lot of the actors over here. They're getting too old.
Yeah, how about that Crosby? Remember when we thought we had mice in the studio? We spent $5,000 to get rid of the mice, and then found out it was Crosby's joints that were doing the squeaking.
You know, YF, I think Bing is about the same age as Hope.
Yeah, I know it. If we put them in another road picture, the road's got to be downhill. By the way, where's Hope now?
He's over in his dressing room resting.
Oh, Doris, this pain is awful.
Oh, is it really that bad, Bob? Let me look at your leg. Oh, my gosh, it's all twisted out of shape, isn't it?
That's the wrong leg.
Oh, gee, Bob, I hate to see you in such misery. Does it hurt much?
Well, I don't care about that. I just wish it had been my other knee.
Why?
Well, the knee I hurt is the one with a dimple in it. Now I'll never be able to wear my pedal pushers with a split up the side.
Bob, I just don't understand how a thing like this could happen to you. You're so strong and husky.
Am I?
Yeah. And so loaded with vitality.
Honest?
Sure. Why, I always think of you as being a real He-Man.
You do?
Yes.
I have so much more than Gregory. Why should I fight it? Say, it was sure nice of you to drop in, though, Doris. I wanted to...
Hello, Doris. Hello, Mr. Hope.
Oh, hello, Miss Ryan.
Hello, Miss Ryan. How do you feel today?
Well, you know me. I always try to keep my chin up, even though my arches are falling. I heard about what happened to Mr. Hope, and I thought I'd come over and cheer him up.
Oh, thanks. You see, I hurt my leg and I can't move it. It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I don't know about that. My Uncle Julius had the same thing once in his shoulders, and he couldn't move his arms. The doctor made him leave them in one position.
Oh, that must have been terrible.
Well, it worked out all right. When he died 2 days later, his arms were already folded on his chest.
That's nice. Portia faces life. This gal backs into it.
Bob, you should listen to Miss Ryan. She can help you. She's been through a lot of these things, you know.
Oh, yes. I've never really been all my life. That is all of it, you know. And recently, Mr. Hope, it's been much worse. Yesterday, I thought I was losing my mind. All day long, I kept hearing voices in my head.
You were hearing voices in your head?
Yes, but I found out what it was. The battery in my hearing aid was low, and I was still getting the election return.
Well, don't worry. Hoover made it, you know. But it was nice of you to drop in, Miss Ryan.
Well, I do hope you get better. Oh, that reminds me, before I go, I wanted to show you a picture of my Uncle Julius, the one who died.
Well, what do I want to see a picture of him for?
Well, you might get worse. And if you don't pull through, it'll be nice if you know somebody when you get there. Keep your chin up now. Goodbye.
Thanks. If she ever gets married, she'll spend her honeymoon in the window of the Rexall drugstore.
Well, I have to be running along too, Bob. I promised High Averback I'd meet him. He's making a screen test over here.
Averback is making a screen test? You mean they've run out of talent?
Well, I think High will do very well in pictures because he just has...
Oh, hello, everybody. Hello, Doris.
Oh, hello, High. Are you all ready for your screen test?
Yes, Doris. I just came from the makeup department.
They didn't get your ears on straight.
At least my lobes are on the bottom. Well, now, Doris, how about running through the screen test with me like you promised?
Okay, High. Hand me the script.
Yeah, now, the scene we're doing takes place in a New York penthouse. We're social leaders and we're married, but we're splitting up. Now, you have the first line, and I want you to pay close attention to my diction.
Montgomery, I'm afraid that you and I are through. It's regrettable, but we can't go on.
Yes, Alice. I'm so sorry that we must split. But I'm afraid we must go our separate ways.
Don't you think you're carrying too many pounds of pressure there?
Well,
Lobes
Montgomery.
on upside down. Okay, it's all right.
Well, Montgomery, if we're parting... Well, Montgomery, if we're parting, I insist that you give me the house.
You may have the house.
And I want the Cadillac and the 2 Mercury.
They're yours, but there's one thing you may not have.
If you're speaking of the children, I want them.
You may have the children, my riches, and my home, but I insist that you leave one thing.
What?
That cake of swan soap in the kitchen.
Jimmy Fiddler will give this picture 4 bubbles.
Yes, Alice. Alice, take everything, but please, please don't take that Swan. Swan is the newer, better white floating soap. Swan never crumples like our dream castles did. No, sir, you can use Swan right down to the last smooth sliver. And why? Because Swan is made by a modern, patented process that no other soap can use. A process that makes Swan better for dishes and hands. Swan is as mild as the finest Castile. It protects your hands, keeps them soft and smooth.
He's right. My hands are so soft, when I want to point at anybody, I have to starch one finger.
Oh, Alice. Alice, I can't leave you. Just think. A cake of Swan brought us together again. I still love you.
And I love you.
I love you, Alice.
Oh, I love you, Monty.
I'm engaged to the Lever brothers.
Yes, for your hands, your bath, and for baby's bath. Swan is the best soap afloat.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir. By Cracky.
Here's our junior crooner we borrowed from the Oasis this week. The 19-year-old Bill Farrell, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on the slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny, where the moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. On a real slow boat. On a real slow boat. On a slow, slow boat to China.
That's my son from Cleveland, Billy Farrell. Thank you very much. Singing Slow Boat to China. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to present a very different kind of a thing here. We have a thing here. Musicians, please, no tuning while the star is on, please. Now, as I was saying, please, hey, you, hey, Evelyn, stop with that magic violin.
I resent that.
Well, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, what are you doing here?
Some surprise. We rehearsed 9 weeks already. Bob, look I heard about your leg, and I thought I'd pay you a visit.
Well, that's swell of you, Jack, but how come you're sitting in with Les Brown's orchestra?
Well, just once I wanted to play in a band and not worry about the leader's breath taking the varnish off my violin.
Well, you don't have to worry about Les. Les hasn't been high since Petrillo picked him up to burp him. But look, it was awfully nice of you to drop in to see me, Jack.
Well, I was sorry to hear about your accident, Bob.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable, but the worst of it is whenever I hobble down the street, people keep throwing money in my hat. They do?
Gosh, how embarrassing. That's terrible. That must be awful. Bob, how much do you average a block?
Oh, it varies. But take my advice, Jack. Stay away from Beverly Hills. Nothing but Dewey buttons. But I can't get over how nice it is of you to drop in on me, Jack.
Well, Bob, that's the way it is with us troopers. You know, we show people have to stick together in these times of trouble. Why, as soon as I heard of your accident, I rushed right over here to be the first one at your side.
Jack, you came over just to help me?
Well, yes. Of course, if you buy the insurance policy I have in mind, it helps me a little, too, you know.
Jack, why are you selling insurance?
Well, you see, it's a little early to start unloading my line of Christmas cards.
Well, Jack, I don't get this. You're a wealthy man. You're worth millions of dollars. Whoop. Selling insurance, huh? Well, if you got a sample policy, you can show me there in your portfolio. Jack, did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You sure you didn't hear that echo?
No, kid, this is your show.
Well, look, Jack, let's face it. This is ridiculous. You don't have to sell insurance. You're a star. They write about you in the Saturday Evening Post. You're one of the outstanding comedians in show business. One of them. You don't mind me throwing that in there, do you?
No, this is still your show, kid.
No, but you're really great, Jack. People stay at home on Sundays just to listen to your radio show.
I have so much more than Fred Allen. Why should I fight?
Say, wait a minute. That's my gag.
I'll trade you for the yodel.
What'll my sponsor say?
Well, I swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Cracky.
That's right.
Wait a minute.
Gee whiz.
My goodness.
Of course.
And how?
Wait a minute.
I'll say.
Hurry up.
You bet.
Hoo-ha.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
By cracky.
Wait a minute!
Easy, Jack. Either we peddle the stuff this way or I have to put on a pair of water wings and sell it bathtub to bathtub.
My next line is a humdinger. Wait a minute. Bathtub to bathtub, huh? I have trouble with my sponsor, too. That's a dandy line. Thanks, Bob. I rehearsed 4 weeks for that line.
Well, we were going to give you something you could get your teeth into, but we weren't sure you'd have them with you tonight.
You wouldn't dare say that if you were still with Pepsodent, brother. You coward!
Let's get back to this stuff, huh?
Now, look. We'll never get through with this tonight. Look at it. You know, Bob, you know who has
Stand
the
by,
sweetest...
Fibber.
You know who has the sweetest... Page 15. You know who has the sweetest...
I'm not...
You know who has the sweet... Never get off.
Wait a
You know
minute.
who has... I want to play the violin yet. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Are we still on?
You know who has the sweetest racket radio, don't you? The disc jockey.
Disc jockeys. You mean one of those guys who says, this next record is sponsored by the Happy Hunting Ground Funeral Home, and now the orchestra plays He's a Real Gone Guy?
We haven't got time to wait
See,
for
why
that.
don't we try... Please, your laughs, not mine, please. Say, why don't we try our hand at being disc jockeys, Jack? All we have to do is make the rounds of the music shops and pick up a couple of 100 records.
Well, I don't know.
For free.
Shoot the wax to me, Max.
We'd be great as a team of disc jockeys. As they say in radio, I can just hear it now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to station SLOB, the biggest on the coast. And now we present Jazzy Jack Benny and Bebop Bob in their original radio record show, Make Believe Washroom.
Hiya, gang. Hiya, Dad. This is your old disc jockey, Bebop Bob, with another knocked-out record section. It's all on wax and it's real mad, so you kids who want to get your kicks, lace up your boots and latch onto some of this frantic jive that we're going to send swinging your way. Right now, cats, I'd like to turn the mic over to a real hep character, the man who knows all the answers in the world of jazz, that solid jet, my platter partner, Jazzy Jack Benny.
Hacha Bodie-O-Do.
Solid Jack! And now, before we spin our next platter for you kids, we'd like to tell you the next minute and a half of our show is sponsored by Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan.
We'd like a word with those of you ladies who weigh over 400 pounds. Do you have the feeling that you're being followed? You are. It's you.
And you men over 400 pounds, do you have large stomachs? When you get your shoes shined, you have to take the bootblack's word for it.
And why not try Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing pill?
Yes, to take off those extra pounds, try Dr. Capstaff's method. No diet, no pills, no injections, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Capstaff comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now we're going to play our first record. It's a little tune called I'm Dancing with Tears in My Eyes because the girl in my arms had onions for dinner.
It's going to be played by Woody Gribbenus and As You Should Live So Long, if you can find the Melody Orchestra. Hit it, Woody.
Ah, thanks, Woody. That was great.
Look, Bob, a bunch of new releases just arrived.
Gee, there's some interesting titles. Look at this one. You used to be the cream in my coffee, but now you're just grounds for divorce.
Get a load of this one. If you were the only girl in the world and I was the only boy, I wonder who I'd play handball with at the Y.
Here's my favorite. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. I never should have stomped on them with my bare feet. Say, suppose we play that one right now.
Okay, but first a word from our sponsor.
Yes, this next record is coming to you through the courtesy of Slushies, the only breakfast cereal that's shot out of a water pistol.
Folks, you'll just love Slushies. They don't snap, crackle, and pop like other breakfast cereals. They just lie there and ooze.
Mothers, you'll cheer when you see the way your kids dive into a bowl of Slushies. They never come up again. Listen to what one happy user of Slushies has to say.
I've been eating Slushies for nigh on to 30 years. And I want to tell you something. I'm getting mighty tired.
Thank you, F.E. Spoon of Battle Creek, Michigan. Say, Jack, what's next on the turntable?
Oh, the folks will just love this one.
Yes, sir. It's a new release that features a duet by that brilliant young Waukegan violinist, Benny Kabelsky.
And that new Cleveland singing discovery, the Velvet Smog.
Okay, so we give it a whirl.
Yeah.
Oh, east is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's go down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you'll stand out in buttons and bows. No practicing on our time, please. I love you in buckskin skirt that you won't touch, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't go to guns. Now the buckboard bounce and a cactus hurts my tears. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and you're all mine in buttons and bows. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. You've been fine. That's fine, Jack. Thank you. Next week, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, wait a minute, Jack. We have next week. It's all over, kids. Pack up. Okay. We have another. Next week, we have Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen. That Coca. Say, okay, Jack, wait a minute. It's all over, Jack. Jack, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thanks for the memory of the vote in 48. A chance to demonstrate whom we endorse to chart the course of our U.S. ship estate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to pay a tribute to that fighting man from Missouri who stepped into the ring last Tuesday with the odds against him and came out the winner and still champion of the USA, President Harry S. Truman.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave Cream Shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, so easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Try Rave Cream Shampoo. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Cyber sex has never been this real.
Let me drive.
Ally McBeal's Greg Gurman and Jamie Presley star. UPN Wednesday at 9, 8 Central.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now read Dragnet every day on the comic page of your favorite newspaper. Please consult your local daily paper. The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to bunco detail. A team of confidence men are taking thousands of dollars from the people of your city. Their method of operation? Posing as solicitors for different charitable causes. There's no lead to their whereabouts. Your job? Stop them. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, February 16th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of bunco detail. My partner's Bill Lockwood. The boss is Captain Steed. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 2:18 p.m. when we got to First and Valencia, the West Valley Hotel.
Over here to the left, Joe.
No, yeah. Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, we're all filled up. No more room.
No, we don't want to register. Here we are, police officers. I'd like to check one of your guests.
You have a Raymond Seidel registered? Seidell.
Let's see. No, there's no Raymond Seidel registered.
Small man, about 5'6", 130 pounds, tan complexion, between 35 and 40, wears horn-rimmed glasses.
Well, I don't know. What's the trouble anyway?
Anyone like that registered here?
Well, I was just about to say there's no Raymond Seidel. We got a Raymond Singer, though. A small fella. He wears glasses.
Yeah.
I'd say he was about 35 or 40.
He in his room now?
No, matter of fact, he just left a minute ago. He went out for lunch, I think, just before you fellas walked in.
Where's he usually eat, you know?
Our coffee shop right next door. He's got a gray top coat on, gray hat.
Okay, thanks.
You can use that door right here. It connects with the coffee
Right,
shop.
thank you.
Spot him?
Yeah, far into the counter up by the front door, see him?
Yeah, description checks out.
All right, come on.
Spotted us going for the front door.
All right, police officers, hold it up there.
Making a run for it.
All right, come on. This way.
Where'd he go? I lost him.
Alley up ahead. He ducked in there.
Down the ramp, Joe. Hotel garage. Ran in there.
All right, come on, let's hurry. You spot him, Bill?
No. Any other way out beside this ramp?
Wait a minute. Yeah, down the far end there, another exit. I'll take that. You cover this end.
Right.
Hey, watch it, Bill. He's coming out. The blue sedan.
All right, hold it. Look out, Joe. Coming at us.
I'll go for his tire. All right, come on, Bill.
All right, stay where you are.
All right, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
All right, then hold it right there.
What's the pitch, anyway? I wasn't doing anything.
Hands behind you.
Raymond Seidel, is that right?
That's right. I wasn't doing anything. What's this all about?
You know as well as we do.
Look what you did in my car. Just look at it.
You cracked it up, mister. We didn't. Come on.
Come on, where? I haven't done anything.
We want to talk to you downtown.
I'm not saying anything. You can talk to my lawyer. Get the story from him.
We already got it. Come on, let's go. 2:35 p.m. We took the suspect, Raymond Seidel, back to the hotel with us, where we checked his room thoroughly. Bill got on the phone, made arrangements to have Seidel's car impounded and a stakeout placed at the hotel. Then we drove back to the city hall and took the suspect to the interrogation room. A check through our Records and Identification Bureau earlier in the day had revealed a fair-sized record for Seidel. He'd had 4 previous local arrests, 2 for petty theft, 1 for second-degree burglary, 1 for grand theft auto. He'd been convicted on one of the petty thefts and also on the burglary charge, for which he'd served time in the state penitentiary at San Quentin. Bill and I started questioning him. The first half hour, we got nowhere.
I told you, I haven't been doing anything. I've been clean ever since I got out.
Where were you last night, Ray?
Knocking around town.
What'd you do?
Had a couple of drinks, went to a show, came out and went to see some bimbo I know.
What's your name?
Helen lives up on South Custer, and you can ask her. She'll tell you I was there.
What time did you see her?
About
10 o'clock? Yeah, just about.
You're a liar, Ray.
Hmm?
You're a liar.
Who gives you a call to say that? It's the truth.
And 4 other people must be lying.
Well, what do you mean, what other people?
You know what I mean. Now, how about it, Ray?
I don't know what you mean, so help me. I don't.
Why don't you give it up, Seidel? You ought to know better. We wouldn't have you down here if we didn't have you pegged.
Pegged for what? I don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, then I'll tell you, Ray. About 8:30 last night, you put in a call to a Mr. and Mrs. Gerald Keyes. They live out in East Hollywood, Gladstone, 3962. Mrs. Keyes answered the phone. You told her you were taking contributions for European children, war orphans. You knew she was interested in the cause. You asked her for a donation.
You're crazy. That wasn't me. I don't even know that.
You done Mrs. Keyes, and she agreed to contribute. She offered $50. You talked her up to $150. She asked you where to send the money, and you said never mind. You'd be out to collect it. 45 minutes later, you were out there. You parked your car by a candy store down the street from the Keyes' home. You walked up the block to the Keyes' place, collected the money, and you left.
Now, you prove it was me. You prove
We got it cold, Seidel. Mrs. Keyes' husband got suspicious about the setup. 45 minutes after you phoned, you were at the front door with your hand out. You had no credentials, nothing. He noticed you parked your car down the street instead of in front of the house. You got the license number of your car when you pulled away. So the owner of the candy store. You parked your car just outside his place. All 3 of them can describe you and your car. Mr. Keyes, Mrs. Keyes, the man at the candy store.
Yeah, they're right.
Getting over to you, Ray?
Gonna take more than a couple of people to build a case.
All right, we got more. You gave Mrs. Keyes a signed receipt for the $150. You signed it Tom Seidel. Our handwriting man checked the signature with a specimen of your handwriting we got from your package. Now, they both checked, not a doubt in the world. What do you say?
I don't know. What would you say?
It's your jam. What's the story?
There isn't any. Why should I dig my grave?
Any way you want it. You're going to stay on the load for the last 2 months, including the one you pulled last night. It makes 14 cases.
It's a lie. It's a lousy lie.
Cigarette, Ray?
What are you trying to do to me anyway? 14 jobs. I never hustled that hard in my life.
That's how many we've had in the last couple of months.
Why load them on me?
Every one of them follow the same general M.O. Same way you worked it last night. We don't know where you got your list of names, but you contact people who are interested in different charities. You pose as an authorized solicitor. You get their money, and then you take off. The last 2 months, you've been collecting for more than 10 different drives. European Orphans, the Milk Fund, Summer Camp for Underprivileged Kids, Crippled Children's Fund. The people give their money in good faith, and you take off with it.
Look,
your M.O. follows all the way through. It's a sour racket, Ray. We're going to lean hard on you.
I said, will you wait a minute? No, when I'm done, I'll give you the story.
Yeah?
I'm not taking the whole load on my back. I'll cop out to the one last night, but that's all.
You look good for all of them.
Look, will you give me a chance? The one last night was a first try for me. It's the only one I ever tried. I'm squaring with you. I was crazy even to make a pass at it. I should have known better. I'm not a bunk man.
We already told you, Ray. Last night's a close match with the other jobs. You say you'll cop out to one. How do we account for the other 13?
Just among us. Whatever I say, I don't want credit for.
All right. What's the pitch?
Can I have that cigarette now?
Yeah. There you are.
Yeah, thanks.
Here's a match.
Thanks. I got another thing Sunday night. Doing a little drinking at this place on Boyle Avenue. There were a couple of guys at the bar who were talking about it. I didn't know them.
Talking about what?
The racket. Getting a list of marks and collecting charity money from them. These 2 guys weren't working it. They just heard it was going on. They were yakking to the bartender about it. They figured some out-of-town grifters were doing it.
And you figured you'd get in on the bandwagon, is that it?
Well, I thought I'd try a couple of jobs, that's all. Need a few bucks to tide me over. Didn't look like much of a risk.
How do you mean?
Well, I heard about the M.O. the grifters were using. Pretty simple to copy. I followed it through just the way I heard they did it. They had a half dozen jobs under their belt already. If you knocked them over and they had to stand the rap, a couple of jobs of mine wouldn't make any difference.
Free ride, is that what you figured on?
Well, what's the difference? I didn't get it. Figured you'd catch up with them and they'd take the rap for my jobs along with their own. And it's just my luck. You get me instead, and now I'm up to stand the rap for everything.
Now, it's a pretty fair story, Ray. Any way of proving it?
Sure, easy. These grifters started working here 2 months ago, didn't they? They hit pretty hard the first week or so, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't even in town then. Wasn't here the whole month. I was up in Monterey.
Any way of proving that?
Sure, ask the sheriff up there.
Huh?
Ask a sheriff. He'll tell you.
Why should he know anything about it?
He ought to. He had me in jail the whole month.
3:40 p.m. While Bill continued questioning the suspect, Raymond Seidel, I went down the hall to the squad room and put in a call to the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. They confirmed Seidel's story. He'd been arrested in the town of Monterey December 13th, approximately 2 months before, on charges of vagrancy and suspicion of robbery. He was confined in the county jail there from December 13th to January 15th, the same period of time during which the unidentified bunco men had started their campaign of falsely soliciting funds for various charities. While the information cleared Seidel of any part in the bunco charity operations throughout the city that month, he still had to answer for his actions the night before, soliciting contributions falsely from the couple out in East Hollywood, Mr. and Mrs. Keyes. After his statement was taken, Bill Lockwood and I drove Seidel to the main jail where we booked him in on suspicion of 48 PC petty theft. Further investigation the next day and a half seemed to indicate that the last story we got from Seidel was pretty close to the facts. It was the case of a small-time thief imitating the apparently successful formula of a veteran team of bunco artists, an imitation which in the criminal world is far from unusual. A week passed. Despite the broadcasts, the bulletins, and the special notices we'd gotten out on the suspects and their operations, there were 3 more cases reported. One of them came from a Mrs. Teresa Guilfoyle, the woman in charge of the crippled children's home. Bill and I drove out to talk to her.
This is the first thing I want to show you, officers.
What's that mean?
This way, please.
Go ahead, Bill. Yeah. Yes, ma'am?
Mere sweetheart, there are 2 gentlemen here I'd like to have you meet. Stephen, this is Sergeant Friday, and this is Officer Lockwood, their policeman. This is Stephen, officers. He's 3 years old.
Well, how are you, Stephen?
Hello, son.
He'd like to say hello, officers, but he can't. His legs aren't his only trouble. He can't hear. He can't talk either.
Oh, it's too bad.
You're learning, though, aren't you, sweetheart? You bet you are. A little while with us, and you'll be talking a blue streak. All right, honey. You run along and play now. Real sweetheart, isn't he? I wanted you to meet him so you could see what this means to us. When I look at children like that, this whole mess just makes my blood boil.
Yes, ma'am. We see what you mean.
It's hard enough getting people to contribute money to keep this place open, help those poor kids to walk and talk. Thieves have to make it even harder. The way things are, I can't see how we're going to get through the year.
Oh, how much do you estimate it's cost you, Mr. Guilfoyle? I mean, how much in donations have these phony solicitors taken?
Well, I know of at least $700 they've collected from different people. Lord knows how much more money they got that was supposed to go to the home. I suppose a lot of people still think they gave their money to the right person.
Well, did you receive the notice we sent out about 6 weeks ago, ma'am, about how these thieves operated?
Yes, I did. I made a special note of it. When we sent out our annual appeal letter to our regular donors, most of your notice was incorporated right in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened. I guess they didn't pay any attention to it.
When did you first find out something was wrong, ma'am?
It was yesterday morning. One of our regular donors, Mr. Baxter, called me. He wanted to know if we received his contribution all right. He wondered because he didn't receive his regular thank you note. That's when he told me about this man who came to his house and collected the money.
I see.
As soon as I heard that, 2 of the other girls and myself got on the phone and called every one of the regular donors. There were 10 of them, just like Mr. Baxter. Gave their good money to help these tots, and we never received a penny of it. I've got all their names and addresses here if you'd like them.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome to them if you want them.
Yes, that'll be fine. We'd like to check with each one of them. Now, this is the complete list, all the regular donors who contributed and their money wasn't received. Is that right?
Well, yes, sir, all those we know of. There's probably a lot more, I suppose. You've been in police work for a few years, haven't you, Sergeant? You must have met all kinds.
Yes, ma'am, I suppose so.
What kind would you say these men are? I mean, going around and stealing the little regular income we have from donations. What kind of persons can they be?
Well, there's thousands of them, Ms. Guilfoyle. They walk every city in the world. They want money. They want everything that goes with it. They'll do anything but work for it.
But the money these men are stealing, they must know it's for these crippled children to help them walk again, help them talk, little kids like Stephen.
Yes, ma'am.
And these men call themselves human beings. And they take help away from a child like that. Humans. I couldn't be more ashamed of them. Ashamed to live in the same city with them.
Yes, ma'am.
You'd think God would punish them. You'd think God would come down and punish them right now.
Well, maybe he's even ashamed. Before we left, Mrs. Guilfoyle gave us a complete list of the names and addresses of donors who contributed annually to the upkeep of the crippled children's home. For the next couple of days, Bill and I contacted each one of them personally. Those people who'd already given their contributions to the thieves unknowingly were unable to help us. Their descriptions of the men who solicited money from them in the name of the crippled children's home generally duplicated the descriptions we'd gotten from the previous victims. None of them were very detailed, but they did seem to confirm our theory that there were 2 or more men involved in the bunco operation. Receipts for the money they'd given the thieves were signed either by a Fred Wellman or a Norman Archer. The handwriting varied in each case. Those donors on the list who had not yet been contacted were the best hope we had of reaching the suspects. Since the crippled children's home appealed for funds only through the mail, we advised these people to get in touch with us immediately if anyone contacted them by phone and asked for contributions. A few more days passed. Monday, February 27th. We got a call back from one of these donors, a Mr. George Stage of the Consolidated Pool Company out in the valley. We located him supervising work at the site of one of their pool constructions in the Toluca Lake area.
Oh, yeah. Glad to see you again, Sergeant. Say, could you hold on just a minute? I want to test that batch of mud and see if the mixture's right. Won't take a minute.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Andy, come here a minute, will you? How's that mixture look to you?
Sure a nice-looking pool, isn't it, Bill?
Big one. Sure be nice to have, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Why don't you look into it?
It's about all I could afford to do right now, look into it.
Okay, Sergeant. 6 to 1 even. Want to go over by the truck, do some of this racket so we can talk?
All right, that's fine.
I hope I got something for you. Not sure if it'll be worth anything to you.
You said on the phone you got a call last night.
Well, I didn't. My wife did. They wanted to talk to me, but I wasn't home yet. Out finishing a pool for some folks in Encino.
Uh-huh.
Have a seat there if you want. Clean off this running board for you.
Oh, that's all right. Fine. Good. Well, what was the gist of the phone call, Mr. Stage? Who was it?
Well, as I say, the wife answered. Fella told her his name was Mr. Archer. Said he was collecting for the crippled kids' home. Of course, the wife knew the setup. After you talked to me, I warned her about the phony collectors going around.
What'd she tell the man, sir?
Well, she didn't get a chance to tell him anything. He did most of the talking. Gave her a big spiel about how much the poor crippled kids needed help. The wife asked him if he'd leave a number so I could call him back when I got home.
Well, did he leave a number?
No. He gave some phony excuse he wouldn't be at the same phone, something like that. No. Went out to ask her if she couldn't make out a check. Said he could come right out to pick it up. His wife said no, she couldn't. Matter of fact, she couldn't. I've got the checkbook. Excuse me. Andy, get one of the boys to help you down the hole. You can't do that all by yourself. My partner, Andy's a great worker.
Yes, sir. Well, what was the upshot of the phone conversation between Archer and your wife, I mean?
Well, she kept asking for a phone number or an address, someplace where I could get back to him when I got home. I guess they got it figured, though. He wouldn't give her a thing.
And that's the way it ended, sir?
Yes, sir, that's it. Might be I'll have better luck, though.
How do you mean?
Well, this fella Archer told the wife he'd call me back tonight.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers coast to coast are switching to king-size Fatimas every day.
Prove Fatima quality yourself.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Fatima contains the finest tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Remember, Fatima gives you more for your money because it's king size and because you get the added protection of Fatima quality. Look for the bright sunny yellow pack. Switch to Fatima today.
Monday, February 27th, 1:30 p.m. As soon as we found out there was a possibility that one of the bunco suspects might contact the potential victim, George Stage, that night, Bill and I started making arrangements to be ready for him. At 6:45 p.m., we were at the Stage home when the suspect telephoned. He identified himself as Norman Archer. George Stage followed our instructions to the letter. He agreed to make a contribution and asked Archer to call at his home to pick up the check. He set the date for 9 o'clock that night to allow us enough time for preparations. We got in touch with Lieutenant Lee Jones at the crime lab, and he sent out 2 of his sound technicians with a microphone set up and a tape recorder. By 8 p.m., the installation was complete. The microphone concealed in the living room of the Stage home and the tape recorder set up in an adjoining room. Bill and I were stationed at the recorder in the bedroom. 8:30, 8:45. We waited. 9 p.m., 9:05.
Somebody at the front door.
Yeah. You want to give me that headset, Bill?
Here you go.
Thank you. Okay. You want to turn on the recorder?
Right, Joe.
Yep. Mr. Stage? Yes, sir, that's right. My name's Norman Archer, Mr. Stage. I'm glad to know you. Oh, yeah, Archer. Glad to meet you. Come on in. Thank you. Very nice place you have here. Comfortable. We're pretty happy with it. Now, sit down, Archer. Thank you. Well, say, I hope I'm not interrupting your evening, Mr. Stage. Oh, no, that's all right. Just sitting here watching television. I see. Well, I know suppose they do. Are you one of the officials out at the home? Well, yes, I suppose you'd call it that. I'm one of the authorized collectors for the maintenance fund. I have a receipt here for your donation, all made out in your name. Here we are. I suppose you know that all donations to the home are deductible from your income tax. Yeah. Well, here we are. See, it's all filled out, your name and address. This space here I left vacant, the amount of your contribution. I'll fill it out right now. All right. How much would you like me to put you down for, sir? Well, I don't know. I don't have too much cash on hand. Will a check be all right? Well, actually, we don't like to be fussy, but it does help our bookwork. The donations are made in cash, still pays the handling of funds. Oh, well, I've only got $20 or $30 in cash. I'd like to give more than that. You sure a check wouldn't be all right? Well, as I say, it's simple if the donation is cash, but a check is all right. Check's fine. Okay. Make it out for you now. All I've got here is my company check. How's that? Company checks are all I have here. Consolidated Pool Company. I guess it'll work just as good. Be like a donation from the company. Oh, fine. Now, how should I make that out now payable to the Crippled Children's Home? No, the home doesn't have a commercial banking account. It's not incorporated, Oh, isn't it? I thought it was. No, I usually handle the check donations through my personal account. So if you just make it out to me, we have to simplify bookwork. It takes a lot of work to run a home like that, and we can't afford a bookkeeper either. See. I'll make it out to, sorry, what's your first name again? Norman Archer. A-R-C-H-E-R. How much shall I put you down for? Well, let's see. I think I gave $200 last year. Yeah, I think that was it. Yes, we certainly appreciate it, too. Of course, it's like everything else. Our maintenance costs have gone up. We give those youngsters nothing but the best. I mean, if you could see your way clear to make it a little more this year, we'd certainly thank you for it. That goes for those crippled kids, too. Well, I guess I could make it a little more. We've had a pretty good year. Let's make it $250. That'd be fine. That's wonderful. Sure appreciate it, Mr. Stade. Really, if it wasn't for such a great cause, I'd be embarrassed asking you for money. No, not at all. Only glad I can afford it. Here you are. You better watch the ink. I think it's still wet. Thank you very much, sir. I guess I don't have to tell you again how much we appreciate it. Let's see. Where did I put my hat? It's right outside in the hallway. Oh, yes. Thank you. Well, I'll see that your check gets in the bank first thing in the morning. All right. Thanks for coming out. Pleasure, Mr. Sage. Thank you. You don't know how much this check means to us. I think I do. Good night.
You hear it all right? You hear what he said?
Yes, sir, we got it.
How rotten can you get, huh?
Yes, sir. Bill, do you want to take a look out the window?
Right.
Mr. Stage, will you leave that tape recorder right where it is? Don't let anyone touch it. We'll be back.
Yeah, all right.
He's pulling out, Joe. Heading down the street. Grace it in.
All right, let's go. We'll call you, Mr. Stage.
Yeah, okay.
You see him, Bill?
Down past the next block.
All right, let's hurry. Go ahead, slide on my side here. Now, let's keep the lights off for a couple of blocks. Don't get them excited.
All right.
Can you see him? The one turning left, Gray sedan. Is that him?
Let's see. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Pull up close if you can, huh? See if we can make his license.
Give it a try. How's that?
A little closer. Okay, that's fine. 1 sugar 16605.
All right.
I'll check it and see if it's hot. 1K80 to control 1. 1K80 to control 1.
Control 1 to 1K80. All other cars on frequency 6 stand by.
1K80 to control 1. Request rolling make for stolen and DMV on 1 sugar 16605. Repeat, 1S16605, KMA 367.
Control 1 to 1K80. 1 sugar 16605, stand by.
I should have gotten a good look at him, Bill. Might have recognized him, huh?
I couldn't take a chance. Anyway, it's worth more if we get him and his partner together. Wrap it all up in one. Save us a lot of headaches.
Yeah, well, don't lose him. He turned left up the next corner.
Yeah, I saw him. He hasn't made it.
Yeah, I think we're in the clear. All right, you can turn your lights on, huh?
All right.
Control 1 to 1K80. Control 1 to 1K80. 1 sugar 16605, no want. Car is a 1950 Pontiac, 2-door sedan. Registered to Charles A. Sutton, 5840 Octavia Street, Los Angeles. Motor number 1 Adam 6 Paul 3342. Legal the same, KMA 367.
1K80 to control 1. Would you check records for Charles A. Sutton? Age and description unknown. Rush request. We have suspect under rolling surveillance.
Control 1 to 1K80. Roger.
Looks like he's slowing down, Joe. Yeah.
All right, don't press him. Yeah, he's pulling up. We stopped there.
Better cut the lights.
Yeah, pull up right here, huh?
Can you see him?
Yeah. Going up to that house. Porch light on.
Yeah. Must be where he keeps his pad. Acts like he's been there before.
Yeah,
A man answering the door. He's going in.
Control 1 to 1K80, come in.
1K80 to Control 1. Go ahead.
Control 1 to 1K80. We have a Charles A. Sutton, WMA, 42 years, 5'9", 163 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. He has a long felony record, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of burglary, grand theft, bunco. Also 3 outstanding traffic warrants. License number 1 Sugar 16605.
1K80 to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
What do you think?
Let's take him.
Right.
All right, you want to take the back, Bill? I'll go in the front.
Okay, give me a second to get around.
Right.
Yeah?
Police officer, want to talk to you. All right, come on, open it up.
Cops, Harry, the cops!
All right, hold it right there against the wall.
All right, you're back inside, police officers. Joe, all right?
Yeah, did you get him all right?
It's okay. Come on up front, you.
What are you trying to do? What's this all about?
We'll talk downtown. You know what it's all about.
All right, over next to your partner.
What are you doing anyway? You haven't got anything on us.
You want to get the cuffs on him, Bill?
Stand still, both of you.
Here's mine.
What's the pitch here anyway? Harry and I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
Busting in here like this, private house, you got no business here.
$250 says you're wrong.
What?
This check in your right-hand pocket. All right, come on, let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 28th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, this coming weekend, I'd like to suggest that you put Fatima's at the top of your shopping list. You'll find it's mighty convenient to have enough Fatima's around the house to last into the next week. When you shop, just look for the bright, sunny yellow carton. You'll find Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke. And remember, Fatima gives you more for your money because it's king size and because you get the added protection of Fatima quality. Get a carton tomorrow. Fatima.
Charles A. Sutton and his accomplice, Harold V. Mather, were tried and convicted on 3 counts of grand theft money and received sentences as prescribed by law. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years. The initial suspect, Seidel, pled guilty to petty theft and received a sentence of 1 year in the county jail. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Ken Peters, Virginia Gregg, Vic Rodman. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King-size Fatima, made by the same people who make popular Chesterfield cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Each Thursday night, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
And now, the extreme blast of the night, rocked by JVC's Tower Power. With 460 watts of mind-numbing sound, dual 8-inch subs, and MP3 playback to keep the party rocking all night long. The Tower of Power by JVC, the only system big enough to crush the competition.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself and Gardner. Here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with our guest tonight, Margaret O'Brien, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Duffy's Tavern where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? Margaret O'Brien. What? Look, Duffy, we can't have cheesecake every week. Besides, she's cute, you know, and her name is O'Brien. That's better, huh? Yes, Duffy, she's Ireland's answer to Bobby Breen. I should what? Buy her a set of blocks? Look, Duffy, this kid already owns a set of blocks. All the way from Sunset Boulevard to Hollywood and Vine. You know, she's a movie star. That's right, little Margaret O'Brien from the movies and the banks. The stock market. Uh-huh. When other kids was learning about the birds and the bees, she was learning about the bulls and the bears. Huh? Well, what brings it down? I'm writing a television program for her. Hello? What a critic. Let's see here. Act 1, Scene 1, Prologue. How do you spell prologue?
Prologue.
Oh, thanks. The heroine speaks. Darling, do not prologue the agony. Just hope the kid is able to pronounce long words like that. Now, look, this Margaret is just a kid. You know, as the French say, a June filly. We want Duffy's Tavern to look real nice. Miss Duffy, how long do you think it'd take to make the place look respectable?
Well, let me see. This is 1950.
Look, I ain't kidding about this. Wait a minute. Eddie.
Yeah?
Look, you see that bottle up there we got marked champagne?
The one we changed from bourbon?
No, the other one. The one we changed from gin.
Well, what do we do with it?
Change it back to 7-Up.
Okay, but it'll still be water.
Well, just so it won't rupture the kid's mind, huh? Let me see. What else might not be de rigueur or, as we say, muy no bueno? Oh, yeah, that statue in the corner there.
What's wrong with that statue?
I'm afraid it's a trifle unrisque.
What do you mean that's unrisque? It's just Aphrodite.
That's the trouble. She ain't wearing one. Let's figure here. What else could we do to make the place attractive? You know, something that would appeal to the mind of a child.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. Look, I don't want you to bother me tonight. I'm going to be busy writing a television play.
What?
You heard me. I'm about to give birth to a brainchild.
Oh, shall I boil some water?
Please. The brainchild is a television play.
Oh, boy. Can I act in it, Arch?
You an actor?
Why, certainly. I'll never forget the time I played Hamlet. Boy, the way that audience yelled.
Why did they yell?
The play was Macbeth. By the way, Arch, who else is acting in this play?
Only Margaret O'Brien.
Let me see, Margaret O'Brien.
Yeah, you Margaret O'Brien. You've seen Little Women, ain't you?
Yeah?
Well?
She's a midget?
I mean, you know, I think when they handed out brains, you got falsies. Please, stop bothering me, will you? I gotta finish this television play. Now, let me see. The heroine says, "Begone, fair prince, ere I stab you with your own Lancelot." Eddie, you look pensive. What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking what it would be like to have all the money in the world and be real rich like Margaret O'Brien.
Look, Eddie, money ain't everything. Money can't repair a broken heart or put a dream back together, you know? Money can't brighten the heart or repair the portals of a shattered home or take the place of the fond affection that gleams from the eyes of a loved one.
Mr. Archie, that sure was a lovely speech.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yes, sir. I bet you nowhere in the world has anybody ever said more beautiful things about Confederate money.
Archie, I think Margaret O'Brien is here.
Where?
Outside. The back of her car just pulled up.
What makes you think it's the back of her car?
The front part went by 5 minutes ago.
Hey, you're right. Let me look. Hey, it is Margaret O'Brien. Well, itty-bitty Margaret O'Brien. Does oo like oo's Unclekins, Archikins?
Well, I find you amiable, winsome, and ingratiating.
Does that mean she's glad or she ain't glad?
Oh, I like 'ems, my Unclekins, Archikins.
You do? Ain't you a cute little trike? Take that, Eddie.
Hello? Okay.
What was it?
Uncle Duffykins wants Uncle Archykins to empty out the garbage can.
Stay out of here, will you? Well, Margaret, gee, I don't know how to talk to kids. Tell me, what do you think of the tavern here?
I'm speechless.
Can't say a word, huh?
Not with this cobweb over my face.
Oh, pardon me, I'll remove it. There, now how does the place look?
Archie,
Yeah?
put the cobweb back.
If this kid didn't own 6 major studios, I'd throw her out of the joint. Well, tell me, Margaret, can we get you something to repast yourself? You seem a little hungry.
What makes you say that?
The way you looked at the free lunch.
Well, it looked at me first.
Well, stick around a while, it'll get used to you. Well, Margaret, what do you have? A slug of sarsaparilla? Shot of Ovaltine?
If you don't mind, I think I'll just take 3 fingers of milk.
3 fingers of milk, good for you. You know, after what I hear about some of them Hollywood kids, I'm glad to hear that you're a real toper. And I want you to take home a good report to your mother.
Thank you. And now, Archie, if you don't mind, I'd like to meet your mother. I beg your pardon.
Margaret, this is Miss Duffy. She just works here.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Tell me, Miss Duffy, do you like your job?
Well, you know, this job is just temporary. I'm just doing it until, well, there's a certain person who's just insisting on my getting married.
There is? Who?
Her father.
Pay no attention to him, Miss O'Brien. It happens that I'm engaged to Rodney Haybinder.
You know, it's funny. I know a Rodney, too.
Oh, really? What's he like?
Oh, he's very good looking. Owns his own home and a swimming pool.
I wonder if I could meet him. Say, Saturday?
He's only 15.
Around 6 o'clock?
This dame don't stop at nothing. Miss Duffy, the kid is only 15 years old.
Archie, I'm just trying to hold on to my youth.
Well, you ain't holding on to this one.
Hey, Arch, how about an introduction?
Just a minute, Finnegan.
Archie, what is he supposed to be?
A human being.
My goodness. Who was your casting director?
Boris Karloff.
Oh, permit me, Margaret. This is Miss O'Brien, Mr. Finnegan.
Charles.
Frightened.
Well, I seen you've grown up.
Yes. Why haven't you?
Oh, I don't know. I just keep putting it off.
Finnegan, please butt out of this, will you? I'd like to tell Miss O'Brien about the television play that I wrote for her.
Oh, sorry, old bean.
We'll return.
All right, leave us rehearse this television program. Read me announcement, Eddie.
Okay. Presenting Uncle Archie and his Itsy Bitsy Kitties program. Mothers, let Uncle Archie and his bedtime stories put your children to sleep. Permanently.
Stop adding words, will you?
Sorry. Tonight, your lovable Uncle Archie brings you that beautiful, heartwarming story, Cinderella. Wrote and adapted by Archie.
Archie, you insist that I do this?
Why shouldn't you?
I'm too young to die.
Please, Margaret, don't say things like that, or Uncle Archie will have to give you castor oil and send you home to bed now. Give me a nice big kiss and show the television audience we're good friends.
Uncle Archie,
Yeah?
couldn't I just have the castor oil?
Beginning to think that youth is much too good for this kid. Now, leave us start the play. Camera, action, Vodio.
I am Cinderella. Nobody loves me because on the surface I am a very ugly-looking tomato.
The word is tomato, Margaret. Now read the lines right.
On the surface I am a very ugly-looking tomato.
That's better.
But beneath my dirty face and ragged clothes, I am a real hunk of punkritude. If the fellows at the pool room knew how really beautiful I am, I would be as popular as... Archie, do I have to say this?
Go ahead, read what I wrote.
As popular as a glass of water at a herring dinner. All day long I work in the scullery, sweeping the kitchen, peeling onions, cleaning fish. Yet somehow the boys just seem to turn up their noses and stagger away.
Now, to continue our story, Cinderella has two crummy stepsisters. A couple of real beasts named Heifer and Zephyr. Heifer's got the kind of a face that'd stop a sundial. And Zephyr's got ears that stick out so far she looks like a stagecoach with both doors open. Kiddies, yous have never seen such a bony-looking dame. She can't even take a bath because she's so skinny that when she starts slapping herself with the wash rag, she misses herself. On the other hand, Heifer is so fat that if she painted every other tooth black, she'd look like a baby grand piano. Now, I hope you kiddies is enjoying the fairy tale.
Now, they should. 1,200 years later, Fred Allen made a fortune with the same material.
And now we return you to Cinderella's house, where we find Heifer, the fat sister, answering the telephone. And she says...
Hello, Cinderella's house where the hags wear rags. Heifer, this hippo speaking. Zephyr ain't here. Oh, hello, King. What? You're throwing a wing-ding at the palace tonight? Okay, Your Majesty, count us in. We'll be there just as soon as we can shave and get ready.
Oh, goody. A party at the King's Palace? Am I going too?
Not you, you little crumb. Back to the scullery.
Well, kiddies, when Cinderella hears she ain't going to the party, her poor, sad little eyes fill up like a drunk at a convention. She sobs
misery. Why, oh, why must I be treated thus? I would rather be dead. Do you hear? Dead! Dead! Dead!
Look, Margaret, you already got the Academy Award. Now, take it easy, will you? Well, kiddies, there she is, poor Cinderella, all alone. No date. No way of getting one. Sad as a church mouse when all of a sudden a beautiful fairy godmother appears. And she says gently,
So why are you moping around like a dope? So why ain't you at the king's party?
Lovely lady, who are you?
Who else? I'm your fairy godmother. Tell me, kid, what's eating you?
I wasn't invited to the party.
So what's to stop you from crashing?
But fairy godmother, how can I? All I have to wear is this off-the-shoulder Pillsbury flour sack.
well, sir, one wave of the wand and Cinderella's wearing glass slippers and a shiny red, white, and blue dress spangled with gold sequins. All she needs is a tightrope and an umbrella. So, she says...
Good fairy, why are you looking at me like that?
I'm thinking what a schnook I am for not wearing that dress myself.
You're very kind. And just to think, a few minutes ago I was cleaning fish.
Ooh. Well, we better take care of that, too.
Another wave of the fairy's wand and Cinderella smelling like Chanel No. 5. And still another wave of the wand and Cinderella has a hairdo you can't tell which one is the Tony. So the fairy godmother says...
Kid, you're the hottest dish that Tithouse since Howard Hughes waved the magic wand over Jane Russell. You'll kill that stagline.
I fear not, good fairy. Alas.
Why alas, lass?
I don't know how to dance.
Oh, no? Just hand me that magic wand. I'm flying dry.
3 more waves of the wand and Cinderella is holding a diploma from Arthur Murray. Now she's really ready. And now, kiddies, here we are at the palace, at His Majesty's annual flea hop. All of high society is present. It's the kind of a party where you wouldn't dare burp unless you used the broad A. Suddenly, the king's son, Prince Charming, happens to look up from the eggnog bowl. And when he sees Cinderella, his eyes start spinning around like cherries in a slot machine. She hits him like a ton of bricks. Since the eggnog has also hit him like a ton of bricks, the 2 tons of bricks walks over to Cinderella and says...
We're Prince Charming. Hey, baby, how would you like to take a walk around the moat?
Not knowing what a moat is, Cinderella plays cagey, and she says...
Sir, would you ask that of your sister?
Never stuck for an answer. The prince, who was educated at Oxford, says... Then later he adds... And finally he goes so far as to say... Well, sir, by now it's almost midnight. So Cinderella, who has fallen in love with the prince, says to the fairy godmother...
Fairy godmother, do you think that romance has finally come into my life?
Sure, kid. There's romance in the sky. There's romance in the stars. There's romance in the moon.
Don't you have something within walking distance?
Wait a minute, Cinderella. Forsooth, the clock is striking 12. We better take it on the lamb.
But what about Prince Charming?
Don't worry. We'll take another belt at him tomorrow night.
Well, sir, the next night the king's party goes on again. The joint is jumping. The king is playing the drums, and the queen is playing two of the royal grenadiers. One grenadier for romance, the other a lookout for the king. Cinderella has just arrived, so she says...
Oh, Prince Charming, where are you?
I'm out at the moat, indulging in my favorite pastime.
What's that?
Bobbing for peasants. Well, shoot me old man or call me king if it ain't Cinderella. Fair one, wouldst thou neck with me on the drawbridge?
Well, sir, at the word neck, Cinderella recoils. She's so ladylike, she wouldn't even parse an improper noun. So she says...
Fair Prince, I know nothing of love.
So the fairy says...
Are you kidding?
And before the fairies waved the wand 3 times, Cinderella spent 3 seasons in the balcony at the Bijou. So Cindy turns to the prince and says...
Okay, Prince, lead me to that drawbridge. Say, Archie.
Yes, Margaret?
Don't you think I'd better grow up a bit before I hear the end of the story?
What are you talking? It's Cinderella, ain't it? It was wrote for kids. Well, anyway, the prince and Cinderella's up on the drawbridge, and it's a beautiful moonlight night. Suddenly, the palace clock strikes 12, just as the prince is putting his arms around her, and he's kissing her. Hearing the clock strike, she says...
I'm sorry, Prince, but my fairy godmother says if I don't leave right now, I'll turn into a bundle of rags.
So the prince says...
Look, kid, I've heard alibis in me time, but this one takes the cake.
So Cinderella says...
The back of me slipper, Toyo.
She flings the slipper at him and races home. The prince don't know who she is. His only clue is that she wears a slipper size 2.5 AAA, that it has French heels, and that it's made by the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company. Okay, Eddie, take the finish, huh?
Will Prince Charming wind up with one of the ugly stepsisters? With the fairy godmother? Will he go back to his yo-yo? Or will he find happiness in the feet of Cinderella?
But, Archie, don't we end the story tonight?
No, we end it tomorrow night. This is a cliffhanger, you know. Well, good night, kiddies. Well, Margaret, now that you've acted in my television program, do you think it can do big things for you?
Oh, yes.
What?
My studio can start saying that I'm only 3 years old again.
3 years old? I don't understand. How come?
A play like this will put me back 10 years.
Hello, Duffy. Yeah, well, have a good time and he'll be with you next week.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be approaching a fateful hour. All night long, bulletins have been pouring in from Berlin claiming that D-Day is here, claiming that the invasion of Western Europe has begun. Let me read you several of the latest bulletins. One says that a report, unconfirmed by Allied sources, of course, says that heavy fighting is taking place between the Germans and invasion forces on the Normandy Peninsula, about 31 miles southwest of Le Havre. Another bulletin, also from Berlin Radio and unconfirmed, says that British-American landing operations against the western coast of Europe from the sea and from the air are stretching over the entire area between Cherbourg and Le Havre, a distance of about 60 miles. I repeat, there is no confirmation. And here's another bulletin just in. DNB, the German agency, says, this is unconfirmed, that the most important airdromes in the area of the Normandy Peninsula of France have been wiped out. Now, I presume that means wiped out by the Allies. As you may have heard on earlier broadcasts, all three German news agencies have begun broadcasting these stories that the invasion is here. But there is no Allied confirmation as yet. The first report came out shortly after midnight, and since then we've been flooded with reports from Berlin. Paris Radio, strangely enough, has not confirmed any of these reports. And now we have just been informed that we can expect in a very few seconds, a very important broadcast from the British capital. And so now we take you to London.
The text of communique number 1 will be released to the press and radio of the United Nations in 10 seconds. Repeat, 10 seconds from now. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. The communique will be repeated. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. This ends the reading of communique number 1 from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is New York, NBC Newsroom again. Men and women of the United States, this is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe, the 0 hour of the Second Front. The men of General Dwight Eisenhower are leaving their landing barges, fighting their way up the beaches into the fortress of Nazi Europe. They are moving in from the sea to attack the enemy under a mammoth cloud of fighter planes, under a ceiling of screaming shells from Allied warships. The first news flashes do not say, but a large proportion of this assault is believed to be in the hands of American men. They are making the attack side by side with the British Tommies who were bombed and blasted out of Europe at Dunkirk. Now, at this hour, they are bombing and blasting their way back again. This is the European front, once again being established in fire and blood, not only by the Americans and British, but by many allies in the fight against Axis aggression.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Dink Trout, Charles Dant of the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Denis singing Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems in all of my dreams I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the lovin' I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while. Then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Oh, miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, just about the last person in the whole world you'd suspect of being up to something devilish is the husband of our young hero's landlady. Loyal, dutiful, steady, fearful Mr. Anderson. But his daughter Mildred has been far from satisfied with her father's behavior during the past week, and so this morning she's decided to broach the subject to her boyfriend, Denis Day, in his room.
Denis, what are you doing?
Oh, listening to the radio.
To the radio? Oh, I don't hear anything.
I know, Fred Allen's on.
Well, turn it off. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Denis, have you noticed anything odd or unusual about Dad lately?
Your dad? No, Mildred. Why?
Well, he's been acting strangely all week.
Gee, really?
He hasn't been near Mother for whole days at a time.
And besides that, he's been acting strangely, huh?
We hardly ever see him anymore. Why, at dinner he barely gets through the first course before he disappears somewhere. I don't understand it.
Me either. He certainly should be used to the food by now.
It isn't the food. My father's up to something.
Oh, gosh, you really think so?
I do. Denis, you don't suppose... Oh, no. No, it's impossible.
Well, that's silly. Nothing is impossible. What were you thinking of?
Another woman.
Beg pardon, I was wrong.
Of course, it's utterly fantastic.
Ridiculous.
Still,
Yeah, it's spring, and you know what they say about young men and their fancy.
But Dad's not a young man, Dennis.
Well, sometimes even his type runs across something fancy.
You really think it might be an affair d'amour?
Oh, I don't know whether she's French or not.
But you do think he might be interested in another woman. Oh, Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either, really.
But, Dennis, we've simply got to know the truth.
Yeah.
If it's what we suspect, we might be able to break it up before Mother hears about it. Think what'll happen to her if she finds out about my father.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes either.
Now, look. Daddy's in the next room. You're going in there and find out what he's up to.
You mean right now?
Yes, only for heaven's sakes, be tactful. If you're not subtle about it, he won't tell you a thing.
Okay, I'll kind of ease into it slowly. I can be pretty sly, you know.
Oh, good. I'll wait here for you. Go on now.
Morning, Mr. Anderson.
Morning, my boy.
What do you think of the Russian situation, Mr. Anderson?
The Russian situation? Why, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, and do you know that half the population of Russia is women?
Naturally.
How's your love life lately?
My what?
Mr. Anderson, I'm going to put my cards right on the table. I suspect you of going out with another woman.
Dennis, have you ever seen me with another woman?
No, sir.
No. Have you ever heard me mention another woman's name or seen me even look at another woman at any time?
No, sir.
Well, then?
Where are you hiding her?
I'm afraid we're discussing a pleasant impossibility. Now, believe me, it isn't so.
No? Then where do you rush off to every night after dinner?
To the public library.
Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. A beautiful librarian, huh?
Dennis, in the Weaverville Library, the only thing you'll find well stacked are the books.
Well, what do you do at the library then?
Well, now, if you'll promise me to keep it a secret, I'll tell you.
Oh, sure. I promise.
All right. Now, I've been looking up some old newspaper files. You see, I've been writing a story.
A story?
That's right. I've already sent it to True Story magazine, and they want to publish it.
Gee, what's it called?
The Romance of Herbert Anderson.
Fiction, huh?
You have just put your finger on the horrible problem I now find myself faced with. You see, True Story magazine positively insists that every word they print is the absolute truth.
Oh, and you didn't make your romance true.
No, I made it interesting. Now the magazine is sending a man here to authenticate my story before they publish it.
Well, can he find anything false? I mean, just what did you say?
Well, I described myself as a man of 50 with a desirable wife.
You're dead.
I could get by with that, but you see, as an added touch, I mentioned our children.
Oh, one daughter could hardly be considered children, huh?
Exactly.
Well, maybe you could say it was a little mistake that you lost count.
Well, hardly, because I described the other child in considerable detail. A boy, I said it was. A brilliant boy who less than a year ago had received his doctorate from Harvard.
Gee, you are in a mess. When will this fellow from True Story be here?
Well, this afternoon, according to the wire I got.
This afternoon? Gosh, even if Susanna presented you with a son right now, he could never get through Harvard in time.
Well, not a hard school like Harvard, no.
Well, let's not give up yet, Mr. Anderson. There's got to be a way out of this thing somehow.
Oh, I hope so.
Now, don't you worry. I've got a brain, and Mildred's got a brain, and between our two brains, she's sure to think of something.
So that's all it is.
Oh, I think your father's in pretty big trouble, Mildred.
Yes, but there's a way to get him out. That is, if you're willing.
I knew you'd think of an idea. What's this one? A state or a federal offense?
Well, it's very simple. Daddy has to produce a son for the man from True Story magazine. All right, you're the son.
Me? Mildred, this thing's got to be realistic.
But it is realistic. You're the right age, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you're the son he wrote about. A brilliant young man with a college degree.
It is here that I feel we are veering toward fantasy.
Nonsense. Now, look, you told me the boy was a doctor.
Yeah.
All right. You go down to Dr. Hopkins' office.
Huh?
I'll send the man from True Story there, and when he arrives, he finds you wearing Dr. Hopkins' coat and sitting at his desk.
He also finds Dr. Hopkins beating my brains out, doesn't he?
Oh, no, because Dr. Hopkins won't be there. Somebody's made him go out on an emergency.
Who?
You.
Oi.
All you have to do is tell the doctor someone's desperately ill. Pretend you're in a panic.
Oh, that I can handle easily.
Oh, good. And when the man from True Story gets there, you're the doctor, see?
But Mildred, really,
you can do it. Forget right now about being a soda clerk and start thinking about your new career.
I am. Goodbye, Willoughby's drugstore. Hello, Alcatraz.
Come in.
Dr. Hopkins, Dr. Hopkins.
Yes, boy, what is it?
An emergency, Doctor. My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, she's doubled up in agony. Her face has turned green, her teeth are falling out, and she's got a temperature of 109.
What?
Yeah, we think she's sick.
Good gracious. Has she been in this condition long?
Since January.
January? Why'd you come to me now?
Well, today she started to complain. Could you go right away, Doctor?
Yeah, yes, of course. What's the address?
120 Cedar Road. It's out in the middle of the woods, 10 miles from here.
Good heavens. How could you have picked such an out-of-the-way spot?
It wasn't easy.
Gracious, I'd better call the hospital and have them drive me over in the ambulance.
An ambulance?
Of course, yes. The driver will find the place.
Doc, it's beautiful out. Why don't you walk?
Don't be a fool. I'll go over to the hospital and pick up the ambulance there. And you stay here and watch the office for me till I get back, understand?
Yes, sir. Gee, it worked like a charm. This must be one of my abnormal days. Oh, gosh, what do I do now? Maybe it's Mildred. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Hopkins' office, but... What? Your wife is about to have a baby, and what should you do? Well, humor her, I guess. Let her have it. Mister, what a thing to say. You ought to have your phone ripped out.
Dennis, did you get rid of the doctor?
Yeah.
The man from True Story's on his way down the hall. Uh-oh. Quick, put on that white coat and put the stethoscope around your neck. Hurry now.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. I'll slip behind the screen where he can't see me.
Come in.
How do? I'm Mr. Weems of True Story magazine. They told me I could find Mr. Anderson's son here.
Yes, I'm Mr. Anderson's son. Dennis Day is the name.
Dennis Day? Your father's name is Herbert Anderson and yours is Dennis Day?
Yeah, he didn't want people to call me Junior.
That explains your first name, but what about your last?
Well, Daddy's a fellow takes no chances at all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I want to welcome you to my office and assure you that...
Your office?
Sure.
On the front door it says Dr. Hopkins. How come?
Let's let that one ride, shall we? I may think of something later.
Better come up with it now. I have a feeling I may not be here long.
Well, I just bought Dr. Hopkins' practice, and I haven't had time to take his name off the door yet. Hey, pretty good, huh?
Yes. But why did you buy a medical practice?
Oh, you know me, the man in white. It says right in Dad's story that I got my doctorate a year ago.
Yes, but your doctorate wasn't an M.D. It was a law degree from Harvard Law School.
A law degree? You mean I'm a...
Try to guess.
A lawyer?
Good boy.
Yeah, of course I'm a lawyer. I was just having a little joke, that's all. Pretty funny, don't you think? You bet, yes, sir.
If you're a lawyer, why have you got on that white coat with a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, that's easy. When I chase ambulances, I like to dress for it.
I see. And all this equipment? What would a lawyer want with an X-ray machine?
Oh, you'd be surprised how it turns up the hidden clauses in contracts.
And I suppose you use that examination table when you examine witnesses.
Yeah, it helps me weed out the habeas corpuses from the corpus delicti.
This is kind of fun, isn't it?
I hope so.
You don't expect me to swallow this, do you, Mr. Day?
I'd be terribly grateful.
Well, you do have some awfully novel ideas for a lawyer.
Yeah, they come when I least expect them.
You and Clarence Darrow, eh?
No, I like to work alone.
Who has a better right? Well, Mr. Day, True Story magazine, as you know, prints nothing but the truth. So until I can check on this matter elsewhere, I suggest you plead nolo contendere, so to speak.
Oh, I will. I'll plead just what you said.
You're not familiar with that common legal phrase?
I'm a Harvard man, Mr. Weems. We'd hardly learn common phrases there.
Yes, naturally. But you do understand Latin, of course.
Oh, of course. I'm simply odidley with atenley.
You are indeed loaded with something or other. Well, goodbye, Mr. Day. Let's not do it again real soon, shall we?
Dennis, is he gone?
Yeah. You know something, Mildred? I have a feeling he didn't believe a word I said.
I'm afraid you're right. But there's nothing we can do now but hope for the best. Don't lose confidence.
Oh, I won't. But just in case, when you get home tonight, would you bake me a cake with a file in it?
Oh, no, Dennis, you must.
Uh-oh, he's back again. Quick, behind the screen.
Okay.
Come in. Now, look, Mr. Weems,
Stand still, Doc. This ain't a water pistol I got in my hand. I need a doctor.
But...
You're coming with me, Doc. The boss needs you fast, and he needs you bad. A car just went past him, and now he's got 2 bullets in his stomach.
Gosh, I realize that drivers are always thinking up new things to do to pedestrians, but really...
Come on, get your things on, Doc. I ain't fooling.
No, wait. You're making a mistake. I'm not a doctor.
No? Then what are you doing in this office with a white coat on and a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, I was trying to convince someone that I was a lawyer. Sounds weak, huh?
Doc, I'm warning you for the last time. The boss needs someone to pick those bullets out of him.
And if I refuse?
You go anyway. Then you and the boss can pick the bullets out of each other.
I see what you mean. You're an excellent salesman.
Thank you. Now, are you coming?
Yes, sir, only, what if I weren't a doctor?
I'd blow your brains out, mister.
Call me Doc.
Come on. We wasted enough time. Our hideout is the old Foster place on Pine Hill. Here's your little black bag. Now, come on, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Dennis, my poor darling. I ought to do something. But what? They'll kill him, those horrible men. He'll be dead. And that fellow he takes the bullets out of, he won't do well either. Oh, I just got to do something. The Foster place on Pine Hill.
Well, here he is, Chief.
Oh, good work, Sam. Oh, Doc, you're just in time. These bullets went awful deep in my stomach.
They did?
Yeah, my head is split.
Boy, that is deep.
You better get right to work, Doc. I can't stand this pain much longer.
Look, mister, at the risk of my life, there's something I gotta tell you.
Shut up, you, and get busy if you want to live. I'll take his pulse.
Huh?
You heard me. Take his pulse.
Really, I don't think we should remove it in his condition.
What are you talking about? All you gotta do is feel it.
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and feel his pulse.
Yes, sir. If you'll find it, I'll be glad to feel it.
Oh, never mind the pulse, Doc. A blood count is more important anyway.
A blood count?
Yeah, go ahead. Take one.
Oh, I don't have to. I can tell without counting them that you have fewer than you used to.
You know something, boss? I think you're in trouble.
You're telling me. But the heat's on, Sam. We got to get out of here. Oh, go after those bullets, Doc.
I'll tell you what. Let's leave them in. A lot of iron and bullets, you know, and the system requires iron to...
Shut up! A fine time to be making jokes. Go on, examine his stomachs and see if you can locate them slugs.
Okay. Steady now, Chief.
Ow!
Ticklish?
You fool! He can't stand that. Come on, give him an anesthetic.
An anesthetic?
Yeah, sure. You got something to put him asleep, ain't you?
Well, I could read to him if you want me to.
Are you crazy? You must have brought some ether with you in that bag. Let me see. Yeah, sure, here it is.
Gee, I'm glad I remembered.
Okay. Now I'll pour some on my handkerchief and give it to him. There, that ought to do it. All right now, Doc. You call for your instruments, and I'll hand them to you.
But I...
Call for your instruments.
Okay. Knife.
Smelling
Smelling salts.
You're going to give him smelling salts?
They're for me.
Well, see that you don't need them, understand? Now, what else do you need?
Forceps. Band-Aid.
Band-Aid?
Gotta leave him looking neat afterwards, don't we?
For crying out loud, Doc, quit talking like a fool, will you, and start operating.
Really, mister, look,
Did you hear me?
Yes, sir, but I can't operate on this man. I'm not
Start operating.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that?
Open up here! Open up in there! Okay, you. Stand where you are and get your hands up.
The cops.
Gee, just like David Harding, counter-spy.
Dennis, are you all right?
Mildred and Mr. Weems. Sure, I'm all right.
Well, what do you know? Sam McNulty and Scarface Fudnick. We've been wanting these boys a long time. Congratulations, Doc.
Well, so you've given up law and taken to medicine again, eh, Mr. Day?
Gee, Mr. Weems, I bet you think I'm flighty, don't you?
He knows you aren't a lawyer, Dennis, or even Daddy's son.
Yes, and of course we can't use Mr. Anderson's story.
Oh?
But it's quite possible that we can print the story of how you captured these gangsters single-handed.
Gosh, really?
Yes, only remember, Mr. Day, this is True Story Magazine. We want the plain truth and only the truth.
Oh, sure. Well, it was like this. I was all alone in the doctor's office when all of a sudden 10 men armed with Tommy guns and cutlasses jumped me. I fought like a demon and I was winning easily when all of a sudden one of them whips out an atom bomb. Well, naturally, I couldn't do much against that, so I waited my chance and then I went after the whole army of them. I hit one guy with a left, another with a right, and a third I didn't know.
No, the story of how Dennis Day routed the gangsters will not be found in True Story Magazine. But the story of Dennis's life, entitled Okay, I'll Talk, definitely is in the current issue. True Story Magazine on sale at all newsstands.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a rain-soaked college boy who doesn't seem to know it's raining. Raining cats and dogs, in fact. A friend comes up and says,
Come on, snap out of it, Tom. Don't you know enough to come in out of the rain?
Well, what difference does it make, pal? I'm all wet anyway, according to Sal. She just read me a thunder and lightning act that was a beaut.
Oh, so your sugar left you standing in the rain, did she?
That's about it. But when it comes to telling me why, well, Sal's the original Miss Clam.
Well, rain in the face, I'll tell you something. What you want to do is make a dash for your dentist, Tom.
And here's what Tom found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Denis to sing the current favorite, I Want to Thank Your Folks.
I want to thank your folks for making you as sweet as you are. How else can I express how I feel, confess and reveal my love? I want to thank your folks for making you the dream that you are, and tell them what a swell job they've done of raising the one I love. Do you recall the birthday party they gave you when we were just a couple of kids? Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me too. See what I have missed, and here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But, darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your folks. Do you recall the birthday party they gave you when we were just a couple of kids? Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me to. See what I'd have missed, and here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But, darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your folks.
Good night, everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Lovely Joan Bennett is another famous Hollywood star to rave over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, the new cake makeup sensation. Joan Bennett says, I'm wild over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake. So clever, so practical, with a makeup sponge in its own moisture-proof compartment right in the compact. Yes, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, for the first time, brings you the makeup sponge right inside the case. Buy the new cake makeup sensation, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, at cosmetic counters today.
Ladies, keep right on saving used fats and oils. Turn them into your dealer and he'll pay you more for your used fats and oils. Mrs. Vern Smith reminding you the daylight saving time becomes effective in certain areas on April 27th. This may change the time at which the Dennis Day program is heard in your community. Please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next week and each week thereafter.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company continues its invasion coverage with a special program from Washington. We present the wives of our invasion leaders, who will be interviewed by Nancy Osgood of the NBC Washington staff. And now, Miss Osgood.
There probably isn't a person in the country today who wouldn't like to broadcast his own personal good luck message to our invasion chiefs and their troops. Well, that, of course, is impossible, So NBC has arranged the next best thing. We have asked the wives of our invasion leaders to do it for us. Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, Mrs. Harold Stark, Mrs. Carl Spots, Mrs. Allen Kirk, and Mrs. James Doolittle. Their husbands are not only leaders, they're also fighters, men who will share with their troops all of the hardships and dangers of war. Because we know these things, we feel that the wives of these men, the women who know them so well, can speak for all of us in wishing the men their husbands command a quick trip to Berlin. We had hoped to present as our first guest today Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, wife of the commander of our invasion forces, but she has found it impossible to be with us. This is more than D-Day to the Eisenhowers because today, at the graduation exercises at West Point Academy, their son, John Eisenhower, becomes Second Lieutenant John Eisenhower, United States Army. Mrs. Eisenhower cannot be with us this morning, but she's given a personal message to us to broadcast for her, and these are her words. This period of waiting for the invasion has been a great strain for all of us. We have been waiting and watching for the word which finally reached us officially at 3:32 this morning. We know now that our men are attacking our enemies. We know that they will be victorious. But we also know that they have many trying hours ahead, hours in which we shall find it difficult not to be restless and unnerved. We're eager to help in some big way, and yet if we could ask our fighting men what they would have us do, they would tell us, ours is the job to fight, yours to help, by remaining as cheerful and as busy as possible. So let's have faith, cheerfully wish them luck, and work a little harder than ever before, even if only to roll bandages for an extra hour each week. It will all count, all help to bring our men home sooner. This has been a personal message from Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, wife of the commander of our invasion forces. And now let's hear from Mrs. Harold Stark. Her husband, Admiral Stark, is in command of all our naval forces in the European theater. And what is your wish for the Admiral and his men today, Mrs. Stark?
My wish is the same as that of everyone else. May the troops have all the luck in the world so that victory will come quicker. But I want to add something more. In fact, I think we all have the same idea in the back of our minds, that it's going to take more than just plain luck.
Yes, indeed, we do need more than an ordinary share of luck, but at least we know that we have the best of everything else. Leaders, men, and equipment.
But we need more than that. Our troops are launching the biggest military operation in history. Naturally, their success is our biggest concern, but we aren't helping by just thinking about it. Our own spirits will remain higher, and the war be shortened if each one of us keeps just as busy as possible.
Well, I understand that you yourself are a very good example of keeping busy, Mrs. Stark. But speaking of advice, tell us, have you ever given the Admiral any instructions as to how he should take care of himself?
Yes, indeed, I have sent him plenty of instructions, but carrying out those instructions is another matter. In fact, he has slept through several air raids.
Well, that sounds as if the Admiral isn't afraid of the Luftwaffe. And judging from recent operations, it doesn't look as if any of our high command is. However, the German Air Force is something to be reckoned with in the invasion. Mrs. Spots, who is the wife of Lieutenant General Spots, commanding the strategic air forces in Great Britain, should be able to tell us something about that. Mrs. Spots?
Actually, Miss Osgood, I would rather talk about our own air forces than the Luftwaffe. As an air wife, I am tremendously proud of our air forces, especially the magnificent pre-invasion job they have done. That great softening up job will be responsible for saving the lives of thousands of American soldiers and sailors.
Well, that is true, Mrs. Spots. And that thought, I should think, must be very reassuring to the families of those infantrymen and artillerymen and all the others who are today battling their way into Hitler's Europe.
Yes, it must help to know that air power has made it easier for the others. And it should also be the greatest comfort and pride to the families of Air Force men, especially to those families whose men are missing or have been killed in action. You'll remember Prime Minister Churchill's famous phrase, "Never have so many owed so much to so few." That's as true today as it was in 1940. For the aerial supremacy, which we so surely have, will cut invasion casualties to an absolute minimum.
We may have what will seem like very high casualties these first few days, Mrs. Spotts, but we know there'll be nothing like we might have had without air superiority.
That's very true. And you can be sure that we do have that air superiority. For the invasion would not have been launched without it. Never in history has a great military undertaking been so carefully planned. I hope all you wives and mothers understand that. Everything has been thought of and done to give that man of yours the best chance possible of coming through this terrific action. You can be sure of that, and you can take comfort in it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Spotts. As we send our good luck greetings to your husband and his airmen today, we can also add our thanks for making it safer and easier. Now, the Navy, too, has a big job in this invasion. Everything, from our biggest warship to the smallest landing boat, has a specific job to do. The man who is in charge of the United States Naval Invasion Task Forces, Admiral Alan G. Kirk, once summed up the Navy's responsibility very well. Just how did he put it, Mrs. Kirk?
My husband has said that when American soldiers are to be landed on foreign soil, it is the duty and the privilege of the American Navy to put those troops and their equipment ashore, to keep them supplied and to protect the landings as long as may be necessary.
That's it. And that's what Admiral Kirk and his men are really doing right now.
You see, Admiral Kirk and his staff have been in England many months planning and preparing for this very thing. As you know, we've undertaken tremendous amphibious operations before, in Africa, in Sicily, in Italy, and in the Pacific. We've learned valuable lessons from all of these landings, sometimes at great cost. But every one of those lessons is being put to advantage at this moment. Consequently, we can be certain that this, the biggest landing of all, will be the most successful. Here at home, we can believe in success as well as wish for it, and I hope that every one of you will put your confidence in our Navy. Theirs is a splendid and terrible responsibility, but it's one they will surely fulfill.
And we do sincerely know that, and we believe, of course, in success, Mrs. Kirk. For we know your famous husband meant it when he said it was up to his Navy to land our troops on foreign shores and keep them supplied afterwards. Thank you so very much, Mrs. Kirk, for representing the thousands of Navy families all over the country in wishing their sons good luck and successful landings. And we have another mother here in the studio today, Mrs. James Doolittle, who has a double family interest in this invasion. Her husband, General James Doolittle, who led the first aerial invasion of Japan, the famed Tokyo raid, is commanding the 8th Air Force. And Mrs. Doolittle's son, Captain James Doolittle, Jr., is flying with the 9th Air Force. Mrs. Doolittle, this is a very important day for you.
It is indeed, Miss Osgood. But then, it is for everyone. It's the moment for which we've all been waiting. And now that it's come, it's still a long march ahead to ultimate victory. The boys know that we have complete confidence in their success. However, there's even a greater job to be done than has taken place before, not only on the invasion front, but on the home front as well. We'll need teamwork here as well as there.
Well, we certainly all agree with you on that, Mrs. Doolittle.
Our troops expect even more than our confidence. We need more than ever before, to show our courage. They expect us to keep our chins up. We know that this invasion will be costly, but as Mrs. Stark has said, there's nothing like work to take our minds off of that. And, too, it makes our men happier. I've talked to so many of them when they've come home from the fronts, and they are much more contented when they know that their women are actually doing something, anything to hurry victory.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mrs. Doolittle, for I'm sure that all those women who are doing some kind of war work feel a very special contentment and pride today. They know that they helped make this invasion possible.
That's right. And that's why I'd like to say, especially to those mothers who have given so much toward victory, your sons are fighting to make that victory possible. General Doolittle has said to me very often, my boys are tops. They never stop to think what may happen to them. They just do their job.
Thank you, Mrs. Doolittle. I think you've summed it up very well. For that is what thousands of Americans are doing today. Our soldiers, sailors, and airmen are all fighting with all their might to clear the road to Berlin. They aren't thinking of what may happen to them. They're just doing their job. And behind them is a nation not only wishing them luck, but pushing them along that road with everything it has. The wives of our invasion leaders have put it better than anyone else could possibly have done. The men have our prayers, our confidence, and our support.
You have just heard good luck messages to our invasion troops from the wives of their leaders, Mrs. Harold Stark, Mrs. Carl Spots, Mrs. Ellen Kirk, Mrs. James Doolittle, and a personal message from Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, who was unable to be here in person, with Nancy Osgood of the NBC Washington staff as commentator.
And now here's a special announcement just handed to me. Tonight, at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime, the President of the United States will speak over the NBC network.
Here's a bulletin from the NBC newsroom in Washington. London. The DNB agency reported this afternoon that at one point, the Allied troops driving onto the beaches of France have penetrated several miles to the south. Meanwhile, our invasion forces have taken beachheads in French Normandy and are fighting their way inland. A German broadcast claims that Nazi forces are counterattacking at Arnel. Marshal Pétain has asked Frenchmen not to take steps which will bring reprisals. 11,000 Allied aircraft are taking part in the invasion. The Allies, according to the Germans, are using balloons along the Channel as artillery observation posts. And Russians in Moscow are literally dancing with glee over the invasion news. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in Washington. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York. Well, how did your hometown react to the great and solemn news this morning? In the dispatches from every city and hamlet throughout the world of these United Nations comes the same story. They're piled up here on our news desk today. A story of relief and joy, tempered by the knowledge that these are tense hours when hundreds and thousands of American lives hang in the balance for humanity. Yes, people seem to say the waiting is over. And Americans looked at each other this morning and said, "This is it." In many a quiet hamlet, the church bells pealed to announce the news and also to summon America to her knees in prayer. There was an impulse, I think, that we all had in common. Christian and Jews and every kind of sect. And even men and women who might have forgotten how to pray knelt once more with their eyes toward God. In Rome, the holy city, our Ralph Howard described a great celebration when the news broke. The second celebration since Rome was freed from the Nazi yoke. And here are the other places. Take them at random, everywhere you look. In Sydney, Australia, crowds swarm from business buildings into the streets today with the news of an Allied landing in France. Men in uniform were grabbed up and carried shoulder high through the streets. Traffic was blocked. And in Helena, Montana, troops who train army sled and pack dogs at Camp Rimini set in the rugged mountains 9 miles west of Helena and came out of their beds when the invasion news broke. And they called the Associated Press Bureau out there continuously. "We'll stay up and see," they said. And they stayed up and saw. And in San Francisco, this June 6th will go down at least twice as momentous a day in World War II in 1942 and 1944. Exactly 2 years ago, you remember, it marked the finale of the Battle of Midway, now recognized as Japan's greatest thrust at the Western Hemisphere. And out in Columbus, Ohio, special church services were held throughout Columbus, and Governor John W. Brecker said the invasion marked the beginning of the end of the forces of evil and destruction. And in Stockholm, the news caused comparatively little excitement there today in Stockholm. And here's a bulletin just in from London. The stock exchange opened steady today, but on the bond market, continental bonds, particularly French and Polish issues, gained sharply. And here in New York, the New York Racing Associations have announced that racing today, the program at Aqueduct, will be canceled. This is Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who Cares? You know, if things just didn't wear out, we wouldn't have so many little problems right now. When your one and only electric toaster or vacuum cleaner goes out of commission now, it's a serious matter. It really pays to take extra good care of everything you have. Now, the best way to do this is by using things properly and, of course, keeping them serviced and oiled and cleaned. Many things you can protect simply by applying a coat of Johnson's Wax. Your floors, furniture, and woodwork, for example, are actually safeguarded against wear and against dirt with a tough coat of wax. Likewise, your windowsills, Venetian blinds, leather goods, and enameled surfaces. Most housekeepers know that the shield of wax also gives rich beauty to these surfaces and saves many hours of cleaning and housework. But today, when conservation is so important, the protection which Johnson's Wax offers is its number one contribution. Well, as we visit Wistful Vista tonight, we find our friend...
One side there, Sonny, one side.
Hey, what's your hurry? Who do you want to see?
Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Hey, kids, leave me in. Open up there, kids.
Mr. Oldtimer, what on earth is the matter?
Leave me in, kids, leave me in.
Hey, what is this anyway? Halloween?
You gotta hide me, Johnny. They're after me.
Well, I'll give you a hiding, all right. What's the idea of beating our front door into kindling wood?
You mean kindling?
I said kindling, didn't I?
Come on, kids, please. This ain't any time for even a good joke. Hide me someplace.
Now, calm yourself, Mr. Oldtimer. We won't let anybody hurt you.
Who's after you?
The cops, the FBI, everybody. They're all after me.
Oh, my.
They catch me, I'll go to prison for 100 years.
Well, when we come to see you, will you introduce me to Humphrey Bogart?
Oh, daughter. I ain't fooling. You gotta hide me, I tell you. I'm a fugitive.
Well, quit fidgeting, fugitive. What's this all about? You must have done something pretty serious.
Yes, the FBI doesn't chase people for matching nickels.
I know it, kids, I know it. I got it coming to me. I never should have done it.
Oh, my.
No, I always been a good boy. I guess I'm just a weak character.
Yeah, and this is your last week character if you don't start talking. What did you do?
I didn't realize what I was doing was so bad, Johnny. First time I noticed I was being followed was this afternoon. Was on my way to the dentist. And dreading it, too.
Why?
And he says I gotta have braces on my teeth. So when I started for home...
I thought you were going to the dentist.
I was, but I had to go home and get my teeth, didn't I? Well, sir, I see the fellow behind me. Looked like a FBI man.
How can you tell an FBI man when you see him?
Well, he was wearing a Hoover collar, and, Oh, criminy, kids, here they are. Hide me. Get me out of sight.
Okay. Get behind the dashboard.
Hurry now, hurry. Pull your feet in. There, that's it. It'll be kind of hard to explain two people with 6 feet.
We're putting ourselves in a bad spot, Molly. You know that, don't you? We're accessories.
So what's an accessory? A bumper is an accessory. And what's a bumper for? To take the bumps. Now, if we can't take a few bumps for a friend, come in. Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington. You don't know how glad we are to see you, Abigail.
How do you do, my dear? I'm Miss Magee.
Hi, Uppy. You ain't exactly who we were... we thought somebody else was... How's everything, Uppy?
Splendid, just splendid, Miss Magee. I thought I just... Miss Magee, do you have to do that?
Do what, Abigail? What's he doing?
Chewing his necktie.
That's just a habit I got, Uppy. Always chew my necktie when I think about something.
Yeah, he always does that, Abigail.
Yeah.
I tried to break him of it by making him wear bow ties, but he kept spraining his neck to get at them.
Have a chair, Uppy.
Yes, thank you. I'll just sit over here on the Davenport.
No, not there, Abigail.
I beg your pardon?
Well, the Davenport is broken, Uppy. The spring's busted. Liable to get stabbed. I mean, here, sit over here.
But your hat is on that chair, Miss McGee.
That isn't his hat. That's a straw hat, and McGee always wears it. Or is that your hat?
Why, sure, that's my hat. I just bought it this morning.
Oh, really? Well, this fresh autumn air really turns them yellow in no time, doesn't it?
Oh, he bought it secondhand. He never wears a straw hat past the middle of November anyway. What can we do for you, Abigail?
Well, I just stopped in, my dear, to see if... Good heavens. Was that a sneeze?
Must be that darn cat that keeps coming in here.
Kitty, kitty, kitty. Where are you, kitty? Meow. Meow.
Poor little thing has a cold. Now, what were you saying, Abigail?
Well, I just wanted to know, my dear, if you would go down to the Federal Building with me. I want to see the FBI.
Oh, heavenly days, that cat has knocked over the lamp.
Doggone you, old-time cat. Can't you be a little more careful? What you going to see the FBI about, Uppy? Find a German spy in your sauerkraut?
Oh, no. No, Mr. McGee, I want to register my fingerprints in their voluntary civilian files. My brother in Washington suggested it.
Oh, you got a brother in Washington? What does he do?
He's a lobbyist.
Oh, we don't care where he sleeps. What does he do?
Well, I don't quite know, my dear. It has something to do with the farm lobby. I believe he's a rainmaker.
A rainmaker? Bosh. A likely story. Nobody can make rain.
Well, possibly not, Miss McGee. All I know is what people tell me. They say he's been under a cloud for some time. Well, I'm sorry you can't come with me. Goodbye.
All right, Mr. Oldtimer, you can come out now.
I'm sorry about that lamp, kids, but I was getting a cramp in my leg under the Davenport. Hey, why can't I hide in here next time?
No, you can't hide in there.
No, don't open that door.
Why not, kid? Seems like this would be a perfect place to... Oh, I see what you mean.
look, old-timer, we're your friends, and we'll go to bat for you up to a point.
Yeah, so let's get to the point.
Okay, kids, but I hate to tell you, if I go to Leavenworth, it's going to break Mama's heart. I was her favorite boy. I was always the one they cut down Papa's best pants for.
How many brothers did you have?
Didn't have any, just 3 sisters. You ever seen my sister Eileen?
My sister Eileen is a play, isn't it?
Not mine, she's a sketch. I mind one time...
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mr. Oldtimer, tell us what you've done. Why are the police after you?
Yeah, make with a confession.
Well, I don't know right where to start, kid.
We'll start right at the beginning.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, sir, I was born in Terre Haute, Indiana. One of two twin boys. Papa takes one look at us and says, let's keep this one and drown the other one. And that's how I learned to swim. Several years later, I was in the reservoir.
Hey. Skip your first childhood and get to the second one, old-timer. We don't want the story of your life.
I should say not. At 35 miles an hour, your autobiography would be pretty slow moving. Now, what'd you do to get the FBI after you?
I've been un-American, daughter. I'm a traitor to my country. I'm just a dirty old Benefit Arnold.
It was Benedict, and quit crying in my root beer. Come on, now, talk.
Well, sir, it's going to do me good to get it off my mind. So here goes. I was born in Terre Haute, Indiana. And old crime, it's the cops, kids. Give me a handful of beans, daughter.
What for?
Got a bean shooter in my pocket. I'll shoot my way out. They'll never take me alive. I'll learn.
You talk like the bad half of a double feature. Scram into the dining room. No, the other door. That's it.
And if anybody comes in there, just lie down on a pickle dish and put on a dilly expression. Okay, McGee, let him in.
Come in.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Billy Mills.
Hello, Mom. Hello, Skip. Hi, Billy.
Won't you come down and sit in for a moment? Won't you take off your chair and have a coat, Mr. Mills?
She's kind of nervous today, Bill. She means, won't you give your hips a downbeat?
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to tell you I saw your new picture. Here we go again.
Oh, did you really?
How'd you like it, Billy?
What do you mean, how'd I like it? I admitted I saw it, didn't I? Do I have to get nasty about it? A fine thing.
Well, what an odd reaction.
Yeah, I hope it ain't nationwide. Okay, old-timer, you can come out now.
Oh, thanks, kids. You sure had me scared for a minute.
Well, I don't know why. You've known Mr. Mills for years.
'Twasn't him I was scared of, daughter. All the time I was in the dining room, somebody kept ringing the back door buzzer.
We haven't got any buzzer on our back door.
Oh, I must have, Johnny. Heard us play.
Wait a minute now. Where were you in the dining room?
Under the table, daughter, on the side toward
you were sitting on the service buzzer.
What's that?
That's a signal for the maid to bring in the next course. If we had a maid. We ate our dinner in courses. Only we don't have a maid, and we eat in the kitchen, and we call it supper. And after this, watch where you sit.
Yes. Now, before somebody else comes in, let's have your story.
All righty. I was born in Terre Haute, Indiana. Poor but honest.
No. Skip that. What are the cops after you for?
Hey? Oh, yes. Well, kids, you're going to despise me for it when I tell you. I guess I'm...
Hello, folks. What's frying?
Fry me, it's a cop. They got me. They're going to fry me. Tell kids, hold him while I make a break for it.
Here. Calm yourself, Mr. Oldtimer. It's just Mr. Wilcox. You know him.
Say, what goes on here? You expecting a cop?
Don't tell him, kids. Don't tell him.
What do you think we are, stool pigeons? He's in a little jam with the FBI, Harlow, but... we want to talk it over a little before he does anything rash.
Well, talk it over with me. I'm sort of an FBI man myself.
What do you mean you're sort of an FBI man?
Well, that's my job. FBI. Floors brightened instantly. Just pour a few drops of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your linoleum, spread it around, let it dry, and presto. In 20 minutes or less, it's dried to a beautiful, sparkling finish. That's what I mean. I'm sort of a member of the kitchen police.
Then you don't arrest people?
No, I don't, old-timer. I just try to get people to use glow coat to arrest the deterioration of their linoleum.
Bless you.
And that's pretty important now when we have to conserve what we have and make things last. Why, when I think what an important part all the Johnson products play in the conservation program, I almost feel I am a government agent.
No, don't say that, Sonny. Don't say it.
What's the matter with him, Molly? He's white as a sheet.
Better just leave him alone, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah. Duck along, Junior. We'll handle this. See you later.
Nothing I can do to help?
No, thank you. Don't tell anybody you saw him here.
Why not?
But because the police are going to drag out the throw net for him, that's why.
McGee, how many times must I tell you it's throw out the dragnet? Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
You sure I can't be of any help?
No. Beat it, will you? Scram.
All right, but you don't have to push me.
Jiminy, kids, I never been so scared in my born day.
Well, brace up. Don't be such a scaredy cat. You're just a bundle of nerves.
No, I am not, Johnny. I'm as cool as a cucumber. I'm as... Hey! What was that noise?
Oh, I dropped a piece of yarn on the rug.
No, you're not nervous. You're as high-strung as the George Washington Bridge. Now get that story off your mind while we got a moment's peace, will you?
Okay. Glad the kids. I was born in Terre Haute, Indiana. Where'll I go, kids? Where'll I go? Let me crawl under the rug.
Oh, fine. We'll tell them it's a Brussels carpet and you're the sprout. Go on back into the dining room.
Stay off of that buzzer.
I will, kids. I will.
Come in.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia. Come in, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv. You're just the guy I wanted to talk to.
Yes?
Yes, I thought you'd cleaned up gambling in this town.
I have. And if you know of any gambling joints, McGee, I hope you'll report them.
Well, I'll give you one right now. How about the Populous' restaurant?
Heavenly days.
Can you gamble in there?
Brother, have you ever ordered their chicken croquettes?
Oh, stop it, McGee. What do you want to see us about, Mr. Mayor?
I just wanted your opinion of this little verse. It's to be printed on the back of the city water bills and sent to everyone.
Oh, let's hear it.
It says, remember what happened in 1920 when people starved in the midst of plenty? We ought to be much smarter now. If we want milk, let's feed the cow. Let's all be ready when this is over and start today to plant the clover. Let's all buy bonds and pay our debts, for the man what has is the man what gets.
Well, my. I think that's wonderful, Mr. Mayor. Did you write that?
No, it was sent in by a chap named Wimple, Wallace Wimple.
Oh, sure, old Wimp. We know him well, Latrivia. Kind of a short, long fellow.
You approve of the idea, then?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Splendid. Glad you like it. I thought I'd get your slant on it as a couple of average citizens. Try it on the dog, you know.
Take off your coat, Latrivia. You can't
What?
call my wife a dog and get away with it.
No, he didn't call me a dog, dearie. He's too much of a gentleman. He meant you.
Oh, he did he? Put up your dukes, Latrivia.
Oh, stop it, McGee. It was just an expression. Don't be silly.
So I'm being silly when I resent being insulted, eh? Now I'm a silly dog.
Oh, you're not being logical, McGee.
What do you mean, Mrs. McGee?
You called him a dog. A dog is man's best friend. You don't fight with your friends, do you?
This gets worse and worse. I'm not only a silly dog, but now I'm a friendly one. You don't think I can fight, huh?
Oh, stop waving your paw. Your fist. This is ridiculous.
I think it is, too. You better go, Mr. Mayor, before he bites you in the leg. Come on, McGee. Mother'll get you a nice big ham bone.
That does it. Latrivia, I'm going to beat you to a pulp for those insults. I'm going to pound you so flat I can mail you home.
Oh, my. This ought to be very interesting.
Well.
Say, is it true that you are an intercollegiate boxing champion, Mr. Mayor?
Quite true, Mrs. McGee.
I'm going to hammer your odd-shaped skull till it rings like a... It is?
Is what?
True.
Is what true?
That you're the intercollegiate... aren't we being a bunch of rummies? They're flying off the handle like that. Well, I'm glad you dropped in, Latrivia.
Thanks. Good day, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
And McGee.
Huh?
Let's go out some afternoon and bark at automobiles.
The King's Men sing Conchita Lopez.
He was a handsome young Irish lad. She was a Mexican beauty. It was siesta, and I might add, romantically, he was on duty. A boy and a girl neath the stars. I can tell it in 64 bars. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. So Timothy Carrigan, Michael O'Harrigan fell for the Rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolins began to play. Her lips were ready for a kiss. And as they danced, I heard him happily say, New Jersey was never like this. Then the wedding bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita O'Toole. Timothy Carrigan,
Michael O'Harrigan, Finnegan, Hannigan, Patrick O'Flanagan, Mary the Pretty, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. There is Teresa, Maria, Elisa, and Patsy, and Molly, and Mike. And there is Pedro, and Sancho, and Carlos, and Pancho, and Timothy Jr., and Spike. The wedding bells are now just a memory, but still they're happy and gay. To prove we're not joking, go round to Hoboken, drop in on the family someday. Sure, they'll steal your heart away.
Okay, old-timer, all right, the coast is clear.
You can come out now.
Thanks, kids. Who was it? What did he want?
It was the mayor. He wanted to get a free criticism on some poetry. Cheapskate.
Well, bachelors always take advantage of people, Magee. They're called on so often to fill out a bridge table, they think every fourth person in the world is a dummy.
Well, be that as may or may not be or not. I want to hear what the old-timer here's got to say for himself. And it better be good, too, old-timer.
Okay, Johnny. Well, sir, I was born in Terre Haute. Hey, look, kids. I've been so scared today I ain't had a bite to eat. How's about sandwich, daughter?
Why, of course, you poor thing. You come right with me.
But, Molly, why can't we let him tell his story before...
Hush, dearie, hush. The poor man's hungry. You can't fire a gun without loading it.
Oh, I see. I see. Before he shoots off his face, we got to feed it. Okay, but keep the kitchen door shut, and if anybody comes in, I'll stall them off.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. Just give me a bowl of soup, daughter. I'll be much to hope for it.
A bowl of soup, my clavicle. She ought to feed that guy a handful of animal crackers. If that monkey ain't lying, he's got his neck out like a giraffe. I wonder.
Hi, mister.
Huh? Oh, hi, sis. I didn't hear you knock.
I know it. I didn't knock.
Why not? Why didn't you knock?
Well, gee, that'd be silly, mister, when you got a doorbell to ring.
Well, then why didn't you ring the doorbell?
I couldn't reach it.
Then why didn't you knock?
Look, mister, we've been all over that. If you want somebody to ring your doorbell, you just wait till Halloween. You just wait, I betcha.
Oh, lay off, sis, lay off. Anyway, you said you couldn't reach it.
I can when Willie Toops boosts me up, I can.
Oh, I see.
We tried it last night.
Oh, you did, eh? Kind of a dress rehearsal for Halloween, huh? I said it was kind of a dress rehearsal.
Only for me. Willie wears knickerbockers.
Look, sis, don't you know the real significance of Halloween? Eh?
What?
What'd you say?
What'd you hear?
Look, sis, every holiday is celebrated for a certain reason. Don't you know the real reason we celebrate Halloween?
No. Why do we, mister? Why do we?
Ah, that's better. An intelligent attitude like that deserves an intelligent answer.
Thank you.
We celebrate Halloween, sis, because it always...
Yeah?
It's to commemorate the...
Yeah?
Oh, it's too involved to go into right now. I'm busy. You better run along.
Have you got time for a poodle? Have you?
A what?
A poodle.
Where is it? Let me see it.
You can't see it, mister. I tell it to you.
You tell me, a poodle? What kind of double talk is this?
Oh, you know, mister, a poodle is a little riddle you can't get through your noodle. You want to hear it?
No, but I don't know how I can get out of it. So go ahead.
Why do they make toy banks in the shape of pigs?
Oh, I'll sit still for that one, sis. Why do they make piggy banks?
Because sailors wear little white caps.
I don't get it.
Well, gee, it's simple, mister.
Huh?
Sailors have little white caps, and the sea has little white caps, too.
Yeah.
And it makes the waves pretty. And my mother is pretty, too, and she just joined the waves. And the waves wash the beach, and the beach is full of sand. And so is spinach, and farmers grow spinach, and they have to get up at 5 o'clock, and that's too early. And so's a pig's tail. I betcha.
Silly twaddle I ever. Sailors have little twirly caps because spinach gets up at 5 o'clock with a pig full of sand. That don't make sense.
Did I hear you talking to somebody, dearie?
Yeah, a little girl from across the street. How you feel now, old-timer? Fed up?
You bet, Johnny.
Well, so am I, with the whole thing. So get busy now and tell your story.
Yes, Mr. Oldtimer. You know, we've been very patient with you. If we can help you with a clear conscience, we'll do it, but we won't be parties to anything crooked. Now, go ahead and tell it.
Well, it was like this, kids. Oh, I'm so ashamed. I wouldn't blame the FBI if they stood me up against a wall and shot me.
Shot you for what?
Well, I'm a hoarder.
What?
That's the way you heard it, daughter. I'm a hoarder.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I know it, Johnny. I know.
Yes, you know very well that hoarding causes shortages, and shortages cause prices to go up. It's greedy and selfish and un-American, and who do you think you are to need so much more of anything than somebody else?
Pour it on, daughter. Pour it on. I deserve it. But it all started so easy. You see, I had 4 of them to start with. Then I thought I'd get me a spare.
Oh. I begin to see.
Then when I had me a spare, I thought I'd hide some away, and I knew a fellow that'd give them to me at a 25% discount, and I couldn't resist it, and I kept buying them and buying them. I got hundreds of them all over the house.
A fine thing, with the country as desperate for tires as it is now. You have to go.
Tires? I ain't hoarding tires.
Well, what are you hoarding?
United States war bonds.
United States war? Why, of all the...
Do you think they'll shoot me, Johnny, with all the people wanting war bonds and me grabbing them up? I didn't know what I was doing.
It's said by our enemies that we are a soft, wasteful people. Well, let them have what solace they can get out of that thought, because by now they've learned that we are anything but soft. And before we're through with them, they'll know that we were only wasteful because we have had so much of everything, such a high standard of living. But every day, in talking with friends and neighbors, you realize that we can certainly make whatever sacrifices we are called upon to make. Also, that it's probably very good for us to be more saving and learn to take better care of our things. I read a good many letters these days from housewives who tell us how grateful they are for Johnson's wax in these days of conservation, how careful they are to protect their floors, furniture, and woodwork, and many other things with regular applications of Johnson's paste, liquid, or cream wax.
Did you hear Mr. Wilkie on the radio last night?
Yes, I did.
What did he have to say?
Made a very interesting speech. Says the world isn't as big as it used to be, and after this war, we all got to be neighbors.
Oh, hands across the sea, you mean?
Yeah. First arms and then hands. Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of the old-timer heard on this program was played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good morning. This is your morning news roundup. This program is presented by 20th Century Fox. This morning, in order that we may have the fullest reports from the invasion front, from other battlefronts, and the nation's capital, 20th Century Fox relinquishes its usual commercial announcement. We take you now to the NBC newsroom and Elmer Peterson.
We are making satisfactory progress in our invasion of the northern French coast. That's the latest official report from General Eisenhower's headquarters. We still haven't had any official details on the actual fighting areas, but here is a general picture as provided by frontline dispatches. The battle proceeds after our initial landings were successfully completed at several points along that 100-mile strip of Normandy coast in France. Our troops, who are being constantly reinforced, are fighting their way inland, up to 12 miles at some points. They are fighting in the streets of that old Gothic port city of Caen. The Germans admit that Le Havre, France's second seaport, is threatened by Allied troops attacking south of it, on the lower side of the Seine estuary. Some reports say that Allied troops in the Caen area have severed the Paris-Cherbourg Railway. Allied tanks are said to be moving up to the Caen area. The third invasion communique, issued early this morning, said that Allied forces continued to land on the northern French coast. And the 8th Air Force in Britain has announced that a 50-mile-long train of gliders, towed by transports, have reinforced our troops on the Cherbourg Peninsula, a fantastic array of airborne power. The communique adds that enemy naval forces have made no further attempt at interference with our seaborne landings, that enemy coastal batteries still in operation are being bombarded by Allied warships, that Allied heavy bombers are attacking rail communications and bridges in the general battle area. There is increased air opposition, the communique adds. However, our fighter planes are patrolling every inch of our beachheads. 53 enemy planes have been destroyed. We have command of the skies. Important now are weather conditions in the English Channel. The latest report on this is that dawn broke over the Dover Strait with gray, cloudy skies. The sea on the British side of the strait was moderate, but it was blowing toward the French coast, where conditions would not be so smooth. However, we are continuing to land troops and equipment. The great parade of Allied ships has not halted. Our own Air Force yesterday flew no less than 13,000 sorties from dawn yesterday to dawn today. Last night, more than 1,000 heavy British bombers attacked German reinforcements moving up to the front lines. On the beachheads we have cleared, our engineers continue to hack out landing strips for succeeding waves of our own reinforcements. A German communique reports that our troops now have come into contact with German tactical reserves between Le Havre and Cherbourg. That's a very general statement, but it undoubtedly indicates that we are advancing at points considerably beyond the original beachheads. However, it does emphasize an important fact. We have successfully completed the first stage of the invasion, but only the first stage. The enemy has been waiting to determine the real direction of our attack, and he now will hit back. Today should see the start of the real test of our ability to keep going ahead. We now are entering a period requiring patience and a tight hold on over-optimism. German shore batteries, its planes, have not yet been entirely obliterated. The German Air Force should come into the battle more effectively. There will be a race in the matter of supplies for the opposing armies. Berlin dispatches via Stockholm say that 6 Allied airborne divisions, totaling 25,000 men, have been landed on the French invasion coast since the start of operations Tuesday morning, and say that Germans' dramatic fighting has developed between Allied airborne troops and German marching columns. These are enemy reports, but the fact remains that we must from now on expect increasing German counteraction. What worries the Germans is that General Eisenhower may start new offensives. In summoning in their reserves, the Germans must gamble on the direction of Allied strategy. They must take their own chances of weakening one point to strengthen another. In just a few seconds, we plan to bring you direct reports to fill in this picture of the invasion. Meantime, here are other war developments. In Italy, 5th Army infantrymen have pursued Kesselring's fleeing army to a point 10 miles north of Rome, and General Alexander says that the liberation of Italy is well underway. The Soviet Army newspaper Red Star said that Russia prepared now to join the final great offensive. And now for our direct reports from overseas. First, we hear from a battle area which found itself submerged in the rush of D-Day developments. We take you to NBC in Rome.
Ralph Howard, speaking from Rome. The invasion of northern France continues to be the big news here in excited Rome. We've received little news of the progress of the expeditionary force, but just the meager knowledge that the invasion is going according to plan is keeping this city in an uproar. Although the advance of the 5th and 8th Armies, which for weeks held the world's attention, is now relegated to minor importance, we are still fighting, and 5th Army forces have advanced 10 miles north of the city. The Nazis are striving desperately to delay our advance in some sectors and continue to form battle groups from various units. Opposition to our northward push is ferocious in some areas, while in others, small groups of Germans are timidly surrendering. As of yesterday, the 5th Army had taken 18,000 German prisoners. This figure apparently does not include the thousands of wounded Nazis left in hospitals in Rome. General Hume, commander of the Allied military government in the Rome area, held a press conference this morning and told us that the general situation in Rome is satisfactory. Electricity has been restored in most of the districts. There is sufficient coal to provide gas. The telephone system will be restored. The water supply remains somewhat suspended because the main aqueduct into Rome is still in German hands and the pressure has dropped until only the lower parts of the city have water. However, we are taking immediate steps to set up water points, which will be supplied from wells in the Tiber. This water will, of course, be purified by Army engineers. The health situation here is good, and there has been no outbreaks of epidemics of any sort. Rome now has a population of over 2 million people, but many refugees from southern Italy are being assisted in their desire to return home. General Hume says the public safety situation is also good, and the people are welcoming back the Carabinieri. From Rome, I switch you now to NBC in London.
This is Stanley Richardson in London. The news in General Eisenhower's communique number 3, issued just 3 hours ago, is that satisfactory progress had been made in continued Allied landings which went on throughout yesterday on the northern French coast. It was announced for the first time that American Rangers and British commandos were participating in the assault, which appears to be going on ahead on a large scale. In addition to landing a steady stream of ground troops and supplies on the beachheads we hold, the Supreme Allied Command successfully sent across more airborne fighting units last night. Where and in what numbers they were landed behind the enemy lines was not disclosed, but the operation was officially described as successful. The Germans sought, by increased air activity and some reestablished coastal batteries, to stem the tide of the Allied onslaught. But in every case so far reported, their attempts at resistance were overwhelmed. They tried aerial attacks on our beach forces, and they endeavored to intercept our heavy bombers when they attacked communication lines and bridges in the general battle area. We shot down 42 enemy aircraft altogether and lost 14 bombers and 15 fighters in the action. Meanwhile, our air forces were otherwise occupied throughout the day in attacking defended positions and other objectives in immediate support of Allied land operations. Fighter bombers and fighters at low altitudes strafed enemy units and motor truck columns moving toward the front. Thousands of aircraft from the American 8th and 9th Air Forces alone flew in operations during the 24-hour period ending today. And the official communique summed this all up in the terse comment that our air cover was again completely successful. Enemy naval forces made no further attempt to interfere with Allied seaborne landings on the beaches. But some shore batteries, which we originally had knocked out, but which apparently were restored to action, necessitated a continuation of our heavy naval bombardment from the sea. A Supreme Allied Headquarters spokesman acknowledged that this bombardment might have to continue for some time. It was revealed also that the enemy put up stiff resistance on the beaches in some areas during yesterday's first assault. This was in contrast to the almost total lack of opposition the Allied forces encountered in the movement towards the French coast. There was heavy fighting at some points, but by midday yesterday, most of our beachheads were free of direct enemy fire. Precautions already have been taken against any German attempt to move submarines from the Bay of Biscay into the English Channel for attacks on our sea communication and supply lines. And now back to NBC in New York.
And now we call in another NBC reporter located at a neutral city. We take you now to NBC's Björn Björnsson in Stockholm, Sweden.
This is Björn Björnsson speaking from Stockholm. The German radio and press this morning reflected the confusion into which the invasion has thrown the Nazi military leaders. The only front on which the Nazis now seem to be agreed is the propaganda front. One radio report from Berlin a short time ago was most confusing, no doubt deliberately so. It stated that no fighting has taken place in Cannes, also that Le Havre has not been shelled. The Germans say that 52 American planes were shot down by flak on the first day. Then they add that the Luftwaffe didn't go up yesterday because of the bad weather. This they report blandly in the face of the fact that 11,000 Allied planes were reported in the air yesterday. Belying German confidence in their ability to repulse the invasion is the prediction, made both by press and radio, that the battle on the Normandy coast may last for days and even weeks. This is a positive indication that the Germans are doing a great deal of wishful thinking about turning back the invasion. A German report, which I received only a few minutes ago, states that heavy fighting is going on in the same sector from Cherbourg to Le Havre. Heavy battles were reported early this morning going on in the Corentin and Valognes areas, especially northeast of Bayeux. The Allies this morning were still holding the bridgehead in the Villars-sur-Mer and Arromanches region, this report stated. It also indicated that the Allies are continuing to land new troops both by air and sea, especially at the Caen bridgehead. During yesterday, the Germans report 6 Allied airborne divisions were landed. This report emphasized that Allied troops were getting a very hot reception. The Germans also claimed to have sunk a 7,000-ton troop transport. This report concluded by saying that the Allied troops were meeting experienced fighting men from the Eastern Front and that so far German reserves had not been touched. This is Björn Björnsson in Stockholm, returning you to the NBC newsrooms in New York.
Björn Björnsson in Stockholm has just given you his account of the confusion in Germany as the invasion of France proceeds. That confusion in Germany will spread, not only among the German people, but also among the German high command. It will spread especially when Russia comes in for her share of the final great attack on Germany. And Russia is now prepared to throw the great weight of the Red Army into this mounting offensive against Germany. That comes from the Red Star, the Soviet Army newspaper. This paper reports that a strong mounting attack of all the armies of the United Nations will be fully developed. The Great Armies, goes on this paper, which at Tehran gave solemn promises not to make a separate peace, are beginning to move forward for a meeting in Berlin. Meantime, there's been a slackening, it seems, of German attacks in the 8-day battle near the Romanian city of Jassy. This is reported by Moscow, amidst these mounting indications that the Russian army is massing for a new offensive, which will in the end be fully coordinated with the Western invasion. Berlin itself obviously expects a new Russian westward thrust. In fact, one Nazi commentator said that a strong Soviet offensive army has taken action stations along the lower Dniester River. And there's also attention, now that our absorbing interest in the invasion relaxes a little to give us a better picture of world events, in the developments in the Pacific. The fighting in China still goes on. The Japanese are still struggling with their great offensive towards the Chinese cities of Changsha and Chengte in their effort to get at the rice bowl of China. And Japan's crippled air arm has struck convulsively as Americans move steadily closer to a bitterly defended airfield in the Schouten Islands. However, the assault from the enemy's few remaining fighter bases in the Dutch New Guinea area was unsuccessful, according to an Allied headquarters communique. The Japanese planes twice attacked Allied positions, while an American column drove toward cliffs overlooking Mockner Airstrip and those 2 neighboring landing fields on Biak Island. The raids were ineffective, and 1 plane was shot down. Meantime, Liberator bombers are still working in a broad offensive campaign from the air in the whole Pacific area. Boston attack planes wrecked several grounded enemy aircraft at Babo on the Dutch New Guinea mainland south of Biak and destroyed 2 coastal vessels off Manokwari. A Liberator on patrol shot down another Japanese plane. Hour by hour, the reports keep coming in of the invasion plans as the invasion moves ahead. And now let's return to London for another report from NBC staff at the base of operations against Europe. These direct reports from close at the scene of action. Come in again, London.
This is London at 2:30 p.m. At this time, we hope to bring you another report by Merrill Muller, American broadcaster, covering General Eisenhower's headquarters somewhere in England. We now switch to a point somewhere near the command post. One moment, and then come in Merrill Muller.
This is Merrill Muller reporting from the Allied Advanced Command Post of the invasion forces. Down here, there's a small tent with a Tommy gunner always on guard. To it, in funnel fashion, come all the radio reports, courier dispatches, and carrier pigeons from the beachheads in France. It is the temporary war room of General Eisenhower's headquarters in the field. Even those of us attached to the command staff are not permitted inside the tent flap without a proper guide. On huge frames around the tent's interior are all the large-scale maps covering each of the beachheads made to date. Another map shows the disposition and movement, as reported, of enemy forces. Still another chart shows in considerable detail the powerful defenses our men broke through in consolidating the beaches. When the Supreme Commander wants the complete picture of hourly operations, he strolls quietly into this tent and studies each chart with great concentration. Those charts show the definitions of our beachheads, the regrouping of the enemy positions after the initial withdrawal of their forces from the beaches, and the developing areas of counterattack. Yesterday, as you know, was a day of surprises. We certainly won a major victory in getting our tremendous forces ashore so cheaply, although all beaches were not as easily won as original reports indicate. Throughout the day, having failed to stop our avalanche pouring across the sands and into their beach defenses, the Germans started organizing local counterattacks. All of these were beaten off. Otherwise, today's communique could not report continued landings all along the front. The defeat of one such counterattack was an outstanding British action, of which more later. But guard against undue optimism. Remember this. We have only met locally organized countermeasures. In the next few days, we face the major all-out effort to throw us back into the sea. That effort is now in motion, but I do not know whether it has been engaged by our initial forces and the fresh landing forces behind it. I know the ground thoroughly over which we are now fighting. The Germans have several tactical advantages against us. First, they have high ground to withdraw into and again observe all our ground efforts against them and organize counteraction. Secondly, the Germans have considerable low rambling country in which to build massed tank assaults and then throw them against the beachhead in front of the hill. Likewise, the weather is hindering both sides. Inclement conditions over the battle area have kept the German Luftwaffe operations to a minimum and have saved our forces from considerable air reconnaissance and repeated bombing. But our air operations, despite the tremendous number of operational missions flown, is still of limited scope and success. At the same time, the weather, which hinders airplanes, is making the channel rough again today, and the surf is such as to make further landings of the build-up troops difficult, even without stiffening enemy opposition. But the navies are doing their job well. The next few days are critical. We have a foothold in France now. We have tremendous forces poised to be thrown into attack. But we must move by sea, whereas the enemy has faster lines of communication over land. He sees a thorn festering in his side. He is deploying his tremendous ground forces to strike it. Before operations started, I told you the enemy had upwards of 48 divisions scattered throughout France. So, as Admiral Ramsey said, we must mass our forces at the time and place that General Eisenhower and General Montgomery want them, and it must be done without a single hitch. The war is far from over. Its greatest phase has only begun. Think of those men in that beachhead and think of what they are going through. Give them weapons, give them bonds, and give them blood, or at worst, sweat it out with them. While the political experts were condemning the lack of Anglo-American understanding and cooperation with General de Gaulle, a momentous conference took place here at the Advanced Command Post. On the eve of the invasion, General de Gaulle, head of the French Provisional Government, was the guest of the Supreme Commander, General Eisenhower. They conferred at great length on the military operations then about to unfold. General Eisenhower later told me that he and General de Gaulle understood each other so well that they saw eye to eye on the operation. The two military figures did not discuss political aspects to which these operations will lead. But the presence of certain other figures in the party indicates that politics came in for a thorough airing, and with the right people. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, alleged champion of the restrict de Gaulle policy, brought de Gaulle to this headquarters for these discussions. With them was Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, the British representative to the Provisional Government, Alfred Duff Cooper. A most balanced judgment of affairs was indicated in the person of Field Marshal Jan Smuts, who also played a part here. The Allied Chief of Staff, General Biddle Smith, who recently at Allied headquarters spoke of cooperation with the Provisional Government, was at the meetings with French General Koenig, de Gaulle's observer attached to this staff. In a military sense, then, de Gaulle's Provisional Government and its authority is more than recognized. On a liberation operation within Europe such as this, the military and the political are almost hand in glove. Thus, as I reported to you last week, de facto recognition here is practically de jure recognition later, at least for the period until France is so organized to elect her own government. And that may take 2 years. Now back to the United States.
This is London calling the United States. We will now have a broadcast of 2 film recordings made by George Wheeler, American reporter with the U.S. Navy operating in the invasion of Europe.
General quarters, general quarters. All hands, man your battle stations. Man your battle stations.
This is George Wheeler speaking from the heavy cruiser, United States ship Augusta. It's 3:30 on the morning of Tuesday, June the 6th. Just exactly 3 hours before H hour. H hour, as you understand, is the moment when the troops hit the beach. This is a curious moment in the lives of men. It's possible at a distance in time and in place to suppose many things, to over-dramatize this situation. You might, for example, think that there would be excessive gaiety among the men. There's not. Or you might, on the other hand, suppose that men would be sitting quietly, counting over their secret thoughts. There's not that either. There's a extreme usualness about the behavior of everybody here. I think probably it's because everybody here is well trained. There's nothing amateur about this ship. George Wheeler, speaking from the command ship of the American forces involved in the invasion of France. The order has just been passed to commence firing as soon as we can bear on the target. In just one moment, you are going to know what it sounds like to hear a ship of war fire with you not more by microphone than 20 feet from that battery. It's going to be a blinding flash, just as there are blinding flashes from a battleship not more than 1,000 yards off our port bow. That battleship has been blazing away for the past few moments, for the past, to be exact, 25 minutes. And we have just come into the area where we can bear on the target and where we are also within range of the target. But in this operation, since there are a great many mines in this area, and since by this time, here we go,
That was a salvo of 8-inch guns from this heavy cruiser, the Augusta. Another salvo. A third salvo. Ladies and gentlemen of the United States, we are now in business. You have just heard 2 recordings by George Wheeler, American broadcast reporter with the United States Navy. We return you now to the United States.
We take you now to the NBC newsroom in Washington.
And this is Leif Eade in Washington. This morning, Washington's big worry, official Washington that is that American home folks can't take it. They saw crowds of people going about their usual business yesterday when the invasion news broke. And this morning they're wondering whether our people are set to take the heavy casualties and the setbacks which are bound to come. They think perhaps the people have been kidding themselves into a false optimism about the weapons and men Eisenhower's marshaled for the invasion job, and think now the beaches are won, it's a breeze from Normandy to Berlin. You caught that worry in the president's prayer when he said, "The enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed." And he told us in his invasion news conference, even this first operation isn't over. You just don't land on the beaches and walk in. There has to be a lot of hard fighting. Our war leaders here know the decisive moment hasn't been reached yet, not even at the beachhead. There's still the counterattack to come when Montgomery's lines are stretched to their thinnest, and Rundstedt brings up more of his tough Nazi boys to meet the invaders. Incidentally, Secretary of War Simpson is telling Congress this morning when it comes to casualties, the infantry takes it the hardest. He points out in the Mediterranean fighting, infantry GIs were less than 20% of our troops, but they took 70% of the casualties. And the Secretary wants Congress to boost the pay of those infantrymen, the ones who hold the special distinctions the Army recently created. And up on Capitol Hill, both Republicans and Democrats agree the invasion will have profound effect on the November elections. Quick victory favors the Republicans. Tough fighting, with the possibility of a stalemate in France, would make people feel it's necessary to keep Mr. Roosevelt in the White House. And there's talk that if Germany collapses in 30 days, President Roosevelt would refuse to run for that 4th term. Otherwise, in Washington, the Senate House Conference Committee is trying for a quick compromise on the bill to extend the time for court-martialing our Pearl Harbor commanders for dereliction of duty. The Senate voted a year, the House only 3 months. And if you look closely, you can see a sharp political angle. And this is Leif Eade in Washington, and that's the news from here.
German broadcast today reported a new Allied amphibious landing attempt across the Straits of Dover. This is a very general report. It comes from enemy sources, and it should be taken with utmost caution. Another report from our Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force is that one of America's best-known major generals was demoted to lieutenant colonel and sent home for indicating in advance the time of D-Day. The Supreme Command allowed this information to be cabled abroad today after holding it up for several weeks for security reasons. The Major General, and that's all we know about him, was one of the commanders in the American Air Force. As time goes on now, we're bound to see increasingly the results, psychological, political, economic, and military, of the invasion of France. We have one of those results today. For Portugal, it became today the first of the European neutrals to give full compliance to Allied requests for stopping vital war aid to the Nazis by imposing a complete ban on export and production of wolframs. This is Elmer Peterson speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Oh, is Great Big Man's afraid of teeny baby?
No, but Great Big Man's is running a theatrical agency and not a necking foundry.
Hello, Daddy.
And for your information, young lady, I'm not your daddy.
Did grab TV. Marty! Well, I did.
Quiet. Now, what sort of an act do you girls do?
We make hay.
You make hay.
You said it's looking, hot doings, and rhythm dancing. Yes, Daddy.
Stop it. Now, if you have any talent, I might book you for a private party tonight.
Yes, Daddy.
How about giving me an idea of what you do to the acoustics?
That means what, baby, to do boop-a-ba-doop?
Just a few dupes, if you will.
All right. Ready, sir?
1, 2, 3, boop.
Not for all the rice in China. Boop-a-ba-doop.
That's all I wanted to know. Go right up to this address.
Well, is it a respectable party?
It's no party. Just go up to this place and sing. The man there wants to break his lease.
Bedlam Amusement Agency. Yes, sir. The manager of the Hippodrome.
Hello. How is business with my show over there? Bad, eh? What? Kidnappers are using the balcony to hide people in? Well, don't worry. My new show will pack 'em in. Yes, I'm starring Peggy Joyce in She Couldn't Say No. Say, if her ex-husband's alone come to see her, we'll sell out for 10 weeks. Okay.
There are 200 midgets outside the building.
Oh, yes. I'm starting rehearsals for Little Men today.
With 200 midgets?
Yes, tell them to wait in a phone booth until I come down.
Yes, sir. Oh, I wonder pardon me, miss. Have you got an appointment? No, I think a midget got in my shoe.
Who is that, Miss Cass?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Portland. What are you doing here?
Well, Mama sent me downtown to get 2 yards of velvet, and I couldn't match it.
Why not?
Mama wants mouse-colored velvet, and she forgot to give me the mouse.
Gosh, I'd hate to send you for a cowhide bag.
Oh, that's silly. Who's gonna hide a cow in a bag?
Wait a minute now. Don't start that.
Is the theatrical business good these days?
No, it's so tough this winter, I've got to revive Gilbert without Sullivan.
I think actresses are luckier than they used to be.
You mean they get more money?
No, but in the gay 90s, they had to go around with wet feet all the time.
What makes you think the actresses had wet feet?
Well, somebody was always drinking champagne out of their slippers.
I get it. Were any of your folks on the stage?
I'll intimate my cousin Luther ran away to become a hillbilly.
Well, that's nice work if you can keep a guitar on your stomach.
And my Uncle Felix was an actor in New York. He lost everything.
Did he back a show?
No, the pawn shop burned down.
Say, wouldn't you like to be an actress?
Oh, it's too dangerous learning.
Oh, you never get hurt until after a show opens.
I'll intimate. Papa was only in one show in his life, and it ended up in a fight.
I wish I could have seen Papa make his entrance.
It was funny. Mama and I were there with tomatoes, but we didn't get a chance to throw them.
Why not?
As soon as Papa walked on the stage, someone in the gallery gave him a feathered noise.
What's a feathered noise?
You know. They applauded Papa with their lips.
You mean they gave dear old Daddy the bird?
Yes, that's it.
A feathered noise,
It was terrible. The musicians threw their instruments up at the actors.
Was there any brass in the orchestra?
I'll intimate there were 4 spittoons on the stage when we left.
Gee whiz. Bedlam Amusement Agency. Who is this? The Norwegian Play Company? No, I wouldn't be interested in producing the Wild Duck. It's too tame. Tell Ibsen if you tease the duck up a little, I'll think it over.
Gosh, I'd better hurry.
What's the rush?
I just happened to remember there's a waiter's strike. I want to tell Uncle Felix.
Hasn't he heard about it yet?
I don't think so. He's been sitting in a restaurant since last Friday.
Hoping someone will pick up his check?
No, waiting for the waiter to bring cream for his coffee. Peekaboo.
Well, goodbye, Portland.
There's a Mr. Groffet in the hall with his band.
Say, tell him to play something out there. If the band is bad, they'll be that much nearer the door.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Allen, there's some cameramen to see you.
Hello, boys. I'm always happy to pose for the newsreel.
Who do you think you are, Mussolini?
We come to take a couple of shots of that play you've got in rehearsal.
Yeah, that thing you're calling American Marmalade.
Oh, you mean Cavalcade?
Yeah, that's it.
Fine. I'll take you into the hall here and run through a rehearsal for you. Follow me, boy.
All right.
Take that ladder.
For 10 long years
Wait a
ago,
minute,
our
Lincoln.
forefathers...
Hold it, Abe. Abe, just a minute. Let's start from the beginning, folks. The boys here want to take some moving pictures of the show. It'll be good publicity.
Oh, that's
Great
great.
idea.
That was...
Are you ready with your microphone and camera, boys?
We're all set.
Sure. The American Cavalcade, America Through the Ages. October 12th, 1492, Columbus discovers America.
Land ho! Land ho! Hey, Chris, look, the land, and look.
That's good. Unless I find a quick way to go to India, that's what I want.
India, you're crazy. Can't you hear this is shooting? It's not India, it's a Cuba.
December 21st, 1620, the Pilgrims land at Plymouth Rock.
All right, Pilgrims. All ashore that's going ashore.
Dennis, look, here comes an Indian.
Hand me my fowling piece. I'll talk to him.
Oh.
And double how to you, Brave.
What for you come here?
Well, we're going to furnish early American ancestors for future generations.
Huh? Nice work if you can get 'em.
1626, the Dutch buy Manhattan Island from the Indians.
Minuit, what you give 'em for Manhattan?
Daddy, I give you this beautiful string of beads. Look. These are the beads that Cleopatra wore when she wept Mark Antony.
Me no believe it.
You don't believe it, eh? Was you there, Chief?
1763, Benjamin Franklin discovers electricity and lightning.
Hey, Benjamin, come in the house. Don't you know enough to come in out of the rain?
Shut the door and don't bother me. Oh, hooray, I've discovered electricity.
Electricity? How'd you get it?
Oh, go fly your kite.
April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere historical jockey makes famous ride.
Whoa there!
He's alive. Who is it?
Who lives here?
This is ye old maid's retreat.
Well, wake up. The British are coming.
Oh, goody. Girls, the British are coming.
1929, stock market crash stuns the nation. Wall Street bankers meet for conference.
Corrugated can drops 20 points.
Cats. Asphyxiating gas is down 40.
General Frankfurter is off 50.
The country's going to the dogs. What do we do?
Let's give the country back to the Indians.
Yeah, hooray!
Wait a minute. There's one. Hey, Chief. Hey, the country's all shot. We'll give it back to you for nothing.
Me no speak English.
The American Cavalcade, 1934. Prosperity has turned the corner. Happy days are here again.
Hey, buddy, remember me? Why, yes, my good man, in 1932. You asked me whether I could spare a dime.
Yeah, that's right. But this is 1934. Here's your dime back again.
Sweet little maid from school I'll be. First of the school girl I can be. Filled to the brim with...
Thank you. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, this country has recognized Russia, and I am the first theatrical manager to bring a Russian company over to appear in my Garrett Playhouse.
Hooray!
Tonight, the Slobotny players present their Slavic masterpiece, Reunion in Moscow.
Are you in the play, Mr. Allen?
Oh, yes. I'm playing a small part as a goodwill gesture.
Do you want Russia to get sore again?
Quiet, madam. The show's just going to start. I'll step backstage where it's a little safer. In your places, everybody.
I says to Trotsky. Leonid says, you are not a rat. You are a pink.
Quiet, everybody.
I'm telling you that Trotsky was right.
Quiet, Tomaszewski. Ready for the curtain.
Say, Sigmund.
Yes, darling.
Can't you hear when I'm talking to you?
I'm very busy, dear. I've got to finish this article on psychoanalysis.
An American psychoanalyst I had to marry yet. Life is just a ball of symbol.
Now, darling. You're showing signs of neurotic heighty-tighty.
Oh, Sigmund, don't you love me anymore?
Why, of course I do.
Why, you haven't kissed me for 6 years, and you are the last specialist of Moscow. You're giving advice to the love lord.
What's the matter? Is that stuck-up Mrs. Ginsburg complaining again?
Listen, did you read Walter Winchelovsky's column this morning?
Yes, I see that Nikolai Nikolaevich Kusavitsky's are having it fumigated.
No, you don't. Did you read about the royal Prince Michael? He's back, and he's hiding somewhere here in Moscow.
Maybe he's hoarding a psychosis.
But don't you remember he used to be crazy for me?
He was crazy about all women. Why, they'll kill him if they catch him back in Russia.
Listen, I hear a droshky coming.
Probably one of my students. I'm giving a lecture tonight, the lowdown on the bees and the flowers.
A lecture you're giving. Better you should take lessons. Come in.
Publichka.
Excellency.
Well, Prince Michael, and with bells on.
Darling, you are more lovely than my dreams of you. For you, I have come back to Soviet Russia. Kiss me.
No, Excellency.
My dear frosty nobleman, Min here happens to be my wife.
Your wife? Oh, that's your hot one.
Excellency, you must going away. The police will find you.
The police? Bah! I am afraid of nothing. Come, kiss me, Publichka.
No, stop it, don't.
Very lovely.
Oh, Sigmund, stop it.
Now, see here, Prince. You're suffering from gigolo neurosis. A swift kick works wonders in some cases.
Publichka, my little onion, kiss me again.
No, stop, John. Excellency, Prince, Michael,
Some
Mark.
fun, kiss.
Vicky, darling.
Oh, very lovely.
Now, listen, Mickle. I don't object to a little hijinks, but don't get the idea that garlic hanging up is mistletoe.
Say, do me a favor, please. Do me a favor. Do me a favor and go take a sleigh ride for yourself. You are cramping my style.
Yeah, good, darling. A little fresh air will do you good.
It's magnificent outside. Why don't you go to Siberia for the winter?
It's better I should stay here in Kibitz, I think.
Listen, it's coming somebody.
Let them come.
Maybe it's the Northwest Mounted.
Yes, it's the police.
Bah, a fooey on the police.
Boy, Michael, they'll get you. Sigmund, you must help him. It's for all lang syne.
Open up the door. I am in the name of the law. Well, speaking up. Which one of you is that dirty dog Prince Michael?
Nobody, Michael.
Live here anymore.
Nobody lives here. It's an empty building. Nobody's here but us.
So you wasn't talking, eh? Uh-huh.
Now, see here, you Siberian figurehead. I am Dr. Sigmund, the psychoanalyst.
The famous love doctor, huh? Well, whom are you kidding? Whom? He's not kidding you. I am one of his pupils.
Oh, thanks. The
Just
doctor
a
was
fact.
just giving one of his tricks lessons for beginners.
Yeah, like this. Come here, Publichka. He will show him. Listen, that's a little too good for a beginner. Let me see how you're doing this job, Doctor.
Well, really, officer, I didn't expect to be called on, but I will.
Come, you're an expert, don't you?
Here, kiss me, darling.
Aha! So you are not, huh? You must be Prince Michael. Come along with me.
Here, take
Come
your
on.
hands off me.
You come on, you couldn't pull the wool over my nose. Come on.
I'm Dr. Sigmund. Let me go. You can't take me. Here, stop. Help. Oi, give out with the Harget Boyam. Oi, give out with the Harget
It's 6:60 on your dial for the 6 o'clock news. 30 minutes from now, listen to Don Hollenbeck's summary of the evening news. WEAF, New York.
Just Plain Bill, usually heard over most of these stations at this time, will not be broadcast today in order that the National Broadcasting Company may bring you the special program that follows. Just Plain Bill will be heard at its regular time tomorrow. Now NBC continues its coverage of operations in Europe with a special broadcast from NBC's staff in England. We take you now to London.
This is W.W. Chaplin in London. It is now 11:30 p.m., and we hope in a few minutes to have the latest communique concerning the invasion.
from Shafe, Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force. That will be Shafe Communique number 4. We are expecting to receive it momentarily now. In the meantime, I can tell you that the invasion is still going well, though it would be a great mistake to overemphasize the tremendous successes we've had in the initial phase. Shafe itself has made a great point of this today, calling attention to the fact that our men have now been fighting for almost 48 hours under very difficult conditions, and that they have not yet got their second wind to carry them on to new victories. Here is one late dispatch which came in just a few minutes ago from NBC's George Wheeler, who has been with the American naval forces in the Channel since before the invasion began. Wheeler tells of the loss during the first invasion phase of a United States destroyer, the name of which I am not yet privileged to disclose. He says this destroyer had gone in quite close to the French shore, and apparently one of the enemy shore batteries got her range and just pumped her full of shells. George Wheeler says that as many of the destroyer's crew as could got off before she sank and were picked up by a nearby ship. But it's impossible at this time, he says, to say what percentage of the destroyer's crew was saved. After the destroyer was sunk, says Wheeler, the German battery was silenced within 3 minutes by the venerable battleship Nevada. Well, that just goes to emphasize what I've been saying in these broadcasts ever since the invasion began before yesterday's dawn. We're bound to have many losses in all branches of the services, and it is only safe to presume that some of them may be heavy losses. And now, as we haven't yet received that Shafe Communique number 4, which I told you we're expecting, I would like you to listen for a moment to one of the reporters who's been right in the thick of invasion activity and who's returned with a first-hand eyewitness story. This man is Robin Duff, war correspondent of the British Broadcasting Corporation, whose assignments took him across the Channel with the United States Navy. And now you'll hear Robin Duff himself.
Aboard the United States ship Barnett, very gallant veteran of Guadalcanal, Naples, and Salerno, we heard over the speaking tube 1,000 yards from the anchorage. The young navigator pored over his chart, and the voice continued quietly over that tube. 500 yards, 100, 50 yards, let her go. We dropped anchor on a pinpoint bearing. Winches creaked. The soldiers went quietly to their debarkation stations. The experience of other landings was at work, and boatloads of men who an hour before had sat down to a steak breakfast were in the water, milling around in the choppy seas, waiting for the hour that had come to have an almost mystic significance, H hour. But even then, we could hear the drone of the air transports, the transports that were carrying the paratroops to land behind the defenses. As they drew over the coast, faint bursts of flak went up to meet them. But soon we saw the glare of fires, and we knew that those men had dropped to earth and done their work. And then the bombardment. For 3 hours the ship quivered, and the air pulsated with the sounds of the greatest bombardment ever conceived. 500 tons from the Royal Air Force for each of 10 gun batteries. For each battery, the weight that came down on London in the worst raid. Ton after ton of high explosive from the naval guns. The dull thud of explosion as the paratroops used their dynamite. And then the American daylight bombers. The landing craft were just offshore. Smoke was down, and in the boats every man was tense, waiting for the shock of that first landing. And then the heavies dropped their load. They lifted that beach right in the air, killed everything living, smashed the defenses. The taut hardness of the jaws of those American soldiers softened into a smile of almost inexpressible relief. The last bomb dropped, and it was H hour, D-Day. It's difficult to look back at the moment, at the days and hours of anxious expectancy beforehand, at the picture in the Bay of the Seine all through the day. It's difficult to look back and to make order out of the vast complexity of planning and timing and power. In front of you lies the coast of France, flat and green, broken here and there by the spire of a church or by a rise in the contours. On every side, to the horizon and beyond, a fleet of ducks and landing craft roaring their way to and from the beaches. Of landing ships opening their bellies to disgorge their men and material. Of destroyers and coastal craft on constant watch for the enemy's E-boats and U-boats. Of battleships and cruisers, Arkansas, Nevada, Texas, Hawkins, Enterprise, Quincy, some of the proudest names of the American and British fleets, steaming close into the enemy's shore, pouring in their broadsides to the German strong points. It was a picture that put a lump into your throat and left the tears not very far from your eyes. And all the time, high overhead, liberators and fortresses, marauders, lightnings, thunderbolts, and spitfires went on their missions of attack or protection. As the small craft came back, a new fleet hove into sight. More men and material were ready for the moment when the commanders called for them. And as they came, the small craft drew alongside the Barnett. Men whose job was done had come back to their parent ship. They brought others with them, men whose job had also been done, and who had given their lives in the doing of it. Sad-faced sailors helped the wounded aboard and carried them to the doctors. And they carried one stretcher with a gentleness that hurt in the midst of this din of battle. The man on the stretcher was wrapped in the flag of the United States. Even at the greatest moment of this greatest of all military operations, there was a time to pay respect to the men who died in helping to win a magnificent success. Success it was. The fighting on land is hard and bitter, and only the first stage has been accomplished. But that first stage has been carried through with supreme efficiency. It's been carried through by the forces of 3 countries, integrated, equipped, commanded, and of great courage.
Thank you, Robin. You have just heard Robin Duff, BBC war correspondent, who witnessed the initial phase of the invasion from a vantage point on an American naval vessel. And now, here is that communique number 4, which I told you we were expecting. It reads like this, quote, Allied troops have cleared all beaches of the enemy and have in some cases established links with flanking beachheads. Inland fighting generally is heavy. An armored counterattack in the Caen area on Tuesday evening was repulsed. Enemy resistance is stiffening as his reserves come into action. The landing of troops and seaborne military supplies continues on all beaches, despite the northwesterly wind which has persisted since the assault. Shortly before dawn today, light coastal forces, while sweeping to the eastward, encountered a superior force of enemy craft. Action was immediately joined, and damage was inflicted on the enemy before he could make good his escape. Enemy coastal batteries, which were still in action today, have been silenced by Allied naval forces. It is not yet known whether all has been finally reduced. Allied aircraft have been directing the fire of the USS Texas, Captain C.A. Baker, USN. Wearing the flag of Rear Admiral Carson F. Bryant, USN, and HMS Glasgow, Captain C.P. Clark, DSO, RM, who, together with other Allied warships, have been engaging inland targets behind the beaches. Allied aircraft of all types and in great strength have closely supported our land and sea forces. Early this morning, airborne operations were resumed on a very large scale. Supplies and tactical equipment being delivered to our ground forces. In 2 operations this morning, medium and light bombers attacked large troop concentrations and military buildings close behind the enemy lines, as well as gun positions in the battle area and railway lines south of the battle area. Road, rail, and other targets, including armored vehicles, troop concentrations, gun positions, and ammunition dumps, were also attacked during the morning by fighter bombers. Heavy bombers in medium strength attacked focal points on the road system in the area south of Caen early this afternoon. Fighters escorted the bombers and also strafed and bombed railway yards, locomotives, trains of oil tank cars, flak towers, radio installations, and airfields over a 40 to 50 mile area south and southeast of the battle area. Continuous patrols were maintained over shipping, the beaches, and the battle area. More enemy aircraft were encountered than on Tuesday, and a number of them were shot down. That's the end of Shafe's communique number 4. This is W.W. Chaplin, returning you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
And here in the NBC newsroom in New York is Robert St. John.
And here are a few bulletins that have come in while Bill Chaplin's been talking to you. The first one is a bulletin from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, which says that General Eisenhower has made the journey across the English Channel today to the beachhead vicinity in a Royal Navy warship. Along with him was Admiral Sir Bertram Ramsay and also several staff officers. And here's another bulletin which says that returning Marauder bomber pilots reported tonight that the French city of Coutances on the lower side of the Cherbourg Peninsula is burning. And here's something that our NBC monitors, who are sitting right outside this glassed-in studio with earphones over their heads, here's something that they have picked up today from the shortwave radio. They heard a German underground radio station reporting that Adolf Hitler is not at the Western Front at all. As a matter of fact, this German underground station said that Adolf Hitler is still at his hideaway at Berchtesgaden, and that he's been there all the time, and that this story about him being at the Western Front is just so much Nazi propaganda. And here's an interesting little story. Pilots returning from missions over the beachheads of France reported tonight that Allied aerial traffic there is so heavy that fighter planes actually have been assigned to guard the flow of this traffic and prevent collisions. Well, what that amounts to is aerial traffic cops, isn't it? These pilots say that they can see jeeps down in the streets of the French villages and towns just back of the coast. They say that emergency landing fields have now been set up, and they say that things appear to be getting under control there on the coast of France. They also said that no enemy planes were in the air in these sectors at all today. And now just let me give you a brief summary of the situation as it appears to us here in New York shortly before 6 p.m. Eastern Wartime. The Allied invaders of France have been beaten. They have beaten back the first fierce German armored counterattacks. The Allied seaborne and airborne troops are said to be making considerable progress along the Normandy coast despite the stiffening German resistance. The Germans have been cleared from all of the landing beaches. In some cases, adjoining landing areas have been linked up with the beaches. Reinforced by airborne troops from a 50-mile-long train of gliders, the Allies have firmly consolidated their holdings along a curving 100-mile front between Cherbourg and Le Havre. The first big German counterattack was made against Allied forces driving inland in the area of Cannes, 9 miles inland from the Channel coast. However, this assault was repulsed by the Allied forces. The German radio said that Field Marshal Erwin Rommel has thrown reserves of the German 7th and 15th Armies into the mounting struggle. However, Allied headquarters says the Allies are making considerable progress despite the stiffening resistance and bad weather. And here's the summary of communique number 4, the latest communique from Allied headquarters. It confirms that Allied troops have cleared all the beaches, and in some areas the troops have established contact with flanking beachhead units. Well, that's the news up to 5:45 Eastern Wartime from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Just Plain Bill, usually heard at this time, was not presented today in order that we might bring you the special program just concluded. It will be broadcast at its regular time tomorrow over most of these stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Okay, take him Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's doing. Yeah, here he is now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Noli.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Noli.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Noli?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing him coffee. Ain't great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You've just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them old buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Sant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Oh, most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me, but even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Sant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Santa. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Sant at the river, Marcy?
Oh, I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Nolly. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Nolly later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, Now, I ain't gonna miss his aunt. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Noli ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Noli.
What's Marcy here for? You're still drunk, ain't you? No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Noli?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi. Alibi? What are you talking about? about Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal.
Marcy.
What you...
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
It sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zant's?
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zand anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
.45 p.m. Eastern Wartime. WEAF, New York.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Morgan Beatty, NBC military analyst and Washington reporter, in a continuation of NBC's invasion news coverage. Today, Mr. Beatty gives you the latest news of the invasion and an analysis of the war to this minute, direct from our microphone at the War Department in Washington's big Pentagon building. And now, Mr. Beatty.
This is Morgan Beatty speaking from the Pentagon in Washington. I'll be back in a moment with news of the day.
Meanwhile, please listen to the following announcement, an important message for every man and woman in New York City. Here's a way to get real value from a $1 bill. Just enroll as an associate member in New York City's Police Athletic League, and that dollar will be put right to work, giving many healthful, wholesome hours of recreation to a boy or girl in one of the crowded sections of town. Enroll at your neighborhood police station or send $1 to Police Headquarters, 240 Center Street, New York 13. Now back to Morgan Beatty in Washington.
nor does he know whether this is the main attack on Fortress Europe from the west. The Supreme Command in Britain has achieved almost a miracle of planning on news. In front of us today are scores of dispatches from reporters who've gone through the fire of landing operations. Also, there are reports based on the briefing of correspondents at Supreme Headquarters, General Eisenhower's headquarters somewhere in Britain. The correspondents there, from the tone of their dispatches and the blank spaces, you can almost sense, are unable, for reasons of security, to give us a clear picture as yet. That's why I say the High Command has achieved almost a miracle on the news front. We've got plenty of facts to go on. There's plenty of material for you and I to mull over, but it gives us no pattern to show just how the Allied battle plan is shaping up. I thought it wise to admit as much to you today so you would understand. As a matter of fact, we've just now got a bulletin a few moments ago from Zurich in Switzerland. It says that unconfirmed reports from Nazi-occupied Milan in Italy said today that a large Allied fleet has been sighted off Genoa and a landing on the Ligurian coast of northwestern Italy is expected hourly. Milan is about 300 miles north of Rome in another part of the European theater. But we must remember, these are Nazi reports. From what has come through from Allied headquarters, however, in Britain, we can begin to grasp the magnitude, the size of the operation in Europe, and tell why our initial landings were successful, why it's possible to reinforce the beachheads of northern France. The weight of Allied attack at the beachheads, the combined weight of naval power and air power, was too great for successful enemy counteraction, whether he had tried it or not. Accurate battle figures tell the story. More than 900 aerial transports alone were used in the opening blows. The invasion air fleet, 9 planes wide and 200 miles long, plowed across the channel today, and another air train with gliders tacked on behind, a train 50 miles long, poured in reinforcements. On the first invasion day alone, 13,000 flights were made by Allied planes from British bases. The Germans must have been able to figure fairly closely in advance on the size of this initial thrust at them from the air. They must have known that back in Britain, thousands more planes were ready to pounce on the Luftwaffe in case it should try at the outset to maul our glider forces. Therefore, the enemy held back his fire, held back his reserves in the air. He used only local air attacks from what we might call the crust of air defense along the coast. True, we may have knocked out many of their airfields in recent weeks, too, but whatever the cause, we lost only 70 aircraft on the first invasion wave, 12 of them troop carriers, 12 of them gliders carrying troops. But you might well ask, where were all those guns on the invasion coast? Why didn't they mow down the men? Here's where we should be most cautious. Some reports by returning correspondents, some reports from headquarters indicate that those coastal guns at some points did go into action. Some of our beachheads were apparently held up for some time, but many more of our beachheads did succeed, and while losses were not what they were expected to be, it is still important that there's no report on these losses as yet, presumably because we do not want the enemy to know how successful his coastal defense system, his west wall, has proved. But the main reason why the enemy's coastal defense system didn't work out so well is this, and what I report to you now you may have heard before today, but it seems to me to be the most significant fact of invasion yet released. The 4,000 warships that carried the initial landing forces across the channel poured 2,000 tons of shells at specific targets on shore every 10 minutes. 2,000 tons of shells every 10 minutes during the landing operations in a 60-mile stretch between Cherbourg on the Normandy Peninsula and Le Havre, the port city lying in between the Normandy Peninsula at other French port in the north and Brittany in the other peninsula. In view of the fact that a battleship, there were 6 Allied battleships operating hot guns in the close quarters of the channel the other night, but in view of the fact that one battleship alone can pour out vastly more firepower, more accurately than most air fleets yet used in warfare, in view of that, it's understandable that much of the enemy's responding fire from the shore was silenced when the initial landing parties dashed ashore. So the enemy's coastal defense zone, the great fortified, mine-trapped, tank-barriered zone, the defense he had counted on to hold us until he could tell the direction of our attack and its magnitude, that coastal defense strip failed him in the pinch. And that the latest news tells us Allied troops have struck inland in France in heavy fighting, and the first Nazi counter-blow near Caen, 20 miles inland, has been successfully repulsed by our forces. At the same time, the latest reports also tell us that the enemy has now been cleared from all our landing beaches, and some of the beachheads have been linked up. That is, the fighting forces have pushed forward and fanned outward to join hands with landing parties a few miles down the coast. Reports from the Cherbourg Peninsula area at the tip of Normandy, another critical point of fighting, show a decided improvement at dusk today, that is, dusk European time. These reports indicate the Allies are making considerable progress along the whole front in between Caen and Cherbourg, despite bad weather and stiffening German resistance. You see, our landing parties are now trying desperately not only to link hands with each other, but they are working to attain certain objectives in the rear where our airborne divisions, and the Germans say we've landed 6 such divisions further back, or about 25,000 men, where our airborne divisions are holding off the enemy. Together, the combat teams that landed in boats and the airborne divisions landing further back by air are trying to create a huge beachhead to make a complete strip of Allied territory, perhaps 20 miles deep, and extending along the coast some 60 miles between Cherbourg at the tip of the peninsula and Caen. So much for the actual operations of northern France. But is this the main operation? And why was this particular area chosen for the first attack? We do not have official answers to these questions, but geography and the Allied main objectives in the Western invasion help us towards sketchy answers. The Allies have chosen as their first landing point or area in Western Europe a strip of French coast that is almost the farthest distance from Berlin of any in Western France. But it is not quite the farthest. Brittany would be a little farther west. But why was this strip of coast chosen? It's quite clear now that the heavy fighting around Caen, near Le Havre, answers this question. That's where, we were told a short while ago, the Germans have chosen to strike back with their mobile reserves. Not their main reserves, but the mobile forces held ready to back up the coastal defense system, the system that failed the Germans. Caen controls the railroads and highways in between the two peninsulas of northern France, so that it's possible from that point to fan out and cut off the peninsula of Normandy from the rest of France. The base of the peninsula, you know, is only about 60 miles wide, so that if our forces can hold Caen and spread out from Cherbourg, we will have achieved a huge beachhead against the enemy, a beachhead into which we can pour troops enough to stick. We who are not military men should keep in mind that in warfare, the flanks are the weakest positions of any army or fighting force, and it's only possible to use so many soldiers, so much fighting equipment on a given battle line. Now, if we, the Allies, should gain the Normandy Peninsula, our tremendously superior naval gun power can protect the flanks of a line across the base of the peninsula where it joins onto the main geography of France. Our tremendously superior air power can prevent the Germans from striking back successfully. In other words, our fighters and bombers and transports will be in control of the air. Thus, the advantages of the Allied forces at this moment in the beachhead area, as our superior air and sea power, these advantages are being used for all their work. This means that as the fighting goes on, the infantry soldiers and the artillerymen, the fighting ground forces who must stick, will not have to worry seriously about their flanks on each side of them or on the air above them. They will have one job to do, a very difficult job and a costly job, because they will not have as great a force as the enemy can pour in, the job of sticking on a battle line 60 miles long. As we've noted before, only so many soldiers can be used on a given line, and a 60-mile-long line is not a wide battlefront. So, if we can only pour in the maximum number of men that can operate on a 60-mile line, the Germans' one superiority, his superiority on land, will be neutralized in this particular battle area. Thus, we'll be on an even footing with the enemy on the ground and superior on the flanks, that is, on the sea and in the air. It's fairly clear that this is the Allied plan for this particular invasion coast area. Now, let's go back to yesterday afternoon in the White House, where the President held his first post-invasion conference with newsmen, when he was cautioning us against overconfidence at this point. He used one sentence that sticks in my mind. He said, "The war's not over. This operation's not over. It's continuing." At this point, it's obvious Allied strategy to indicate to the Germans that this is only the beginning, that warfare is continuing, and the Germans themselves, of course, are very sensitive on this point. The fact that they give us, through Zurich, a bulletin reporting Allied fleets off Milan, north of Rome, indicates that they're fishing for information. The reason for this strategic purpose of silence about our planning is clear. We wish to prevent the Germans from knowing whether any more landings are coming and where they may be coming. If the enemy does not know, he can afford to risk sending very few reserves to the present fighting front, and our men will have to face less firepower, fewer bullets. That's why the German radio is constantly reporting further Allied activity. Activity like that reported from Zurich, and activity like that off the shores of France, opposite Dover. They are reporting landings in that area in a guarded, sometimes garbled sort of way. They're fishing, again, for information which they will never get. So up to this moment, the main battle of Europe is the battle for the Normandy or Cherbourg Peninsula. The major fighting is at 2 points. Caen, where our forces hope to pry that peninsula, in a sense, away from the geography of the rest of France and use it as a base for further attacks. The other main point of fighting is in the neighborhood of Cherbourg, because Cherbourg is a fairly large port, a port that can absorb heavy reinforcements, big guns, thousands of soldiers per day, many thousands more than we could land with full equipment any other way. And that's the story of invasion up to this moment. And now for a few last-minute bulletins. The Russian newspaper Red Star says the Red Army is poised for attacks on the eastern front against the enemy. This is obviously devised to prevent the Germans from releasing any more forces on the Russian front to face us in the west. That's very encouraging, this report in the Red Star. The Russians, you know, are only now beginning to realize the tremendous difference in land warfare and amphibious warfare. Their newspapers this morning are printing pictures of landing craft, those strange ships that literally vomit men and guns on the beachhead. It's the first sight many a Russian ever had of this kind of fighting machine. And here in Washington, we're getting all sorts of news today that hasn't been cleared up in recent days because of the invasion to come. News, some of it very important relatively, but of very little importance now that invasion has actually developed. For example, Chairman David Walsh of the Senate Naval Affairs Committee today confirms that we have, as I reported to you exclusively some time ago, sent an American light cruiser to Russia. But he says the ship were leased to the Russians. It still belongs to the United States. And then we have, as a few last-minute bulletins, Chairman Donald Nelson of the War Production Board reports today that he believes an expansionist economy sparked by private enterprise should develop after the war. That's all for now, and thank you. I'll be back at this same time tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, around the world capitals and in our New York newsroom, NBC is standing by for new developments on the invasion. General Eisenhower's headquarters overseas has established the release hour of communiques at 11:30 p.m. British time, which is 5:30 in the late afternoon in New York. We suggest you tune to NBC around that hour each evening. The morning communique is released at about 5 o'clock in the morning, New York time, and the NBC newsroom's early morning broadcasts give coverage to that communique. At 3:45 this afternoon, NBC brings you a special 15-minute summary by the noted news analyst H.B. Kaltenborn over station WEAF. In the meantime, any important bulletins on the war reaching our newsroom will be put on the air immediately, interrupting any of our scheduled programs. NBC has now returned to normal programming, but the news of the invasion still has the right of way over all else. Morgan Beatty's news report from Washington is heard each day at this time, 1:45 over station WEAF. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with... If you have any football fans in the family, you know that Saturday afternoon means a rousing game, and Saturday night means a rousing big appetite. Well, here's one swell way to celebrate the victory. Serve a grand dinner and top it off with a grand dessert, Jell-O. Why, everybody likes Jell-O, for that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor is so tempting and good you just can't resist it. All 6 Jell-O flavors are chock full of this extra-rich fruit taste. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. And all 6 are bright and gay with color to fit the autumn football season. So no matter which flavor of Jell-O you choose, you're sure of a success. A dessert that's delightful to look at, delicious to eat. But be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy, and don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. they spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was From Alpha to Omega, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time from the new NBC building in Hollywood, with its new studios, its new facilities, and its new equipment, we bring you that old foof, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may be an old foof, but in these luxurious surroundings, I feel 10 years younger. What a place this is. Have you ever seen such a gorgeous building?
No, I haven't, Jack. It certainly is magnificent.
Magnificent? Why, Don, I tell you, this building makes that new filling station across the street look like a nickel.
You're right, Jack. This place is absolutely the quintessence and penultimate of architectural symmetry.
What was that, Don?
I said this place is the nuts.
Oh. Well, you didn't have to make a fool out of me to do it. But you're right, Don, it is the nuts. Did you notice all that beautiful woodwork in the front lobby?
Did I? Say, that's what I call ritzy.
Ritzy? Why, I saw 3 termites working on it, and they were in evening clothes. No kidding, huh?
Oh, you know, Jack, I was just thinking what a contrast this is to the old studio.
It certainly is, Don. The chandeliers are so luxurious, and the drapes are so costly.
Yes, sir, and the chairs for the audience are so soft and comfortable.
Well, when it comes to those chairs, Don, I think they're a little too comfortable. There's a man sitting in the 3rd row that's got a date with a dream. I don't mind people sleeping through our program, but that guy's wearing a nightgown. I'll take care of that. Pardon me, madam. Would you mind shaking your husband?
Oh, no, he'll fall apart.
Oh. Well, wait till Phil starts his next number. Will he jump? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jack. Some swell joint, ain't it?
Joint? Phil, you never worked in a place as swanky as this in your life. Why, this building has improved the whole neighborhood.
It sure has.
You bet it has.
When I walked in here tonight, a panhandler stopped me and gave me 50 cents.
Well, I'm glad they're finally declaring dividends. And, Phil, I want to congratulate you on the appearance of your orchestra. They're so neat, and they're even wearing shoes tonight. How'd you get them to do it?
I told them it was a publicity stunt.
Oh. Well, they look very nice, but I wish you'd tell your guitar player that the socks go inside the shoes. Unless he's trying to sneak up on someone. Anyway, I'm glad the boys did dress up for this occasion, Phil, because these surroundings are simply divine. Come in. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, welcome to our new home. Did you ever in your life see a place so modern and in the latest style? Huh?
I'll say it's the latest style. You know that doorman that stands at the front entrance?
Yeah?
Well, he's wearing his hair up.
There you are. And you know, Mary, as I was saying to Don just a few minutes ago, I said, Don, this building is absolutely the quintessence and penultimate of architectural symmetry.
Well, Don was right.
Oh, did you say that, Don? I knew it was one of us. I didn't know.
But, Jack, I can't understand one thing.
What's that, Mary?
Why did they open this building so soon? Gee, the elevators aren't even working yet.
Why, they must be working. I saw an elevator boy downstairs. What was he for?
Well, you press his nose and he takes you up piggyback.
Oh. Now, that's silly.
It's fun, too.
Yeah. But then it takes time to finish a building like this. Why, the cement floor in the lobby isn't even dry yet.
Cement?
Yeah.
I thought that rug was kind of wet.
Well, there was no excuse for that, Mary. Imagine walking through fresh cement. There was a sign right in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I tripped over.
Oh. Well, Mary, let me ask you something. If you walk through a corridor of wet cement, how come you haven't got any of it on your shoes or your stockings?
I don't know. I don't write this junk.
Now you killed the whole illusion. Well, anyway, now that we're all here, that is all but Kenny. He probably went to the old building. How about having a good, snappy band number, Phil? You know, with a lot of stuff that's...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. This is Studio B.
A bunch of sightseers right in the middle of a program.
Now, folks, let me call your attention to this beautiful auditorium.
Hey, buddy, we're in the middle of a broadcast.
Quiet, please. This room has a seating capacity of 325. And you will note how the chairs tilt back to allow for shaving.
Hey, buddy.
Now, are there any questions, please?
Yes. Who was that lady I seen you with last night?
Wasn't she a Lulu? Any other questions, please?
Now, look, buddy,
Now, if
please.
you'll all follow me, folks, we'll proceed to Studio C. This way, please.
Hey, Mamie, there's Jack Benny. Gee, am I disillusioned?
You know, folks, the woman that said that is as homely as a mud fence.
Yeah, then why did you wink at me?
I deny that! A fine time to bring visitors through a studio. Oh, well, have you got a good, snappy number ready, Phil?
Yeah, but you won't like it.
Well, play it anyway. Disillusion. She's no Miss Pasadena herself. That was The Yam, played by Phil Harris and his Vine Street 12. And, Phil, I must say you got off to a swell start in our new studio.
You kind of liked it, huh?
Yes, I did. But say, Phil, who's that Chinaman sitting there in your brass section? Is he a new member in your band?
No, he's waiting for our laundry.
Oh. Your laundry? I didn't know you ever had any. How do you like that, Mary? Phil has to have his laundry man up at the program. Isn't that awful?
Well, at least he doesn't do his own. Like, guess who?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. If you're referring to me, you've never seen me do my own laundry, so don't start that.
Well, what about last Monday morning when I was over to your house?
Well, what about it?
Why were you bending over that wash tub?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I could have been bobbing for apples, you know. I was practicing for Halloween. And now, folks, I would like to...
Say, Jack, why don't you ever admit anything when you're caught?
Listen, Phil, it so happens that there were apples in that wash tub.
Apples?
Yes.
Well, they were under a lot of BVDs.
And now, folks, I'll sue you someday, Mary. And now, folks, we are going to
I bet you look cute with a mouthful of clothespins.
All right, Phil, let's drop it. And now, folks, going from wash day to tonight's program, we are going to present one of the greatest plays that we have ever attempted. Our version of Walter Wanger's famous screen success, the...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. This is Studio
getting
B.
to be awful. Gosh. It's getting to be awful, I said.
This room can seat 325 people, or 650 if they know each other well enough.
Well, of all the
Now, are there
nerve.
any questions, please?
A young man, is that gentleman standing over there Don Wilson?
Yes, madam. Won't you say something, Mr. Wilson?
Gladly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid all of you welcome to our new NBC studio. I think you will agree that it is the 8th wonder of the world.
Thank you. Can you name the other 7, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, there's strawberry, raspberry, cherry, the hanging gardens of Babylon, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, please.
That was Don Wilson, folks. He has 6 flavors, 4 chins, and flat feet.
Yes, and if you press his nose, he'll say Jell-O. Things are certainly mixed up tonight.
Now, right this way, folks. Follow me, and please stay in line.
Hey, where are we going now?
Kenny, what are you doing in that sightseeing?
Oh, hello, Jack. I'll be back in a little while.
You're going to stay right here.
Oh, darn it.
All right, folks, this way, please. Tough luck, Kenny.
Now, Kenny, what's the idea of walking all around this building with a bunch of sightseers?
Well, I tried it by myself, and I couldn't get out of the basement.
The basement? What were you doing in the basement?
I think I fell through a ventilator.
Oh, well, when you find out, let me know.
Okay. See you later, Jack.
Kenny, you got to stay right here and sing your song.
Well, I want to see the building.
But you can't sing while you're roaming all around the studios. What are you, an artist or a tourist?
I'm a strolling troubadour, and shut up.
What? What did you say?
Why, Kenny.
Gosh, was that me?
Kenny, I'm really amazed. You, of all people. Well, let's forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I've been trying to announce all evening, tonight we are going to present our version...
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Jack.
Never mind, Kenny. Our version of Walter Wanger's current film success, that emotional drama of blazing passion, love, and jealousy, Algiers. Thank you. This picture starred Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. Now, I will play the part of Pepe Lamoco, that notorious Parisian jewel thief, as portrayed on the screen by Mr. Boyer. Mary Livingston will play the part of Inez, my sweetheart.
Jack, are you really going to try and follow Charles Boyer in this part?
Why, certainly. You don't think I lived in the French Quarter of Waukegan for nothing. I did try very hard, folks, to get Miss Hedy Lamarr for our play tonight to enact her original role. But unfortunately, she happens to be in Honolulu.
Why, Jack, I saw her this afternoon at the Brown Derby.
Hedy Lamarr? You saw Hedy?
Yes, Hedy and Feedy. She was all there.
Oh. Well, anyway, we couldn't get Hedy to play this part, but we did get a young lady who goes to the same beauty parlor that Miss Lamarr does. In fact, she works there. Now, this drama will go on immediately after the next number. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Gee, Jack, I'm sorry I was rude before and hurt your feelings.
That's all right, Kenny. I'll take it out of your salary.
Thanks. I feel much lighter now.
All right, sing.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
That beauty operator just called up, said she wouldn't be able to make the program.
She can't?
No, and she said to forget about the Trocadero, too.
Oh, darn it, and I've been rehearsing the Lambeth Walk all afternoon. Well, we got to get somebody to play Hedy's part. Give me that phone, Mary. Sing, Kenny. Hello? Hello, operator.
Here we are, out of cigarettes, holding hands and yawning. Look how late it gets. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say goodnight. I guess we haven't got a sense of responsibility. Our young romance is so intense, we're close to imbecility. Here we are, out of cigarettes, holding hands and yawning. Look how late it gets. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say goodnight. Here we are in the cozy chair, picking on a wishbone, from the frigid air. Two sleepy people with nothing to say, and too much in love to break away. Do you remember the nights we used to linger in the hall? Father didn't like it at all. Do you remember the reason why we married in the fall? To rent this little nest and get a bit of rest. Well, here we are, just about the same. Foggy little fella, drowsy little dame, two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say. Oh, good night, dear.
Very good, Kenny. That was Two Sleepy People, sung by Kenny Baker. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. As our play tonight happens to be very long, we will
Gosh,
start...
Jack, I'm awful sorry I was so fresh before. Can you ever forgive me?
Yes, Kenny, I forgive you. I've forgotten the whole thing.
I'll bet you're lying.
I'll bet you're right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our version of Walter Wanger's dramatic spectacle, Algiers. Algiers, a gay modern city, teeming with commerce from all the seven seas, while above the city, grim, silent, mysterious, lie the tangled buildings and twisted streets of the native quarter known as the Casbah. The scene is the hideout of the notorious jewel thief, Pepe Lamoco. As the curtain rises, we find two members of his gang, Three-Fingered Harris and Bubbles Baker. They are waiting for their leader's return. Curtain. Music.
Hey, Three-Finger.
What is it, Bubbles?
I'm worried about Pepe. He said he'd be here at 7 o'clock, and it's 5:30 already.
You still got an hour and a half. What are you starting to worry now for?
Well, it takes me a little time to get rolling.
Oh.
If Pepe's out with that girl he met yesterday, I'll fill him so full of holes he'll sound like a pipe organ in the wind.
Don't be jealous, Inez. Pepe loves you. He's crazy about you.
Yeah, I work and I slave, and what do I get? A broken-down boy, eh? See you later, fellas.
Gee, she's plenty burnt up, ain't she?
Yeah, what does she see in that old foot?
Here comes Pepe now. Hello, Pepe.
Hello, Three-Finger.
Hello, Mr. Lamoco.
Oh, it is you, Bubbles. Well, gentlemen, let us get down to business.
Gee, I'm sorry I hollered at you before, Pepe.
Oh, forget it. Forget it. Well, gentlemen, I have brought the pearls which we stole last night. Here they are.
Oh, boy.
But these are not enough, gentlemen. Tomorrow night, I am sending you to the Grand Ball at the Beverly Algiers Hotel.
The Beverly Algiers. Oh, I know the place. Right across the street from the Brown Fairs.
Yes, just a block west of Sheik's Fifth Avenue. There will be beautiful ladies there, and even more beautiful jewels.
Oh.
But remember, Three-Finger.
What is it, Chief?
This time, when you bring back the jewels, you will first remove the ladies. Now, here is what you must do. Tomorrow night, you will go, both of you. Shh. Maybe the police. Hide the jewels, quick.
I'll put them in the cookie jar.
The cookie jar. Good. They will never suspect. Come in. Ah, it is you, Inspector Wilson.
Good evening, Pepe, you bad boy.
What brings you to the Casbah?
Pepe, I've come to tell you that the police are trying to get in touch with you. They're looking for you, Pepe. They want you.
Oh, I am in no mood to play a benefit. Why don't you get Hattie Cantor?
This is not a benefit, Peppy. There were some jewels stolen last night. Now, where are they?
Jewel? What jewel? Sit down, my friend. Make yourself at home.
Will you have a cookie, Inspector?
Booba! Leave the room.
Gee, I nearly spilled the beans, didn't I?
Beans in a cookie jar?
He make Joe. Someday I laugh till he die. Have some tea, my friend.
I must go, Peppy, but I'm warning you, stay out of the city. You're wanted in 6 delicious countries, so be careful.
Thank you, Inspector. I will look for the big red noses and the gendarmes. Goodbye. Are you scared, boss? Do not worry, Three Finger. They will never get Pepe Lomoco. I am master of the Casbah. Ah, it is you. Hello, Inez.
Hello, Pappy.
That's Pepe. I had yeast for breakfast. But you are trembling, Inez. What is the matter, my little dog?
Don't dove me, you two-timing crook.
Me, Pepe?
If the finance company hadn't taken away my camel, I'd go home to Mother.
Oh, Inez, do not talk like that. I love you.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, what about that other girl?
Girl? What other girl?
The one I saw you drinking tea with yesterday in the cafe. That Hetty Lamar.
You did not see us.
I did, too. I was watching you from the kitchen.
Oh, so that's how I got that Mickey fiend. But do not worry, Inez. It was merely a little tete-a-tete. It was just an afternoon's flirtation. It was nothing. Believe me.
Well, if I see you with her again, I'll take this gun and make Paramount happy.
My little cobra, you are so excited. Come here. Close your eyes and kiss Pepe.
How else do you think I can do it?
Now listen to me, Inez. Hey, Pepe, what is it? You know that beautiful girl you had tea with yesterday? You mean Hetty Lamar? Yes, she has come to the Casbah. She wants to see you. Oh, then she did come back like she promised. My Hetty.
Aha! I knew you were lying to me, you dog, you puppy.
I'm Pepe.
You're in love with that other dame. But you'll never live to see her again, Pepe, because I'm going to kill you.
Inez, you are insane. Put down that gun.
I won't.
Put it down, I say.
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody, to Studio B.
That fellow again.
This room has a seating capacity of 300. 25 left since I was here last.
Hey, Chief.
Look at that dame over there with those big diamonds.
Leave her alone. She is a tourist.
Quiet, please. Now, folks, you will notice the beautiful decorations on the wall, the new hat on Miss Livingston, and the lousy acting. Now, are there any questions, please?
Yes. How does this building differ from Radio City in New York?
Well, in the first place, this one is much smaller.
I know that. But has this one got the same kind of central porpoising that you have in the Morse's Pit? Or is it just the central porpoise that you have on the Morse's Cerberus?
Oh, yes, but ours is the more advanced type.
Pepe, I am going to kill you.
Wait a minute.
Any other questions, please? Any other questions, please?
Just one more. Now, that switchboard over there, is that a Van Wilcon Flimblossenon, or is it a Belgian Dendididit?
I beg your pardon?
I said, is that a Belgian Dendididit?
I still don't get it.
He said, is it a Belgian Dendididit?
No, it isn't. All right, folks, follow me to Studio C.
Kenny, come back here.
Oh, shucks.
All right, Inez.
So, you're in love with that other dame, eh? But you'll never live to see her again, Pepe, because I'm going to kill you.
Inez, put down that gun. You don't know what you are doing.
I don't, eh?
You are crazy, Inez. Give me that gun. Hey, Chief. Here comes Hetty Lamar now. Wait, Inez. I will prove my love for you and send her away. Come in. Hetty, my darling.
Hiya, Peppy.
Hetty, you kept your promise and came back to me. Oh, darling, come into my arms.
Kiss me, Peppy. Kiss me.
My sweet.
Doggone it, I forgot to put my lipstick on.
Oh, so this is the dame you threw me over for, eh?
Yeah, ain't I hot stuff?
Inez!
Well, say goodbye to her, Peppy, because you'll never live to see her again.
Oh. Inez. Inez, what did you do to me?
Oh, Peppy, I'm so sorry I shot you.
Don't worry, Inez. It was nothing. Everything is getting black. I feel myself going. Goodbye, Inez.
Goodbye, Peppy.
And you. Goodbye, Hetty.
So long, Buck!
Oh, Playfield.
If you want something swell to eat that's quick and easy and inexpensive, we have the answer. It's the new Jell-O Vanilla Pudding, a rich, delicious, creamy, smooth dessert that's the grandest discovery in years. Jell-O Vanilla Pudding has a wonderful flavor, tempting and delicate, for it's made from real vanilla, no imitation flavoring, and that's why it tastes so good. It's easy as can be to make, and with only a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are on every package, and Jell-O Vanilla Pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's butterscotch pudding, mellow and smooth and tempting with that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor. And there's Jell-O Chocolate Pudding, an all-time favorite made a new and better way. All 3 Jell-O puddings have a beautifully creamy texture, a rich, full flavor, and an old-fashioned homemade goodness. So try these swell new pudding desserts. The best way to get acquainted is to buy 3 packages at a time. Jell-O Vanilla, Butterscotch, and Chocolate Pudding. Ask your grocer for them tomorrow.
The last number of the 4th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, I hope you all enjoyed our version of Algiers. All right, Mary, let's go. Just a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm mad at you. Why did you use me in your play tonight?
Why, who are you?
Just a bald, heady Lamar. Goodbye.
Someday I will teal him. Good night, folks.
Tonight's presentation of Algiers was made possible through the cooperation of Walter Wanger and the author, Detective Ashleby. The tune from Alpha to Omega is from You Never Know, and Two Sleepy People from Thanks for the Memory. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
a.m. Eastern Wartime. WEIF, New York.
From our studios here in Radio City, New York, George Shackley, seated at the console of the organ, will present a concert of organ music. Following that, we'll present the NBC Concert Orchestra under the direction of Ori Nosko. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, George Shackley. and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company continues its worldwide coverage of the invasion story. We take you now to London.
For all networks, coming over this transmitter in 45 seconds from now. 45 seconds coming up. Wolf. Stand by for a pool broadcast by Stanley Richardson over this circuit. This is Stanley Richardson in London. There's little late news to report on the invasion of northern France beyond the communique you heard a few minutes ago. That said, Allied landings had continued throughout yesterday. Presumably, fighting is going on a fairly large scale. But there's nothing to indicate as yet the extent or the effectiveness of German resistance. A spokesman for Supreme Allied headquarters here in London acknowledged this morning that there was heavy fighting on the beaches in some localities during the initial assault yesterday. It was not until midday yesterday, he said, that most of our beachheads were free from direct enemy fire. He warned that the many early reports of lack of resistance by the Germans dealt only with the operations preceding the actual invasion. It may be some time yet before we will be told how widespread was the resistance beginning with the period of the landings themselves. But the obvious inference from the spokesman's remarks was that we should not allow ourselves to become over-optimistic to the extent that we lead ourselves to believe the operation from now on is going to be a walkaway for the Allied armies. The chances are that it certainly will not be any easy task. In support of this belief, a naval spokesman for Allied headquarters indicated that enemy attempts to get their submarines into the channel are expected. At least, they are expected to the extent that thorough defense preparations have been made to deal with them should they try to get into the area of operations. The work of our naval protecting units is not over, the spokesman added, and they may be heavily tested later. In this connection, it was emphasized that not all of the enemy shore batteries have been altogether obliterated, although most of them were put temporarily out of action by our naval and aircraft bombardment prior to the landing. It was stated some of them, at least, may have been restored to some usable shape. In any case, it was stated officially that the Allied naval bombardment of the northern French coast may have to continue for some time. There have been no casualties to United States naval craft since yesterday beyond those announced by President Roosevelt. During yesterday, American 8th Air Force heavy bombers flew 4,300 sorties over the area of operations. The American 9th Air Force flew 4,800 sorties. This is Stanley Richardson returning you now to the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, NBC's overseas reporter Stanley Richardson has spoke to you from London. We now resume our musical program.
Ori Nasco conducts the NBC Concert Orchestra and a John Philip Sousa march, The Invincible Eagle. dramatic. Such are the adjectives for this next music, the Suite for Orchestra from Sigurd Jorsalfar by Edvard Grieg. Most of the dramatic compositions of Edvard Grieg for large orchestra were inspired by poetic works of Björnson. Sigurd Jorsalfar is not one of this famous poet's chief works, but according to Grieg's claim, it is a folk piece in the best sense of the word, and is often performed on national holidays. In its entirety, the incidental music to this play consists of characteristic numbers, which are in keeping with the dramatic story of the adventurous Norwegian crusader. It is originally scored for solo, male chorus, and orchestra. The principal numbers of this score, which are to be presented by Mr. Nosko, are the introduction, intermezzo, and a triumphal march. In the introduction, Grieg has succeeded in giving a musical picture of his hero in all his strength and ruggedness. While containing all of the characteristic and melodic beauty of his best works, Edvard Grieg has succeeded in giving an additional touch of striking originality to this number through virtue of the virility and inherent spontaneity of his themes. The intermezzo is a composition of inspired beauty. For those who are fond of comparison, it may not be devoid of interest to view this number beside Elsa's Vision, Richard Wagner's Lohengrin. The two composers are curiously divergent. Both, though, have seized the possibilities of a simple scale as a means of expressing an emotion. With Wagner, the dream would seem to float upwards, soaring ever higher and higher. With Grieg, it tends to descend as from heaven to earth. The Triumphal March is one of the most superb marches in existence. It is one of the longest of Grieg's compositions and one of the most stirring. Its second part is one of the most exquisitely tender episodes in all musical literature, a melody rivaling Schubert, the greatest of all melodists, at his very best. Mr. Nosko, the NBC Concert Orchestra, give you now this Suite for Orchestra from Sigurd Jorsalfar. Selections from Sigurd Jorsalfar by Edvard Grieg, played for you by the NBC Concert Orchestra under the direction of Henri Nosco. George Shackley, seated at the console of the organ, plays for us now a melody from the pen of the French composer Alexander Guillemot, his grand chorus. George Shackley at the console of the organ has played music for you from our studios in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men. Two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand because the girl is played by Olivia de Havilland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act One of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea steam a majestic array of fighting craft. Mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days, but from the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry, I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, will you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You designed a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
See that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya. Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
It bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer.
All right, Pop, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
And that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outclimb me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him, and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
Ah, he's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cass.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard, Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All righty, Harry. Goodbye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide him. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look out! Well, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. Here's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see. If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck. Does he mean you or me?
He means me.
morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir, 21 of them.
My report says 22. Well, must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight, to be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost sheep.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today. Hiya, Cass.
Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smooth as glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where's Shaker?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Up you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh. Hello.
Jerry.
Hiya, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah. Come on, let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. I ought to knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants off of you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Remember now, son, pull back on that stick to start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the pop.
This is what we call a gosport. It's a speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
I'm not waving at angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up.
Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid.
Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn her nose up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land in a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway or Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying, and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
And you can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling.
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry. You're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up.
Out. Gun it, you! Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry!
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you dance divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I dance divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he? Do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes. Oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I could. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
She wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene...
Yes?
Well, I was just thinking, Cass will be back sometime today, and
I know.
he's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure. He might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cat. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, Flat Hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here? What do you want?
I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see now. It couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Oh, thanks. I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum da da dum. Dum da da dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap. And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches. A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper, send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather.
active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering ingloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now go on.
Yes.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. If I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once to let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
No, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene.
Hello. Hey, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. And during that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square, and he's honest, and
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look, Irene...
Don't say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. It's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
Oh, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, seen?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the...
Pull her out, Cass. Pull her out.
Mac, what's the matter?
She's going into a spin. Pull out. Pull out.
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
Give me that stick. Give it to me.
Give me that stick.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
Give me that stick. Give it to me.
Give me that stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course, I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
Ah, the woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that wouldn't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah, big boats. I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon. That's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting Hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is... Well, all he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by 4 charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon.
Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him. A man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
Hiya, Jerry. About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly it to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. Hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here, staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
How's it look, fella?
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Well, keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hi, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring a crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry?
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes. And to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy, and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've
we
tried...
made a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You'd better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass.
How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
He'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed, we've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say he was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes.
He's going to spin.
Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up! What's the matter with it? He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance. Bail out. Bail out.
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. You know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air's turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. There must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass. I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on a mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Well, I know you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
It looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
It's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted the job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I'd accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loves you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. He puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were two sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc? How am I doing?
Oh, we'll be through in a minute. Stand still. I got to tape up your waist.
What for?
Keep your insides in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw on your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. Stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't there?
You better remember all of it, or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulations for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This'll be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass.
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
Gotta do it, Cass. I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
If anything should happen to him. If anything should happen to Jerry.
Well, I tried to stop him. I couldn't.
He may be killed. He may be... Oh, Cass.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
Just about ready.
There he goes.
You know when a test pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive? Open your throttle and shoot yourself in the earth like a cannon. This is to keep your insides in place. You smash back in your seat, you gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives to rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down. Put this belt on, straight down. Better than have your insides fall out. 400 miles an hour, turn into a brick wall. Yell as hard as you can before you pull out. All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. Yell as hard as you can. Your blood drains. You can't see. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. If you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky. Pull off. You're out of it. You're out of it.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cat, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. If not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you.
Cass, I don't see Jerry. You suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry. Jerry.
Hi, Cass. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backwards, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
Gone, Cass. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow, a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cass.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu, so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Okay. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cass.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the cloud, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlet O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlet O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlet O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone.
The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy. And if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, CB.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellas that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, a story of a little girl who taught two armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present two fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, CB.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as Reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Havilland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Miss de Havilland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlet O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Allied troops continued their landings on the northern coast of France throughout yesterday. The third invasion communique from Supreme Allied Headquarters says satisfactory progress has been made thus far in the invasion of Hitler's Europe. The communique says that United States Rangers and British commandos took part in the landings, and the war bulletin adds that no further attempts have been made by enemy naval forces to interfere with our seaborne landings of men and material. Allied warships are pounding at those Nazi coastal batteries still in action. At twilight yesterday, for the fourth time during the day, Allied heavy bombers poured explosives on rail communications and bridges in the general battle area. The communique notes increased air opposition from the Germans and announces that 26 Nazi planes were shot down. 1 Allied bomber and 17 fighters are missing. 4 of a dozen German dive bombers which attacked Allied beach forces at one place were destroyed. Rail centers, bridges, military buildings, and communications were chewed up by explosives at Abancourt, Cerquet, Amiens, and Vire. These raids were carried out by Allied medium and light bombers. Fighters and fighter bombers flew in low to attack German troops and motor truck columns. The 3rd Invasion Communique declares that from dawn to dusk, a vast Allied fighter force maintained vigil over our shipping and over the assault area. The struggle for the liberation of Europe is well into its 2nd day. The ticklish operations of the initial landings have been completed with success beyond the expectations of the Allied military and naval leaders. The American and British troops of the Allied Expeditionary Force are said to have occupied a 50-mile stretch of the French coast along the Cherbourg Peninsula. Radio correspondent Herbert Clark has broadcast that the Allied forces have driven as much as 12 miles inland at some points. Clark said the American forces are moving inland rapidly to make contact with airborne troops landed during the early hours of the invasion. Powerful formations of Allied warplanes streamed out across the English Channel shortly after 8 a.m. London time today. The early morning flight of fighters and bombers from British bases toward the continent has been a familiar sight along the English coast for many months. But this morning, the departure of the planes had a new meaning. They were going out today to give support to the thousands of American and British troops engaged in the first battle that has been fought on French soil since the fateful days of June 1940. The Berlin radio has been heard broadcasting propaganda agency dispatches in which the Germans claim that a counterattack has been launched against the Allied forces. There is no confirmation from Allied quarters of the Nazi claim that large-scale enemy countermeasures have been organized. Another unconfirmed enemy claim is that 2 British battalions of airborne troops have been almost wiped out at the famous French seaside resort of Deauville. A great force of Royal Air Force bombers, estimated at more than 1,000 planes, attacked enemy military objectives in a series of night raids. Ludwigshafen, Germany, also was bombed. A spokesman for a Canadian air unit said the strength of the night bombing force set a new record for the number of planes in operation. He said that the number of planes exceeded even the force that covered the landing operations on Invasion Day. One wave of Canadian planes struck at coastal objectives, while another formation went inland to blast at targets in German-occupied territory. The landing of another force of Allied airborne troops has been announced today by the London radio. The broadcast says the new airborne landing was made south of Cherbourg. The London broadcast also said that Allied tanks are moving up toward the railroad and highway center of Caen, some 9 miles southwest of Le Havre. Allied troops, understood to be airborne formations, are said to be engaged in heavy fighting in that area. British and American naval forces continue to move reinforcements, equipment, and supplies through uncertain weather to the Allied beachheads on the French coast. The sun broke through the clouds over the channel shortly before 9 a.m. this morning, but later the skies became overcast again. The temperature rose during the morning hours from 47 to above 50 degrees. On the other Allied front in Europe, Fifth Army troops in Italy have pushed 10 miles above Rome in pursuit of retreating Nazi forces. An Allied communique says that only light resistance is being encountered from German rearguard units. And here's a bulletin which has just come in from Allied headquarters at Kandy in Ceylon. It says that the Japs have decided that they've had enough in the Kohima area of India and are withdrawing all their troops from that region. That's the news up to the moment. More invasion news later. From the NBC newsroom in New York, this is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
The way I figure, Bill, is just up ahead. That's about the most likely spot, Stumpy. He always was a feller who'd make the most of an opportunity. It'll be good seeing him again. Well, we'll soon see if he's here. Right around the turn. Looks like something's going on up ahead. Unless I miss my guess, it's the construction of Lloyd Adams' cabins. Yeah, pull in. Let's see if Lloyd's around. You don't think I'd drive all the way out here just to see if there really were cabins being built here, do you? Yeah, I reckon not. Hold on now. I haven't laid eyes on Lloyd for a good many years. I'd say that feller over there looks a lot like Lloyd used to. Mm-hmm, so would I. He's coming this way. Let's get out.
Bill and Stumpy.
I reckon that is Lloyd.
Well, what a nice surprise.
Hello, Lloyd. Howdy.
After all these years. You know, you two fellows haven't changed a bit. Well, grown a little shorter, maybe.
Or possibly you've grown a little taller.
I guess I was a lot younger when we used to go on hikes and do camp and all. I couldn't even begin to tell you how many times I thought of those days. Some of the most fun I've ever had was with you and the other kids, you know.
We're still taking young'uns out on them hikes and things, Lloyd. You'll have to come and join one of them just for old time's sake.
Well, I might just take you up on that, Stumpy. Well, to what do I owe the honor of this visit,
Oh, we heard that you had moved back into town. We were starting to build these tourist cabins out here, Lloyd. After giving you what we thought was enough time to come and visit us, we decided to take the initiative ourselves.
You know, I must have thought at least 3 times every day about stopping by the ranger station to say hello, but there always seems to be so much to do.
Well, I'm sure of that. This looks like a large-sized project you've got on your hands.
You know, I had no idea when I started this tourist court that it would take so much work. But when it gets finished and people start making use of it, it will be worth it.
You certainly sound settled for a young man, Lloyd.
Why not? You know, a lot of guys go to college and play around trying to find some kind of mission in life. Me? I pretty well have the goods on life, and the sooner I get into a nice operating business, the sooner I'll ease up paying bills and start making money. At the time I'm ready to retire, I suspect to have a good-sized egg to sit on. Hey, that's not bad. Would you like to have a look around?
Yeah, sure would.
Well, come on. I'll show you the inside story on where Knotty Pine's best cared-for tourist will be staying in the near future. Well, there isn't a whole lot more than just holes in the ground here, but at least you've seen the general layout. Come on back when the cabins are really on their way out, huh?
It's been very interesting, Lloyd. Sure has. You've got a good location here, right on the highway.
I was lucky to get it.
I don't know whether you know this or not, Lloyd, but one of the few remaining buffalo herds in the country runs near here, over in that direction.
Oh, that's so?
You'll probably be seeing a lot of them before you're ready to retire.
Say, that's a real attraction, isn't it? I mean, there aren't that many buffalo running around these days.
They're just about all gone, except for zoos that manage to keep them coming in small numbers.
Maybe with enough play on this attraction, I can up the prices a bit.
Lloyd.
Yeah, Bill?
Ever since we arrived here this afternoon, I've been noticing one very big change about you.
I know. And before I'm done, I'll probably be completely bald.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about your hairline.
Oh?
Well, it's a bit intangible, but at one time, anyway, you were more interested in helping people. Now you seem to be doing about the same things, but you have a lot more interest in the money end of things.
You used to try to tell us fellows about how we should be true and good, the genuine article. I found out since that there's no such thing as the genuine article. As long as you look all right, that's all that really matters.
Lloyd, we used to put it a lot more simply when you were younger, but now you seem to have grown up, so here it is right on the line. The whole essence of what sin is, according to God's word, is self-centered living, putting yourself before God. It doesn't matter whether you do so-called good things or bad things. It does matter why you do them.
Oh, trapped yourself, Bill. You mean I could do bad things for God?
If you were living your life for God, that wouldn't even be a question.
The point is, young fella, with all your professional kindness and stuff, if you aren't serving God with your life, doing what you're doing for His glory, even the so-called good things you do turn out to be sins, because you're doing them for selfish reasons.
All that fine gibberish about serving God is swell when you're a kid. But this is the only life I really know anything about, Bill, and I aim to make the most of it. If and when I face God or anything like that, and He sees that I've never really done anybody any harm, I figure I'll stand as good a chance as anybody else. Now I have to get back to work. You fellows will excuse me. Thanks for stopping by.
Well, there he goes, just like that.
A man who will be everything the world calls a nice guy, yet completely ignoring the most important responsibility we all have, the responsibility to our Creator.
I wonder if and God let him get away with this, Bill. I mean, Lloyd does know the truth, even if he don't follow it.
I don't know, Stumpy. That's entirely in the hands of God. I'll get him. Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking. Oh, hello, Bryce. No, we haven't been getting any strange reports. Why? Uh-huh. A what? Oh, sure, I've heard of one before, but he's been dead for several years. No, Bryce, I don't believe in ghosts. Besides, if this fellow was one, he'd be way out of his territory. The one I've heard of roamed up in Montana. Well, thanks for letting us know. Yes, we'll check it out as soon as we can. If there really is such an animal running around, we've got a real history maker on our hands. Right. Thanks again, Bryce. Bye now.
Well, ain't you going to let me in on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Stumpy. I was just thinking.
Strange reports. Dead a number of years. Ghosts. Montana. History maker. Even that ain't just about the most curiosity-firing collection of words I ever heard you say over the phone, I don't know what is.
It's very strange, old-timer. Do you remember a buffalo named Big Medicine?
Well, I can't say he's ever got real chummy with any buffalo.
I'm serious, Stumpy. Big Medicine was an unusual buffalo. He was considered the king of the National Bison Range herd up in Montana.
Say, I do remember, now that you mention it, the thing that made him so spectacular was that he was a white buffalo, wasn't that it?
Right. As far as anyone knew, he was the only albino buffalo alive. Soon after he died, he was put on display in the Montana Historical Museum in Helena. I think he's still there today.
What do you mean, think?
Well, that was Bryce Russell on the phone. He said that a couple of people have stopped in at his gas station with the news that they've seen a white buffalo leading the herd that runs south of Knotty Pine.
A white one?
That's what he said. You know, it's funny, though.
What's the matter?
When was the last time we were out to look at that herd of buffalo?
Well, I can't rightly recall. Not more than a month, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. I knew it hadn't been long. And I know we didn't see anything like a white buffalo leading the herd at that time. If there really is a white buffalo leading that herd, he's just joined them. But where would he come from? There ain't another herd of buffalo for miles near here. Yeah, I know. That's why it seems to me to be a good idea to go out there to the run and see if we can find that herd. Let's go. I forgot about Lloyd Adams' cabins being right here along the run. Maybe he can tell us when the herd passed through the last time, which way they were going. Yeah, good idea. Well, looks like construction's coming along well in the cabins. Yeah, they're sure going up in a hurry. Hey, Bill, look at yonder. Mm-hmm. Just caught my eye, too, old-timer. That must be the sign Lloyd's planning to hang out in front. But look at what he's going to call this place. The White Buffalo Cabins.
Pretty good, eh? I've been looking for a good name for the place ever since I got the idea. What do you think of it?
Well, it has to do with the very thing we came here to see you about, Lloyd.
Oh?
Where'd you get the idea of calling this place here in the White Buffalo?
Oh, I didn't know it was a crime. What's the matter?
It's not a crime, Lloyd. We're just curious, that's all.
Well, I got the idea in an obvious enough way. I finally saw that herd of buffalo you told me about.
Uh-huh.
And I noticed that the leader of the herd was a white buffalo. Well, naturally, I figured as long as a white buffalo was a good enough leader for that herd, might be a good enough leader for tourist cabins. You know what I mean. Now, you tell me what all the official looks are about.
Well, as far as we know, Lloyd, until last month, that herd wasn't led by or didn't even have a white buffalo. As a matter of fact, the only white buffalo on record in recent times has been dead for several years. It's on display in Helena, Montana.
Huh. You think that one might be a ghost?
We were just impressed with the way you named your place about the same time as he first appeared.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I told you where I got that name. If that white fella out there is something new around here, I don't know anything about it.
We aren't accusing you of anything, Lloyd. Actually, all we're interested in is seeing that buffalo ourselves.
Why?
To confirm reports. Say, I just happened to think. You might be able to help us, Lloyd.
Me?
As I remember, you used to be pretty good with a rope. Didn't you win some prizes at the Knotty Pine Rodeo in branding competition?
Well,
Say, that's right. I never seen a feller who could knock over a big bull the way you could and hold him while he was being autographed.
Oh, that was some time ago.
Well, you're still looking in condition. Why don't you ride out with us and see if we can find that white beast?
Well, frankly, Bill, because I can't.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, that's why I've been sitting here talking to you. I took a pretty bad fall yesterday, and well, I'm afraid I'm in no condition to even walk, let alone ride.
Oh, that's too bad, Lloyd. You had a doctor look at it?
No, I'm just bruised up a bit, that's all. No sense in bothering a doctor for something like that.
Mind if we take you up on your offer of a week back and look around?
No, go ahead. I'd like to show you around, but...
No, that's all right. We understand. We'll try to remember where you said everything was going. Come on, Stumpy. Let's have a look around. But the white buffalo! You'll stay out there for a while yet. Let's take a look at the White Buffalo Cabins. Now, will you tell me what you're thinking about? We're supposed to be checking on that white buffalo, not paying a social call. Stumpy, there's something strange going on here. Huh? Did you see the way Lloyd was holding his leg? I'm sure his leg is broken. Broken? That's right. Now, why would a man with a broken leg stay away from a doctor? Yeah, you got me. Maybe because he didn't want anyone to know how the leg was broken.
Hey, what are you getting at, young feller?
Just a minute. Let's talk with that workman over there. Excuse me.
Huh? You want to talk to me?
Just to ask you how things are going, that's all. We're friends of Mr. Adams.
Oh, they're going okay, I guess.
You guess?
Maybe I shouldn't say this, you being his friends and all, but he sure don't care much about what he's putting up.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he just goes too far saving money, that's all. The stuff he buys for us to work with, a lot of it's poor grade. The way he wants us to put these things up. Well, I wouldn't want to be living out here in a strong wind.
Have you mentioned this to him?
Oh, sure. All he says is, just so it looks good. That's what's important. Make it look good. So what can you do? I gotta eat, same as anybody.
That seems to be the way Lloyd is about everything. What did he say to us, Stumpy? As long as it looks like the genuine article, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, I hope you won't go telling him I told you this. Like I say, I gotta eat, same as anybody.
That's why you'll do a job you know is bad, huh?
Look, mister, it ain't my worry what he does with these things. I just build them the way he tells me. My hands are clean.
I'd think about that a little more if I were you.
Hey, I thought you said you was his friends.
Does Mr. Adams help you out much on the job?
Some. Why?
I suppose that fall he had will slow things up a bit.
Fall?
When he hurt his leg.
Look.
Didn't he fall?
I don't know how he hurt his leg. All I know is he rode out of here yesterday, and he wasn't back by the time I knocked off. I don't know where he went or what he was planning to do with them bottles.
Bottles?
Hey, what are you asking me all this for? You want to know about what happened to him? Why don't you ask him? I got to get back to work.
Say, what's going on here?
It's beginning to fit together, isn't it, old-timer?
If you think what I think you're thinking the same things I'm thinking.
Come on. I'll try to figure that one out while we look for the white buffalo.
That buffalo trail's getting fresher by the minute, Bill.
I noticed that too, Stumpy. We should be coming upon them any time now.
Hey, look up ahead, rising over the trees. Ain't that dust?
It sure is. The kind a large herd makes as it moves along. Go on, Storm.
Giddy up!
Well, there they are.
Yep. Unless my eyeballs are playing tricks on me. That lead bull's as white as a polar bear in a snowstorm.
Let's get a better look. These binoculars ought to move us in real close.
Well, what's it look like close up, Bill?
At first look, he seems to be the real thing, Stumpy. But, well, here, you take a look.
Ooh, he's a real buffalo, all right. And a big one at that.
But what do you notice about him that seems out of place?
Well, let's see here. All his legs are in the right place. So is his head. Yep, there's his tail.
That's not what I mean, old-timer. Take a look at his eyes.
His eyes?
That's right.
Well, I'm looking at them. But they don't do a thing to me.
But look at what color they are.
What color? You gone loco? The dark. That's all I can tell from here. What's that got to do with anything?
I'll think a minute, Stumpy. Think of all the albino animals you've ever seen. What is the one characteristic about the eyes of an albino that marks him as distinct?
Say, that's right. Albino animals have pink eyes.
And that so-called white buffalo has dark eyes.
Then he's a fake.
That's what it looks like. At least we have enough to go back and have a talk with Lloyd Adams about.
Look, I'm not feeling like entertaining company. Why don't you fellows come back sometime in the distant future, huh?
This won't take long, Lloyd. I've just come from seeing the white buffalo.
So, now that you're satisfied that there is such an animal, why don't you go on out
We're far from satisfied that there is such an animal, Lloyd.
You said that you just saw it. What else do you want?
I want to know exactly what happened to your leg yesterday.
I told you I fell while I was working around here.
Your workman doesn't remember anything about it.
You've been snooping? Hey, what is this?
I think you know, Lloyd. It looks to me like you decided to really put that herd of buffalo to work for you, so you rode out and tried some of your old rodeo technique on the leader. Once you had him tied, you bleached him white.
Say, that's right. That workman said something about bottles.
Then, after you turned him into a white buffalo, you let him go. I suppose it was then that he turned on you and broke your leg.
How did you...
I can recognize a broken leg when I see it, Lloyd. I've seen enough of them. Well, isn't that about the way it happened?
Look, Bill, I've taken about enough. You come charging in here with a lot of accusations that you can't prove. For all anybody knows, there really is a white buffalo out there leading that herd. And if the last one was so famous, this one will be too.
And bring a lot of business to the cabins that overlook the buffalo run, huh?
I'll profit from it, sure. Anybody would.
Do you think it's worth that broken leg?
I didn't know I was going to... Look, get out of here, will you? I don't feel like listening to any more.
It's interesting, isn't it? When a man sets himself up as the center and reason for all that he does, even the so-called best slip easily to fraud, to lying, to cheating.
That's enough, Bill.
You fake a white buffalo to draw clientele into poorly made cabins for higher prices. And yet all the time you try to keep up appearances. You might even get rich that way.
I said shut up!
But God created us to be his followers, Lloyd. He sent Jesus to die for us just because we wouldn't follow him.
Don't talk God to me. You think I don't see right through you, Bill. If you can't make a reputation in money, you can make a reputation in religion, huh? Well, to me, it's all the same thing. Only I'll have more to show for it. Now, you get out of here, and I mean get!
It's hard to believe that that's the same Lloyd Adams that used to go on hikes with us when he was still in school.
I know what you mean, old-timer. If only we knew ahead of time the direction men's lives are going to go, we'd certainly treat them differently when they were children.
Maybe the way around that'd be to spend careful time bringing up every child.
Maybe so. Well, we might as well drive back to town. No matter how hard I try, I can't think of a thing we can do right now to help Lloyd.
Well, I reckon right now at least the only thing to do is to keep on praying for him.
I guess so. Yeah.
Huh. What's the matter, Bill?
That herd of buffalo.
I know. Saw them coming around the edge of the woods over there.
But they're way too far this way. The run is usually over at the foot of the mountain.
Maybe they're just a little off course.
No, they're being led this way. Look, they're heading straight for Lloyd's cabins.
That white leader must still be mad.
They'll be here in no time at all.
What are we going to do, Bill?
Start the car, Stumpy. Get ready to pull out right away. I'm going to get Lloyd.
What? I thought I told you to get out.
No time to argue, Lloyd. That herd of buffalo is headed straight for these cabins.
What? Who are you trying to fool?
It looks like that buffalo you died isn't through with you yet. Come on. We've got to get out of here.
You'll have to do better than that, Bill. You know I can't run with this busted leg. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to save your life. Come on now, I'll help you.
Stay where you are. Trying to save my life or trying to get back at me?
What are you talking about?
I see straight through you, Bill. You can't take the kind of talk I gave you before I threw you out of here. Well, I don't know why you want me outside so badly, but I'm not going. Save my life after what I just said and did to you? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Bill, hurry up!
Oh, so you've got Stumpy in on it, too, huh?
Stumpy's got the car running.
To run me over?
Time's up, Lloyd. If you won't let me help you, I'll have to carry you out.
I said stay put, Bill. I don't want to have to hit you.
You can't fight with a broken leg, Lloyd.
I don't throw punches with my feet. One more step and you'll see what I mean.
Bill, almost on you. Hurry up!
I hate to take advantage of you, Lloyd.
No, you don't.
Sorry, Lloyd. Now to get out of here. With you.
Here we go.
They're trampling the cabins! Quick, get in!
Good coffee.
Feeling better, Lloyd?
Yeah. Thanks, but I can't figure it out. I just can't figure it out.
What's that?
You could have left me there. You could have just pulled away. That herd could have trampled me to death, and no one would ever have suspected that you could have rescued me.
Stumpy and I would have known.
After what I said to the two of you, and especially when I wouldn't even come with you when you did try to get me, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, it does. When you remember the third person that would have known.
Huh?
God. If he just got rid of everyone who fought him, we'd all be gone by now, Lloyd. But God cares for all of us, the just and the unjust. And he sent Jesus to live and die for each of us. He cares for each of us. And as his followers, we couldn't do less.
It just doesn't add up.
Of course it don't, Lloyd. That's the whole point of accepting God's gift of being saved by Jesus' death. Once a feller does that, God's own spirit enters into him and makes him a new creature. He thinks as different as he acts. And it ain't natural, it's supernatural.
You really are serious, aren't you? I mean, you really do care about God and about others. Even me.
That's right.
It looks like a lot of my ideas were trampled along with those cabins. Okay, Bill, I'm listening. Start over again, and this time, maybe I'll start believing what you have to say.
It doesn't take too much work to only look good, boys and girls. But Jesus works in us to make us really good for his sake. Lloyd and the others like him could shatter the phony goodness of man, but no one living can stand up against the holiness that God gives his child. We hope you know what it is to really follow him. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
apart from the air situation, which is the overriding factor, in particular, air action should be directed towards the reduction of the German air forces on the Western Front, the progressive destruction of the German economic system, and the undermining of German morale.
These are the actual words to the outline plan for the liberation of Europe. Such was the task which confronted the Allied Air Force. In 2 words, air superiority. For the RAF, D-Day was back in 1941, when our fighters, after winning the defensive battle of Britain, began to push their offensive sweeps deeper over enemy-occupied territory. When our bombers began to strike at the industrial centers of Germany. In 1942, the offensive mounted. In May, 1,000 bomber raids on the Ruhr and Rhineland, experiments in saturation bombing, which were to point the way to the great night battles of 1943. In August, Dieppe, where our fighters held the Luftwaffe back from the ground forces on the beaches and the shipping offshore. It was during 1942 also that another striking force was coming powerfully to our aid. The fortresses and liberators of the American 8th Air Force, soon to be followed by swarms of protective fighters. Throughout 1943, and the early months of 1944, the air war grew to a climax. By day, German aircraft factories were pounded, and defending fighters were shot down in hundreds. By night, their heavy industries were blasted and burned. The enemy was forced to withdraw more of his guns, his aeroplanes, and his manpower from possible invasion areas to defend the Reich. By the autumn of 1943, the air situation was such that detailed planning for the invasion could begin. The war against the Luftwaffe continued, but a new phase of the air plan opened. Air power applied in direct relation to the landing. A new command was formed, the Allied Expeditionary Air Force, with Air Chief Marshal Sir Trafford Lee Mallory in command, and the American Major General W.G. Butler as his deputy. The force consisted of the British 2nd Tactical Air Force of fighters, fighter bombers and light bombers, under Air Marshal Sir Arthur Cunningham, and the 9th American Air Force of medium bombers and fighters under Major General Louis Breton. There were also reconnaissance wings, a group of defensive fighters, a transport group, and a group for airborne operations. Such demands as might be made on the strategic heavy bombers of Air Chief Marshal Harris and General Sparks were to be coordinated through the Deputy Supreme Commander, Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder. To understand the work which these air forces were to do in the months before D-Day, we must examine for a moment the outline of the military plan. The intention was to make landings along the strip of coast between the mouth of the Orne River and the base of the Cherbourg Peninsula, to cut off the peninsula and to secure Cherbourg as a supply port. But the very reasons for choosing this plan made it all the more difficult to carry out. The Germans didn't believe we would choose this area, poor in supply ports, and a long way from our objective, Germany, in preference to the coast hard up, rich in ports, with a shorter channel crossing, and much nearer our goal. We relied on Allied air supremacy and our genius for amphibious operations to confound his calculations. But to land a fully trained and equipped force is one thing. To maintain a bridgehead and pour in supplies and reinforcements is another. Victory in the opening battles must go to the side which could concentrate the greatest force in the shortest time. For this purpose, the Germans had at their disposal the elaborate road and railway systems of northern France, the canals and rivers. The Allies would have to cross 100 miles of treacherous channel in boats small enough to run up on the flat beaches of Normandy. The project appeared impossible. The task of the Air Force was to redress the balance by paralyzing the enemy communications, and in particular by isolating the rectangle of France contained by the rivers Seine and Loire. And there was a surprise in store, a mobile port to be towed across the channel, one of the remarkable feats in the history of warfare. We had learned that railway lines and roads can quickly be repaired. So we must concentrate a great weight of bombs on the most vulnerable points. Marshalling yards, junctions, workshops, bridges, viaducts. This had to be done without giving the enemy any idea of where we were going to land. We must avoid to the utmost damage and casualties to the friendly civil population. By D-Day, out of 80 selected railway centers, 51 were out of action and 25 more were badly disorganized. 76 out of 80. To achieve this, 66,000 tons of bombs were dropped by British and American heavies and the lighter bombers of the Tactical and 9th Air Forces. The job of bridge busting was given mainly to the havocs and marauders of the American 9th Air Force. By D-Day, across the Seine between Paris and the sea, only one rail and 2 road bridges were left standing. At the same time, Bomber Command were blowing up the great enemy dumps of supplies and ammunition. In the 9 weeks before D-Day, 2,655 German planes were destroyed in combat. We were passing from air superiority to air supremacy. In the south of England, huge armies were assembling, ideal targets for German aircraft. But none dared to come. Not a dozen reconnaissance planes crossed our coast. Yet a German soldier in France could hardly move without being photographed from the air. In the weeks before D-Day, part of the air attack was switched to targets in direct support of the impending landings. There were 3 main categories: coastal batteries, which threatened our seaborne armies; radar stations, which would give warning of the approaching armada; and enemy airfields, from which you could operate in the battle area at closer range than our own fighters based in England. These attacks still had to be spread to give no indication of the landing area. Tactical bombers, with the help of British and American heavies, dealt with the batteries and airfields. While fighters with bombs and rockets took on the radar station. At least 11 batteries in the vital area were destroyed before D-Day. Every radar station between Barfleur and Le Havre was dead, except one, and that only worked in timid spasms. The major role of the Allied air forces in preparing the invasion of Europe was finished. Since 1941, it had cost the Royal Air Force, with its British, Dominion, and Allied squadrons, as many casualties in killed, missing, and prisoners as the Imperial ground forces were to suffer in the first 3 months of the land campaign. The American air losses were proportionately heavy. The German gunners and coast defense troops along the same bay were called very early on the morning of June the 6th by 8,500 tons of bombs dropped upon them by Lancaster's and Halifax's of Bomber Command, Fortresses and Liberators of the United States Air Force. At one blow, 10 more coastal batteries were destroyed. We couldn't deal with them before without making our plan obvious. This was the first time that Bomber Command had acted in close support of ground troops, and the results were so good that this technique was to see startling developments. During the early landings, the air forces were destined to play a protective role. Bostons laid smoke screens. Fighters swarmed over the beaches and shipping lanes, but the air preparation had been so thorough that enemy air interference was negligible. Other fighters, armed with cannon and rockets, gave any German troops rash enough to expose themselves a taste of the treatment they soon learned to dread. During the landing operations, and for many weeks before and after, Coastal Command kept watch on the Dutch and French Atlantic ports for U-boats and surface craft which were expected to break into the channel to harry our shipping lanes. Small convoys slipping down the coast to supplement the battered land communications were cannoned, rocketed and torpedoed by coastal bowfighters. An enemy destroyer, sneaking in from the Atlantic along the Brittany coast, was forced ashore and destroyed. Liberators patrolled continuously, on the watch for U-boats. When D-Day came, the German Navy stayed at home. As we had planned and hoped, the German command was deceived as to the point of landing. When they discovered their mistake, they were unable to rush reserves to the area in time to stop us making a firm bridgehead. The first and most dangerous phase was over. Now came the time to build up for the main assault. Airstrips must be provided for our short-range fighters. Airfield construction equipment, bulldozers, scrapers, levelers, were given a high priority in the stream of supplies crossing the channel. In a few hours, these great machines changed the country scene into wide tracts of runway with their maze of dispersal points and taxi tracks. Sometimes the work was done under the eyes of the enemy, who used the factory chimneys of Caen as observation posts. Pioneer Corps, sweating at their labors, were shelled and mortared. But the work went on. Pioneers and servicing commandos hastily dug trenches for protection and then got on with the job. The RAF regiment set up their guns round the perimeter. Dust was the greatest enemy, however. Fine powder dust that got into engine bearings and cannon breeches and betrayed every movement to the watching Germans. To overcome this, a new type of runway was laid. Known as the stamp licker, a machine rolled down long strips of material stuck together with a sort of asphalt. But airstrips were only half the story. An air force, especially a tactical air force operating in close support of an army, is valueless without elaborate signals communications. Wireless plays a great part, but wireless signals can be tapped. Landlines are essential. This was the task of the air formation signals, Army men of the Royal Corps of Signals attached permanently to RAF formations. Farmhouses concealed telephone exchanges that would serve a fair-sized English town. Haystacks concealed batteries of teleprint. Though shells and lorries and tanks and even enemy agents were continually breaking their lines, the system never broke down. To the men of the RAF and air formation signals, much of the credit must go for the closest Army-air coordination in the history of war. The Royal Air Force squadrons in France were composed entirely of fighters. Typhoons with rockets and bombs, Mustangs with bombs and cannon, Spitfires, mostly Canadian, with cannon. Their role was twofold: to harass the enemy and to protect our own troops from air attack. The job of air protection fell mainly on the Spitfire. The beachhead area, though secure, was very limited in depth, 3 or 4 miles in some places, 12 or 15 in others. Within this space was a great army, with tens of thousands of lorries and hundreds of thousands of tons of ammunition and supplies. Vehicles crowded the roads, radiator to tailboard. There was hardly a field or orchard that didn't serve as a camping ground or supply dump. Concealment was impossible. Above it all, the swirling columns of dust. Behind this ant heap lay the beaches, with thousands of craft plying to and fro, and the freighters lying out in the deeper water. 2 or 3 squadrons of fighter bombers would have reduced the whole scene to a shambles. When aircraft zoomed overhead, our men seldom bothered even to look up. Such was their confidence. The Typhoons and Spitfires had the task of harassing the enemy in the battle zone. The first essential was to deny to the Germans the freedom of movement we enjoyed ourselves. Already, thanks to the air preparation, he was being forced to detrain some of his reinforcements at Nancy, 250 miles away. Arriving in the battle area in bits and pieces, on foot, on bicycles, in vehicles and in tanks already in bad shape, the troops are subjected to a hail of rockets and cannon shells. Enemy movement ceased by day, and even by night, only the leafy bylanes could be used, thanks to our roving mosquitoes and buzzards. To obtain the closest liaison between our armor and the air, a specially converted tank carrying signal equipment and an RAF officer advanced with our columns. When our troops met a tough position, this tank could call up the pilots of Typhoons waiting overhead and direct them down by visual observation onto their targets. In this way, German tanks and 88mm guns were often knocked out within a few minutes of making their presence known. The Hun knew no respite. During July, over 400 tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed. The Mustangs, with their wider range, were mainly used to bomb targets deeper behind the German lines. Barges bringing supplies up the Seine. Railway trains with ammunition, few as they were. Road junctions and troop concentration. Records of German telephone conversations found later are eloquent testimony of the effect of the air assault. Again and again, the High Command ordered, attack, attack. The answer came back, sorry, we are pinned down from the air. But it was impossible to prevent the enemy concentrating part of his forces and equipment. These he placed with great skill in a series of highly fortified belts. To attempt a frontal assault on these would have been costly in lives and equipment. It was decided to call in the help of the heavy bomber. At Caen, at Caumont, and twice during the advance from Caen to Falaise, the heavies came. In North Africa, fortresses and liberators had been used in tactical support of the armies, but it was something new for our Lancasters and Halifaxes to appear on the battlefield. The organization and tactics of Bomber Command were designed for bombing industrial areas by night. Now they were called upon to do pinpoint bombing largely by day. There was no room for error. The targets lay only a mile or so ahead of our own men. It was an essential part of the plan that our army should press into the enemy position before he recovered from the shock. Nor must our line of advance be created by heavy bombs. The right kind of bombs must go in exactly the right places. A precision operation of great skill. Due to the lack of enemy fighters, the individual tactics of the night heavies could be employed by day. Indeed, they offered a less attractive target to the ground defenses than a close formation. Black bombers swarmed in the sky like rooks above a spinning. Probably the most remarkable of these attacks was that on Caumont. It was a foul morning for flying, thick grey cloud down to a few hundred feet. The Germans in their trenches must have felt secure. Suddenly, out of the murk, came a great Lancaster, hardly clearing the tops of the hills, and then another. Down went the indicator flares on the pinpoint. For 2 hours, the bombs rained. In one bound, our line moved forward 10 miles. With the American breakthrough on the right, the pincers began to close round the German 7th Army south of Falaise, to which by now had been added a part of the 15th Army from the northeast. Why did they wait to be destroyed? Hitler's fanaticism may supply part of the answer, but the main explanation was that they were blind, deaf, and largely dumb. They didn't know how serious their position was. Blind because they couldn't risk reconnaissance aircraft. Deaf and dumb because their signals organization had been broken by our air attacks, especially those by light and medium bombers which destroyed headquarters buildings. By contrast, the Allied command was informed by our Mustang and Spitfire pilots of every move and concentration the enemy made. His intentions were frustrated before they ever took shape. A great victory was in the making. On August 17th, realizing the trap he was in, the enemy started a last desperate effort to break out to the east. It was the moment that our ground-stopping fighters had been waiting for. In 3 days, more than 5,000 vehicles were destroyed. For miles, the roads around Train and Chambois were piled with the remains of tanks, trucks, guns, carts, horses, and men. Devastation and panic were complete. A French peasant who saw the flight told how, at the sound of aircraft, the Germans were terrified like rabbits, crushing their own men under their tanks. Dunkirk was avenged. The greatest German army in the West was shattered. The fleeing remnants had worse to come. The bridges over the Seine were down. Every attempt to collect barges or build pontoons had been dealt with by typhoons and mustangs. The conglomeration of men and transport collected on the western bank of the river opposite Rouen. Then the medium bombers struck. Bereft of equipment, on foot, in farm carts, the survivors of the German 7th Army struggled back towards the fatherland. Our armies pressed forward close behind them, eager to join in the last great battle on the frontiers of Germany. The air plan was paying dividends.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, oh boy! Spam, what joy! George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show and his orchestra for singing glee with the Smoothies 3. Last but not least, with Bud Hastings.
It's time for Burns and Allen at your house. And say, have last-minute Christmas chores got you in a whirl? Now look, Mother, even though you don't get home until just before supper time, here's the quick, easy way to give your family swell food that satisfies husky appetites. Serve baked Spam, S-P-A-M. And baking is easy when you serve Spam. All you do is open a can of Spam, stud it with cloves, and slip it into the oven. The easy recipe is right on the label. In just a few minutes, you'll have a delicious main course. Spam is tender, juicy meat with extra goodness and flavor because Spam is a perfect combination of pork shoulder meat and ham meat. Tired appetites perk up with Spam on the table, and tired mothers like it because Spam is so easy to serve. Tomorrow, be sure your shopping list includes S-P-A-M Spam. And here they are, your two favorite Spam stars, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Say, George, I saw Artie Shaw's picture second chorus at the Paramount last night. He was great.
Really?
Fred Astaire was swell. And Paulette Goddard was grand. And can that Bud Heaston make love?
Wait a minute. Bud Heaston wasn't in the picture.
Well, he was sitting next to me, if you know what I mean.
So you were at the Paramount last night, too, huh, Bud?
Yes.
How did you like it?
Oh, swell. Next week I'm going back to see the picture.
Gracie, how was Artie Shaw as an actor?
Well, he had plenty of trouble with his lines. Every time he opened his mouth, he stuck his clarinet in it.
Some lover, that Shaw. I'll bet every time he threw a kiss, Paulette got it.
Oh, well, no.
Got it?
Well,
Stuff.
Judge, I was only fooling. Artie was
got
great.
it. That was a beauty.
Yeah. Oh, dear. There was Artie with his arms around Paulette Goddard, and Paulette was looking into his eyes, and Artie looked into Paulette's eyes, and then Fred Astaire kissed her, and then...
Gracie, how did Fred Astaire get into this?
Well, he's very fast on his feet, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm not bad either.
No?
You know, in vaudeville, I used to be Goldie of Goldie Fields and Glide.
No.
So did I.
Really?
And you could tell by that Goddard line that I did the comedy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you something right now. You know how Fred Astaire jumps up in the air and clicks his heels 3 times?
How many times?
3 times.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I can jump up in the air and click my heels 4 times. Okay, watch. Well, how do you like it, Gracie?
Oh, swell. You can come down now.
Well, anyway, Artie, we've done a lot of kidding, but I hear that you're really great in the picture.
Well, thanks a lot, George.
I understand you play a romantic kid.
Nah, George, those love scenes aren't all they're cracked up to be. For example, that scene at the breakfast table where I'm reading a newspaper and Paulette Goddard comes in and kisses me. Every time we did the scene, something went wrong. You know, she kissed me 52 times. Boy, that was awful.
Awful? What was awful about that?
I never got a chance to read Little Abner.
Kissed him 52 times. Should happen to me.
You know, Artie, George, and I danced in a picture with Fred Astaire. That's what gave Fred Astaire a start.
It's kind of a hard line to get out.
Yeah.
Start Fred Astaire.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
really kidding.
That's your line, Artie.
No, really. When he saw George dance, it gave him an awful start.
Well, we got 2 laughs before that,
Yeah.
so Well, let's continue from there. Where are we?
Yo también vi esa película, esa señorita Pauletta Goddard.
Well, there goes
qué
Senor Lee.
Muy bueno.
You said something funny, huh? Well, there goes the guitar player interrupting again.
Hey, Senor Shaw. Hey, Artie. Hey, boss. Hey, lover.
What is it, Senor Lee?
You in the picture with Fred Astaire? That's a strange coincidence.
Senor Lee, you said that wrong.
Perdóname. Senor Shaw, you being in the same picture with Fred Astaire is a strange coincidence.
Well, that sort of finishes up Artie Shaw's new picture, second chorus. And Artie, you noticed I mentioned it 3 times. Is that enough?
Yeah, and someday I'll write a little song about Spam.
Well, thanks, kid.
Gee, that'll be swell, Artie. Spam's bound to become #1 on the Eat Parade.
On the Eat Parade. Well, now let's start our play. Gracie, give out the scripts. Okay, Bud, take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you remember, last week we did a play, and we left off with George, Artie, and myself in jail about to be hanged, and Gracie on the way to the governor to try and save our lives. Lights, curtain, music.
Gracie, where are the scripts?
The scripts?
Yeah, the scripts for the play.
Oh, the radio scripts.
Yeah, the radio scripts. I gave them to you this morning. Where are they?
You want to talk about my brother?
Who's interested in your brother?
The woman across the street.
Well, who cares?
Her husband.
Gracie, we were having lunch at the Brown Derby, and I gave you a package. Where are the scripts?
Oh, scripts. Oh, let me see now. No, don't tell me. I left the Brown Derby, and I went into that drugstore, and I put a nickel in the phonograph and played Beat Me Daddy 6 to the bar.
6 to the bar?
Yeah, it was a cut-rate drugstore. And then I changed a dime and weighed myself, and I had 9 pennies left, so I weighed myself 9 more times.
Gracie, the audience is waiting.
Yeah,
Where are the scripts?
Please. Then I left for the May department store, and I crossed the park, and there was a man surrounded by a lot of pigeons feeding them peanuts. And he said, "Miss, how would you like to try this?" And I did. I ate about 2 bags of peanuts. And
Artie, will you play a number while Gracie tries to figure out where she left the scripts?
And then the pigeons flew away, and I said goodbye to Mr. Reuter.
To Mr. Reuter.
Did I leave the script?
Yeah, the scripts.
Oh, I was on my way to the May Company, and I stopped to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl game. The man said, would you like to sit on the 50-yard line? And I said, no, the chalk would ruin my dress. And then...
See, we've got to do a show.
Oh, please. And then the man said the tickets for the Rose Bowl were $1 apiece. And
$1 apiece?
Oh, of course, it was a very small piece. No, if I can get $200 more, I can buy the rest of the tickets. And
Look,
then...
Gracie, try to remember what you did with the package. The scripts are in it. We're supposed to do a play.
Señor Shaw, ¿por qué todas las noches tenemos que tocar Ferenc? Ya estoy cansado de tocar la misma
Tú
cosa.
vas a hacer lo que yo digo. Yo soy el jeep aquí.
What's going on here? Marty, what's your guitar player saying?
What's he saying? I'm having enough trouble trying to figure out what I'm saying.
What's the argument about, Senor Lee?
I do not like the number Frenesí we just played. Every night we play it at the Pandemonium Ballroom.
Pandemonium?
See.
It's Palladium. Oh. Pandemonium is a lot of noise and confusion.
He swing and sway with Sammy Kaye?
Artie, why do you take it from that musician?
He's got a diploma from Casaloma.
Say, that's cute.
Hey, George.
What?
Try Spam and Chili with Rudy Villi.
You guys keep it up. Just keep it up and you'll be hitting the road with Papa Jode.
Oh, see now. So I finally got to the May Company.
Oh, you finally got to the May Company.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I went to the men's department, and I said, I'd like to get a shirt for George, and the man said 34 sleeves, and I said, no, 2 will be enough.
Gracie, when you got through shopping all day, what did you do with the packages?
The packages. Oh, those were all Christmas presents. I took them all down to the post office and mailed them.
To the post office?
Yes.
Well, you must have mailed the scripts with the rest of the packages.
Oh, well, let's go down and look for them.
Well, certainly.
Well, they'll be easy to find, on account of all my packages are addressed direct to the exchange department of the May Company.
You addressed you addressed all your gifts to the exchange department?
Well, yeah, that'll save my friends a lot of trouble after Christmas.
Well, come on, everybody. You better come with me to the post office and help me find the scripts.
I'll help.
I'll help.
Mr. Burns, I refuse to help. Who are you? Just a rugged individualist.
Everything happens to me. Well, come on, everybody. Let's go.
Oh, well, George, I got it.
The scripts.
No. Let's tear a herring with old Fred Waring.
Oh, come on. Hey, 4 years in Harvard, open the door. Hey, soundman, I'm talking to you. Why don't you pay attention to your work?
Mr. Burns, that is what I've been doing all my life. 4 years I went to Harvard, studied diligently and never missed a lecture. The notes I made are used today as a model by the students at Harvard. Alongside me sat a student who never paid attention to anything. Instead of taking down notes, he wrote childish jingles on the margin of his notebook. Today, that man gets $50,000 a year writing those Burma shave signs, and this is what I do for a living.
Well, this is no time of the year to be sad. Christmas is in the air. Think of Santa Claus.
Poor Santa Claus reminds me of myself. Works hard all year and winds up holding the bag.
Oh, come on, everybody. Let's get to the post office. I've got to find those scripts.
Hours to get in this place, about 2 hours.
Oh, well. Here we are at the post office.
Boy, look at this crowd.
Now, Gracie, at what window did you mail the packages?
Well, let me see now. Look for a handsome clerk with blue eyes, blonde mustache, and striped lipstick. He's got a sort of
a striped lipstick?
Well, yes. That's an account of I kissed him through the bars.
Well, let's stand at the end of this line.
Don't push. Don't push.
Don't push.
Don't push. Don't push. Don't push. Who's pushing? Who's pushing?
Who's pushing?
Who's pushing? Who's pushing?
Well, we'll never get to that window. I had to give you the scripts.
Hey, George, I know how to get in front of this line.
With all these men?
Well, yeah.
Never.
Well, just watch me. Look, here comes Teddy Lamar.
Next. Who's first in line?
I am.
Oh, what a day. Have we been rushed? Do you know, miss, that today I sold 1,000 1-cent stamps?
Well, if I were you, I'd sell 3-cent stamps.
Why?
Well, you meet a better class of people.
Oh, have I been busy? I've been standing on my feet since 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, you must be tired. Why don't you let me stand on them for a while?
Gracie, ask her about the packet.
What?
Ask her about the packet.
Ask her about what?
The packet. The packet.
The packet.
The packet.
The packet.
The packet. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hey, George, when you get down to the window, will you mail this Christmas gift for me?
Sure, if I ever get down there. Well, look, it's for me. Artie, what are you sending me?
It's a lounging robe.
That's funny. Last Christmas I sent you a lounging robe.
Well, it's the same loungy robe.
Well, thanks, kid.
And you know what I want this Christmas?
Now what?
A great big sailboat.
Well, in this weather, you can use it.
Senor Burns, will you please mail this package of dishes for me? But be careful with it. It's high-class crookery.
Crookery? You mean crockery. Crookery means that you stole it.
The man in back of me in the blue uniform is a sailor?
Gracie, find out about the scripts. Gracie, wait a minute. Gracie, what are you doing behind the window?
Well, I'm taking the girl's place. She went out to look for the package. Oh, George, aren't people silly? You ought to read some of the letters they send. Oh, dear. Listen to this one. Dear Santa Claus, please send us a man for Christmas. And if you can't find one, please come yourself. Signed, Brenda and Cabina.
Gracie, you mean you're opening the mail?
Yeah, isn't it fun? I'm so glad I took a place.
You can be you can be held for a thing like that.
Well, who do you think the man with his arms around me is? A sailor? Ooh, by the way, it is.
Gracie, the package. We've got
Oh, look, isn't this a sad letter? Dear Santa Claus, we've been waiting for you for a long, long time, but you never come to visit us. If you don't come this year, what will I tell the children? Signed, Mrs. Santa Claus.
Gracie, you got to find the script.
When unexpected guests come knocking at your door like this, do you get into a twizzy, catch your breath, and say, oh, what shall I feed the bunch? Now look, if you keep Spam on your pantry shelf, this will happen when folks start knocking. You'll go right to the door, open it up, and say, come on in. You'll never worry about each. You'll have plenty of time to visit because you'll ask to be excused and go out into the kitchen like this. Then you'll open a can of Spam, cut off slices, and place on toast. Then you'll put on a slice of tomato, pickle, or Bermuda onion and cover with thin slices of cheese. Pop that into the oven until the cheese melts, and there you have a hot Spamwich. A one-plate meal that's sure to make a hit. Bring those hot Spamwiches out of the kitchen like this, and your guests will all say, yum, yum.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum.
The meaty flavor, the taste-tempting goodness of Spam is something folks really get hungry for. When friends drop in this holiday season, serve them a hot Spamwich. Or serve Spam cold, or fried, or baked. The easy recipes are right on the label. Fussy appetites like Spam because it's different. A perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender, tasty ham meat. That's why Spam has extra goodness, extra flavor. To be sure of getting the real thing, always look for this sentence on the Spam label, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Tomorrow, say to your food dealer, I want Spam. You can serve it dozens of ways. Isn't that right, Smoothies?
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Gracie, get away from that window. We've got
Hey, you stop pushing!
Stop pushing!
Stop pushing! Stop pushing!
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! We did that.
We did that!
We did that.
We did that!
We did that. Quiet! Quiet!
Well, who's next?
Gracie, will you come out from behind that stamp window? We got to find the script.
Say, Sourpuss, get back in line. Miss, can I have a 1-cent stamp?
Well, we've got a 1-cent stamp if you really want it, but if I were you, I'd take one of our 6-cent stamps. They're a little more expensive, but they'll last longer. And they're washable. And besides that, they look very pretty on your tongue.
Miss, I'd like a 1-cent stamp. The one that has Lincoln's picture on it.
Oh, well, which Lincoln do you mean, Henry Fonda or Walt Houston?
Never mind. Next time I'll go by train.
Well, isn't that a silly man? Next. And what can I do for you, sir?
Remember me? I'm George Burns.
George Burns? Oh, weren't you in vaudeville?
Yeah, we played together at the DeKalb in Brooklyn.
Well, didn't you work with a very beautiful girl?
Yes, and that happens to be you.
Oh, well, imagine running into me. It certainly is a small world.
Gracie, what about the script?
Hey, mister,
Come out
get
from...
back in line.
Oh, what can I do for you, madam?
I hope I'm not too late, miss. Can I catch the China Clipper?
Well, you might be able to if you put another feather in your hat.
Look, Gracie, what about the scripts? Will you come
Get back in line.
Listen here.
Get back in line.
Well...
Look, miss, I've been writing with one of your pens, and I've got a handful of ink.
A handful of ink? Well, thanks for telling me. You may keep it for your honesty.
Gracie, what about the scripts?
Get back in line.
Look, I'm not getting back in line.
Attaboy, George.
You stay out of this.
Anybody that talks that way to George Burns gets a punch in the nose.
You know who I am?
No, who are you?
I'm the vice president of the Hormel Company, makers of Spam.
You know who I am?
No.
Thank goodness.
Say, I better get back in line.
Senor Burns, will you mail this package to my brother? It's a pair of sealskin gloves.
It's not steel skin. It's not steel, it's seal.
Steel.
No, seal. Look, what has a flat head, small eyes, a mustache, and a beautiful fur coat?
My brother's wife.
Look, senor, I've got my own troubles, Gracie. We've got to find our scripts.
Hey, George, I got it.
The scripts?
No. Let's have sandwiches and tea with Fibber Magee.
Oh, go away.
George, how'd you make out?
Well, I certainly got a lot of help out of you, Artie. Where have you been?
What a madhouse this post office is. I sat down at that long table over there, and before I knew it, I was weighed, stamped, and airmailed special to Pomona.
Now, look, I've got to do something.
Well, George, your troubles are over. Here comes the superintendent, and he's got my package under his arm.
No. Before I give it to you, miss, you'll have to answer a few questions. Now, what's your name?
Gracie T. Allen.
What are all those T's for?
Well, when my daddy first saw me, he said...
Look, mister, can we have the package now?
Just a moment now. Miss, can you identify yourself?
Well, certainly. Where's my handbag?
Right here, Gracie.
Oh, wait till I look in the mirror. Yeah, that's me.
I can't stand it. This is awful.
Well, never mind. Here's your package.
Well, thanks. Come on. Great. I've got the scripts. Come on, everybody. We've got to get out of here. Ouch! 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 Well, come on. Let's get back to the studio. Hey, taxi!
And so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the second episode of Gracie Allen's dynamic play. As you remember last week, George, Bud, and Artie were in the jail, sentenced to be hanged. And Gracie was on her way back from the governor's offices, where she'd been making a plea for their lives. The scene opens with the boys anxiously pacing their cell as Gracie arrives.
Well, this is simply awful. Oh, she's been away for hours.
Never get over it. It's terrible.
Oh, boys, I've got some terrible news for you.
You mean we're going to the gas chamber?
Worse than that.
We're going to be hanged?
Worse than that.
Electrocuted?
No, worse than that.
Well, what can be worse than that?
I left the scripts in the taxi.
Oh. And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing. Take it, kids.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to sing this song tonight. Now's the time to bring good cheer. Jingle, 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 jingle bells. Jingle, 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 Sanjali.
Jingle bells, Christmas ya llegó. Oyen las campanas que ya Santa Claus salió. Jingle bells, hay felicidad. Todos les deseamos una merry Navidad.
Now's the time to bring good cheer. Jingle, 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 here comes George. Jingle, 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 sing it, George.
Oh, jingle bell,
Jingling,
jingle bell,
jingling,
jingle all the way.
Oh, tell us, Georgie.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in that one-horse open daddy.
You said it.
Jingle bell,
Jingling,
jingle bell,
jingling,
jingle all the way.
we dig you, Georgie.
How I love this time of year when I can always bring a cheer. I know I really love to sing. Some people say I sound like Bing, so now I'm really going to swing. Oh, da-da-la-doodle-la-doodle-la-doodle-la-doodle-la.
Now's the time to bring good cheer. Jingle, 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 now it's fun. Jingle, 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 sing it, bud.
Jingle bells, a happy man I am. Ha 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 ha, I didn't mention spam. Yeah.
Now's the time to bring good cheer. Jingle, 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 look who's here. Jingle, 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 Gracie's here.
Here I am, there's nothing more for you. I wish you all good Christmas cheer, a bright and happy coming year. Mother and I, my brother and I, my daddy and sister say, to gather round and sing with us this Merry Christmas Day.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Merry Christmas to you.
Every day, more and more families discover that Spam solves mealtime problems quickly. Originated by Hormel, Spam has become the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. Spam is tender, juicy meat with a taste and a flavor all its own. Fry golden brown slices for breakfast. Serve Spam cold for lunch, just as it comes from the can. Bake Spam for dinner. Look for the easy recipes on the label. If you haven't yet tried Spam, now's the time. You're really missing something extra good. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. Say, George, I just thought of a riddle.
Riddle? What is it?
What did the governor of North Carolina say to the governor of South Carolina?
What did he say?
Merry Christmas.
Good night, all.
Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. Join us again next week for Burns and Allen with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you that Spam hits the spot. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news developments.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Instead of our regular program at this time, the makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil and the Mercury Theater bring you a special broadcast.
My dearest son, I guess June 6th and 7th will be always remembered in history. I know that none of us will ever forget those days, even we who live at home. Your father will have more to remember about these 2 days and more to tell you. I don't know where he is now as I write this. Somewhere in the north of France it must be. But when he comes back, and oh, my dear little son, I pray to God he will come back. When he comes back, I know he'll have a better story to tell than this. Anyway, here's our side of it, here on the home front. That's what the papers call it, the home front. Sometimes I feel kind of ashamed of that expression. It really isn't much of a front. We do have trouble getting houses, and there isn't much room on the streetcars, and sometimes the steak is a little tough, but there aren't any of us living on K rations, and altogether the war is pretty easy to fight here in sunny California. We work hard, and don't let anybody tell you we've let down because we haven't. And we won't. And our work is important. But nobody out here sleeps in a bomb shelter. And for the last 2 days, everybody's started to realize that again. And I think that's part of the reason why the whole city's been so quiet ever since Monday night. You know, even the people out here who don't have anybody to worry about, even those people are telling themselves again how lucky they are. And sometimes luck can be sort of embarrassing. We first heard the news at 12:35 a.m. I work on the P-38 Center Section Assembly over at Lockheed, and I was having trouble fixing the air hose.
I just hope I can get Josie, that's all. She's the only one who knows how to do my hair. Hand me that, will you, please?
Why don't you go where I go, Lillian?
Well, I hate to change.
I tell you what, we'll meet for lunch tomorrow, and I'll take you. I used to have a lot of trouble. They always left it too flat at the sides. It made my face look too hard.
Attention, everybody. We have just heard the following news on the radio. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
That's funny. I've been waiting for this, and I don't know.
What do you mean?
I always thought it was going to be different. I thought maybe everybody would cheer.
It's too early to cheer.
Here is the text of the order of the day from General Dwight D. Eisenhower announcing invasion of Europe. You are about to embark upon a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. You go with superior arms, security from the air, and incontestable right on your side. Let us all observe a minute's silence for prayer.
My shift was over then. Lil and I walked to the parking lot together, neither one of us talking. Nobody around was talking much. I said goodnight to Lil. I wanted to get to a radio, and I don't have one in my little 39 Chevy. So I stopped off at Joe Fernatti's. That's a greasy spoon not far away from Lockheed. A lot of the kids hang out there. Only I'd forgotten Mr. Fernatti doesn't have a radio.
A radio?
Yes, I want to hear the news.
Why should I keep one of them? Who's going to play my jukebox?
But Mr. Fernatti,
You want to hear the news? How they captured Rome yesterday. Good, huh?
Hold the potatoes,
Mr. Fernatti, haven't you heard? The invasion started.
Oh, sure, I know.
Yes, the invasion. They just announced it.
All the time to make announcement yesterday. Invasion. The day before the telegraph.
That's a fake.
Sure, it's a fake. The day before telegraph girl, she make a mistake,
girl,
eh?
sure, that's a mistake.
About an hour ago, some fella come in here, he said the German. He sent over news. That's a fake, too. Gonna be lots of that. You watch, they don't go over till September.
You're crazy.
But Joe, we heard it at the plant. They made an announcement on the loudspeaker.
Did you hear that, Flo?
Yeah, that right, Glenn? Yes, it came over the loudspeaker at the plant.
What was that?
Yes. Well, I got a radio in my car. Let's go out and listen. Hey, she's got a radio in her car. I don't know. All I heard was that Allied troops landed on the northern coast of France.
Hey, mister, what about the eggs you ordered? Your eggs, mister?
You know what Churchill
Hold
said.
it. We'll be back.
I still think it's a fake.
Well, come on, let's go find out.
I hope nobody steals that drink.
Oh, Wally, how you carry on. Well, here it is. We'll get it in a minute.
And so, for headaches caused by hyperacidity...
Hey, what's going on?
It's
the radio. It's about the invasion.
Effective civil administration of France.
I'll bet you someone's
by Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed.
Henry!
Those
It's General Eisenhower.
What?
It's General Eisenhower.
Their country will be removed.
They should be.
As France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves,
He's talking to the
your
underground.
representatives, and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign, with the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I will do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now. The heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued their struggle against their Nazi and their fishy satellites.
All right. Turn that thing down, will you please? Wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, but officer,
You heard me.
we're
You got it on too loud.
Officer, it's the invasion.
What?
This land
Invasion, they just said.
This is quiet. Quiet.
in Western
I want to
Europe.
hear this.
Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us. Keep your faith strong. Our arms are resolute. Together, we shall achieve victory. We return you now to New York.
This is Bob Trout in the Columbia Navy.
Wait a minute.
You have just heard General Eisenhower.
Hey, mister,
deliver
what
a
about the
special
eggs you ordered? They
message
get nice
each
clothes. What about the eggs?
While we're waiting for more bulletins, which are coming in now, here's an item from a South England embarkation port. An officer explaining to a private who asked where he was going said, "You're going to have a nice holiday by the sea. You won't have any KP or fatigue details or training or anything. Just relax."
Some relaxing.
Columbia Network will be on the air 24 hours a day, ready with complete news bulletins.
We stood there in the middle of the
every
street.
aspect of the
A
invasion.
whole crowd of us standing around the car, all of us listening.
Warning the French people.
After a while, I think a lot of us felt like getting home. I know I did. So then when the King of Norway went on the air and started speaking Norwegian, I went back over to my car and drove as fast as I could go to the apartment. Oh, it looked so strange. The apartment building, I mean. Everybody's lights were on all over the place. Even old Mrs. Borgeson, who's never up after 8. Her little dog was barking, and Levinson's little baby was crying. And, of course, everybody was playing their radios.
Hello, dear. You heard the news?
Good evening, Miss Borgeson. Yes, I've been listening.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Just wonderful.
You heard about it?
What's that, Mr. Levinson?
Airborne troops, they landed there. Thousands, he said, already in parachutes.
Mr. Levinson, I keep telling you, he said airborne. That's something different than paratroopers.
Look like I'm telling you, airborne is paratroopers, paratroopers is airborne. It's all the same to me. What do you think they got? Maybe jet propulsion.
Look what we got now around here. Mr. Major George Fielding Elliott already.
Excuse me, what's he saying now?
French. Yeah. Before that, they had on the fellow from Holland. But by me, the main news is the paratroopers. This looks to me very strategic.
Quentin Reynolds we got. So, Mr. Big Mouth, now you got up the baby already.
The baby is up, so leave him be up. A night like this is going to hurt him. Besides, we can't ask everybody they should turn down their radio, so the baby is up, all right.
Like I tell you, Mr. Levinson, if airborne troops and paratroopers were all the same, the man wouldn't talk about both of them.
Wait a minute. Who should know better? Ask Helen. Her husband is a paratrooper.
Max, sha-sha.
What's this sha-sha business? So what did I say? The lady's husband's a paratrooper? So
Max.
Oh. Excuse me. I didn't think.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Levinson.
But I can see we're not going to have time. We're going to switch you now to Allied correspondent Wright Bryant in London. Come in, London.
Hello, New York. In the first hour of D-Day, the first spearhead of Allied forces for the liberation of Europe landed by parachute in northern France. In the navigator's dome in the flight deck of C-47, I rode across the English Channel with the first group of planes from Troop Carrier to Command to take our fighting men into Europe. All day Monday, we watched the weather, and then, there was a tenseness in the air that nobody talked about. In the early evening, Major Richardson came into the enclosure. He stood for a moment watching the men in the small recreation area, and then he called them into the briefing room, and pilots, co-pilots, navigators, and radio men clustered around the Major in the briefing room. There was a large-scale map on the wall showing the course to be followed.
Men, I think this is it. All I want to know now is there anyone who doesn't know exactly what to do? Okay. Get your stuff and report to the operations room immediately. I'm going down to the colonel to get the weather report. You all want to get back, don't you?
You can say that again, sir.
Then, damn it, get in there and fight.
The crews piled into their trucks to go first to the operations office and then to the line where their planes were drawn up ready to go. As they moved toward the airport, the vast, long columns of airborne troops appeared, trudging slowly under their full loads of battle equipment. General Eisenhower visited them during the afternoon, quietly passing among the men and chatting with them, asking their names about their homes and their jobs. Outside the door of each C-47, the soldiers assembled, checked their equipment. Ground crews and combat crews gave the planes a final tuning up. Heavily laden transport planes began taxiing along in a long procession toward the runway. The paratroopers adjusted their packs, donned their Mae Wests and chutes, and climbed into the planes. Each was so heavily loaded that he had to be pushed from behind and pulled from above to get up to the steps going into the plane. As the men settled in their bucket seats on the plane I was to fly in, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, a commanding officer aboard, came up to them.
There's a doc coming over to give you some pills. That'll keep you from getting airsick. Make yourselves as comfortable as you can.
Better try to sleep a little.
Thank you, sir. Well, I know one thing. My parachute's okay. My mother checked it.
His mother checked it.
No kidding. She works in the Pioneer Parachute Company in our town. And her job's giving the once-over to all the chutes that come out of there. Well, I'm okay.
Almost before we knew it, we were trundling past the operation buildings and the control tower, and then, foot by foot, almost inch by inch, we began to rise above the fields and trees of southern England. All about us and below us was such a glimmering fabric of light as I had not seen in the 8 months I had been in blackout England. 4 times we circled the field, its runways, perimeter, outlined in sparkling white lights. Through the sky, formation lights of the planes strung almost to the limit of vision. Look, for all the world like holiday decorations. As the long procession straightened out in its pre-established course, signal lights blinked and navigators checked their speed and direction of the pilots began their continuous plotting of position. We were right on course and 1 minute early. I went back to see how the paratroopers were riding. More than half of them had taken the colonel's advice and were dozing with their heads back against the wall and their feet stretched out in front of them. The rear door was open, and down below I saw more signal lights blink, and then we crossed the coast of England and pushed out over the channel. The sea was calm, and soon the moon brightened the water, made the ripples below us twinkle.
Hey, Tiny, tell the colonel it's 30 minutes till jump time.
Yeah. I looked straight ahead, and I caught my first glimpse of the coast of France. Navigation had been perfect. We could see the beach ahead precisely at the point we'd studied it on the maps and aerial photographs. The moon was almost full. And as our strong ship crossed above the breakers into the air of France, we plunged into a bank of cloud or fog and lost sight of the plains around us. In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, we were flying formation on instruments. Then we emerged into clear moonlight. The small fields looked peaceful with their orderly hedgerows. Now the paratroopers were on their feet, each adjusting his pack, snapping his ripcord over the static line. That's a cable which ran along the center of the cabin ceiling so that each chute would open automatically as each paratrooper jumped through the door.
Are you all set? Everybody get everything? Here, get this thing hooked for me, and let's get going.
That was Colonel Cole taking his place with his men. The jump lights, a small bank of signal lamps, were gleaming beside the door. They blinked, and then, before I could get ready to watch, the paratroopers started jumping. I wanted to know how long it would take the 18 men to jump, and I tried to count. 101, 102, 103, to the estimate of number of seconds, you know. It may have been 11 or 12, but no more, and then our passengers were gone. All except one. They jumped so swiftly, one had been pushed against the door frame and was thrown back into the cabin so violently that he was dazed. The men behind him had shoved him aside and gone on. After a moment, he climbed to his feet and started for the door. Staff Sergeant Eberle stopped him.
I'm okay, Tiny. Let me go.
Easy, soldier. Past the drop zone.
I don't care. I'll find him. I'll get back.
It's too late.
You gotta let me, Tiny. The guys will think I'm yellow. Please, Tiny, I'm all right, I tell you.
Relax, soldier. Nobody's gonna think you're yellow. You can't jump now. We'll be over the channel in a minute. Sit down and take it easy. You'll get another chance.
I went back to the front of the ship and looked out the glass dome. Tiny streams of tracer bullets were curling upward from the ground behind us. One of the pilots in our squadron had unwittingly left all of his formation lights on. The tracers came close to his wingtips, but we saw nothing that looked like heavy ack-ack, except in the far distance. We'd been over France only 11 minutes. Behind us, we could still see an occasional flare, and below a few more ships, but we couldn't tell what they were. The Battle of Europe had begun, and our squadron had delivered the first Allied soldiers to their scene of action. This is Bright Bryant in London, returning you now to New York.
Yes? Come in.
Excuse me. I got here a little soup. I thought maybe you was hungry, huh?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Levinson.
You've been listening?
Yeah.
We've been listening. Who hasn't? You know that one fellow, something went wrong, who didn't jump? You shouldn't worry too much. Maybe that fellow, he could be your husband, huh? Could be.
Oh, it wasn't his fault. He wanted to jump. I hope it wasn't my Ned.
You hope it wasn't?
Or maybe I shouldn't say that. I know Ned wouldn't want that to be him. He'd want to get there first. That's why he's a paratrooper. Whoever it was, he wanted to jump. It wasn't his fault. He'll go the next time. Let's see what they're saying.
We don't know where the next blow may fall. Prepare yourself for all eventualities. Today, tomorrow, or at any time.
Before we knew it, it was daylight. Mrs. Levinson and Miss Jameson made coffee for us all and fixed a little breakfast.
Come on, honey. Have a little toast at least. Do you good.
Thanks, no, but I will have some more coffee.
Eat something, darling. Look how you look.
I'm going to take a shower. I've got to get to work pretty soon.
Look, already they're 10 miles in.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Mr. Herman.
Already they're 10 miles in. Wait and see, Mama. It's going to be quicker than we thought.
Don't be so sure. They got into Italy all right. But after that, look how long it took. It ain't easy.
You never can tell what'll happen. One little thing goes wrong. Look at Dieppe.
But that was a different thing. That was 2 years ago. From this, we learned a lesson. Yeah. The way it turns out, the fellas that died there wasn't wasted.
I like what the king said. He said the spirit of the people burned up like a bright flame. And he said now is the time when we don't fight to keep the Nazis away, but to win the war. He said everybody should pray. Keep on praying.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And the Queen said so, too. Of course, they said it better.
I tried to get a little sleep, and then about 1 o'clock I went over to Lillian's and we sat by her radio for a while. She phoned the beauty parlor and canceled our appointments. And then we got to talking and decided to go and sign up for nurse's aid. You can do that on a part-time basis. And then we went to work. Listen, there's going to be an announcement.
Attention, everybody. Attention, please. During this last shift, the President made a special broadcast. For the benefit of all of you who've been working and couldn't hear it, we're now going to read you his message. My fellow Americans, in this poignant hour, I ask you to join me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day has set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogances. Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace. A peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Lillian slept in my apartment Tuesday night. Of course, we didn't really sleep. We listened and read and listened. We heard today from our headquarters that we're making progress on the whole front. We heard all kinds of things. Rumors and facts and more rumors. Some things were important and some weren't, but I don't know. Somehow, these last few days, everything seems important. One little story made a big impression on me for some reason. It was about a Brooklyn G.I. Joe in Rome. Papers didn't give his name. He got up on the balcony where Mussolini used to stand. We've all seen it in the newsreels. And then he made a speech like Mussolini used to make. Oh, it must have been funny. That Brooklyn boy making faces and shouting double talk and the crowd below him loving it. I got the idea. They'd heard double talk from that balcony before. Only now, this time they could laugh at it. Out loud. And speaking of double talk, the first official Japanese statement about the invasion was pretty funny, too, in its own peculiar Japanese way.
The anti-Axis landing operations on the European continent must be highly welcome to the Germans. We can well imagine the jubilation in the German High Command on the receipt of the news of the invasion. Thank you.
And then this afternoon we heard from Switzerland that a large Allied fleet was seen off the French-Italian coast. That about takes it up to now. I'm going to put this letter away for you to read later on. Maybe your father will joy in reading it when he comes back. And when you're old enough, my dearest little Robert, I think you'll like to know about these last 2 days. I know I haven't had anything special to say. I've been a long way off from where things have been happening. I've just been one of the millions and millions waiting at home and listening to the radio and reading all the papers. That's all. But I've tried to show you what it was like here and what we felt like and what we thought about. When you're old enough, little Robert, I hope you'll read very carefully the words of General Eisenhower. They'll probably teach them to you in school. But I'm putting them down here in this letter anyway.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving peoples everywhere march with you. You will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy's well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. You'll fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We'll accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech of Almighty God His blessing upon this great and noble undertaking.
That was his order of the day, General Eisenhower's. They say it went to every man who had a part in the invasion. I guess maybe I shouldn't use that word. The president wants us to call it the liberation. I'm sure that's the way your father thinks of it. And now, my little Robert, This is the end of the first letter anybody ever wrote to you. It has to be ended now because your mother has a lot of work to do. A whole lot of planes to help build. And she hasn't got much more time for work. And even if by any chance your name shouldn't be Robert, if it should turn out to be Dorothy, I know you'll want to hear about these last 2 days. June 6th and 7th, 1944. Your loving mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Agnes Moorehead and the Mercury Theater in a special broadcast brought to you by the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil instead of our regular Wednesday night program. Please join us again next week. Till then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Woman in the Picture. The Green Hornet strikes again. Again this fall, the people of the United States are being asked to support the National War Fund to the limit of their ability. $250 million must be raised to meet the increasing needs of 22 major war relief and service organizations and the home front agencies of their local community chests. Every dollar contributed to the National War Fund does a three-way job, helping our fighting men, our allies, and our neighbors on the home front. Even after victory in Europe, there will still be urgent need for the services provided by National War Fund agencies. Give generously and give today. And now, the Green Hornet. Late evening far out from the center of the city, where a young woman stood in the shadows of a drive, her eyes staring fixedly toward the mansion set well back from the street, the home of old John Kingsley, steel industrialist. As she watched, car lights suddenly showed far back in the drive, moving swiftly toward the street.
Hey, what's the idea? You want to be killed?
Why didn't you sound your horn?
Oh, I'm very sorry.
There's never anyone passing the drive at night. Well, you stepped out of nowhere.
And there's so much shrubbery I didn't notice the drive.
We were both careless. Well, there might have been an accident. Well, there wasn't. Are you looking for somebody? Perhaps I could help you.
Well, I came out in a taxi. I was looking for some old friends. I realized that I came to the wrong suburb.
Oh, that's too bad. It isn't safe out here at night. The houses so far apart and the wooded ravines. You'd better let me drive you home.
Oh, thank you, but I...
Don't be afraid. I'm Phil Kingsley. If it's any recommendation, I've lived here all my life.
Oh, in that beautiful place?
Well, the house?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's big, at least. Too big for Uncle John and myself. But Miss
Dorn. Elsa Dorn.
Oh, Miss Dorn. This is going into a conversation. You might as well let me drive you home.
Well, if you insist.
You haven't told me where you live.
Oh, Hotel Ambassador, downtown.
That's a transient hotel. You from out of town?
Yes.
It's half an hour's ride to town.
Is that too far?
No, indeed. I'm very lucky that something pleasant like this turned up. I left the house in a very bad mood. Thought I'd ride around, get over it.
What caused your bad mood?
Just another quarrel with my uncle.
Oh, who won?
Uncle John. He always wins. He stops talking, so he wins. Simple, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. A good idea.
I usually have the last word, though. I go off and write him a letter. I wrote one tonight. Perhaps I won't give it to him. That proves the bad mood's all gone, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, we're all on edge these days with war contracts and a lot of complications. But Uncle John's the chief. I haven't much to say except when we're at home. Well, why should I inflict business worries on charming company? You like some music?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's dancing.
Isn't it? You seen much of the city? I mean the night spots.
No.
Well, would you be interested?
I might.
Let's make it an evening. What do you say?
What can I say? I'd love to.
Okay, here we go.
Phil Kingsley was well on his way home that night when he missed the letter. Returning downtown, he called at the various night spots he had visited with Elsa Dorn. His inquiries brought nothing to light until a hat-check girl told him.
Sure. I remember you, mister. I remember that gray topcoat. But I didn't see any letter. I remember the young lady, too. She looked like a movie star. Gee, was she chic. She came out to go into the powder room and she...
Yes?
Now, look. I don't want to get in any trouble.
No, you won't.
Well, she asked for your coat. She said a vanity case was in the pocket. So I let her take the coat and she took out the vanity.
Out of my pocket?
Yes, sir.
Did she take anything else?
Oh, not that I saw. But I was busy.
No, thank you. Here for your trouble.
Gee, a fin. Oh, thanks, mister.
Hotel Ambassador? Please ring Miss Dorn, Miss Elsa Dorn. Not registered? Oh, no, there's some mistake. She was there up to midnight. Give me the room clerk, please. Room clerk, I want to speak to Miss Elsa Dorn. She checked out shortly after midnight. Did she leave an address? No address. Well, thank you. She checked out in a hurry. Her vanity case in my coat pocket. She must have taken that letter. I've got to get it back. I'll wait a few days. Maybe she'll get in touch with me.
Lato, let me in.
Elsa, you shouldn't have come here.
I had to come.
Well, then you should have phoned. Well, did you meet Phil Kingsley?
Yes, I met him. Just the way you planned.
What happened?
Well, he talked a lot. Told me about his uncle.
John Kingsley, the millionaire.
He said they quarreled about the business.
We've had that information.
But get this. When they quarrel, his uncle suddenly quit, and they finish it off by a letter.
Well, what happened?
Well, he took me around. We had supper at a nightclub and saw a couple of floor shows.
And then?
At midnight, he drove me to the hotel and said goodbye.
When do you see him again?
I don't. Said goodbye. Oh, a cigarette?
No.
Well,
Oh, for heaven's sakes, come on. Finish the story, will you?
take it easy. Said goodbye, wished me good luck, and that was all.
And you failed. You're not clever. You said something that put him on guard. Now think. What was it?
Nothing. Be reasonable, Lato. Let me finish.
Something more?
Yes. Soon as he left the hotel, I checked out and came here. I knew he'd missed the letter and come back.
A letter?
Yes. Here it is. I haven't opened it.
You're not supposed to. Give it to me.
I think it's one of those letters he writes after a quarrel. He said he wrote one tonight.
Elsa, how did you get this?
A hat-check girl at a nightclub let me take his coat. She didn't see me take the letter. Can you use it?
Use it?
That means it's good?
It means I've got old John Kingsley for at least $100,000. Matter of a war fraud. That's enough for you to know.
Go easy, Lato. You drove Hollis too far. He's dead. Killed himself.
So he's dead, and if you're smart, let him stay dead.
But the newspapers, I don't tangle with the Kingsley payoff.
But you do. We can make this payoff double. You'll deal with the nephew. I'll handle the old man myself.
Phil Kingsley put in an anxious week. And finally, late one afternoon, as he was leaving his office, the phone rang.
Phil Kingsley speaking.
This is Elsa Dorn, remember?
Yes, I remember. I want to see you.
I thought you would.
I was just leaving the office. Will you meet me?
No, but I'll see you tonight.
Where? What time?
Ricky's Roadhouse. That's 10 miles out on the state road. Be there at 10 o'clock.
Couldn't you meet me downtown for dinner?
Don't kid yourself, Kingsley. This isn't a social date. It's dealer's choice, and I hold the deck. Ricky's Roadhouse at 10 o'clock.
I'll be there.
Be sure you come alone.
It's blackmail.
The following afternoon, Phil Kingsley called upon his old friend, Britt Reed, man about town and publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Phil Kingsley, how are you?
Reed, something's come up.
You look worried, Phil. Anything serious?
Yes, it is.
Well, let's go to my office. Miss Case, see that we're not interrupted.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Where's Reed? I got to see Reed.
Why is everyone dashing in like the town's afire?
I tell you, I've got to see Reed.
Well, he's busy.
Well, who's with him?
Phil Kingsley.
That's just a friend. He wouldn't mind. I've got big news.
Orders are orders, Axford. Maybe he won't be long.
Oh. Hey, what's that you're reading, Casey? Latow scandal sheet?
It's full of society gossip.
Well, you'd better not let Reed catch you reading that poison pen blackmailing rag.
Why not? He reads it. I got this copy from his desk.
Well, he's got reason for reading it. Ever since the Hollis case. That poison sheet printed hints of scandal that helped chase the poor fellow to his doom. That it did.
Here's an item Mr. Reed marked.
Shame on you, Casey. Shame on you. That's snooping. What's it about?
Miss Case.
Reed, I got news for you.
I'm busy, expert. Miss Case, did you see that copy of Lighthouse Scandal Sheet?
Oh.
Here it is.
Thanks. Stay around, expert.
Sure, boss.
Here it is, Phil. Listen to this. One of the biggest scandals of our time is getting a temporary hush-hush. But if the story breaks, a prominent head in the steel industry will roll.
That's it. I got a copy of the thing in today's mail. That item was marked. Obviously, this fellow Lato knows Elsa Dorn. Now, what about him?
Lato came here from the coast. He was suspected in a number of rackets out there, but always kept clear of the law. But Go on with your story. You say you met the woman at the roadhouse last night.
She demands $25,000 for the letter. I'm not to get it back until a week after I've paid the money. I'm willing to pay for the letter, but not for a mere promise of getting it.
Would you actually pay blackmail?
Reed, Uncle John was influenced and he made a mistake. The letter recalls that mistake.
Was the mistake, as you call it, ever made right?
All the way. Even so, if it came to light now... No, but I can't let that happen. I wrote the letter. I'll pay to get it back.
Your story resembles the Hollis case, what I could learn of it. Phil, you're up against the same setup that finished Hollis. We must trail the woman to find the man she's working with. If it leads to Lato, we'll know how to act. When do you see her again?
Tonight at Ricky's Roadhouse. But I don't want the police.
No. I'll send one of our reporters. Axford?
Yeah, Reed?
Will you step in a moment?
Sure, Reed.
Phil, you give him the details. I'll be here at the office tonight. Get in touch with me here.
What danger does Phil Kingsley face in keeping his appointment with Elsa Dorn? Will the blundering Michael Axford be an asset or a liability to him? We'll continue our story in just a moment. Have you noticed how some people think they have to ask soldiers and sailors a lot of questions just to be polite? Where they're stationed, what they're training for, how soon they expect to go overseas? Well, the next time you hear this polite talk, try to stop it by changing the subject. The smallest bit of war information, no matter how harmless it seems, may be of value to the enemy. Pieced in with other things already known, it may well reveal ship sailings and attack plans and lead to sudden death for thousands of American fighting men. Here's a safe rule to follow. If you haven't heard it on the radio or seen it in print, don't talk about anything military. Remember, careless talk costs lives. And now, back to our story. Britt Reed finished his work at the office that night and was waiting for the call from Axford. As hours passed, his anxiety mounted. It was close to midnight when...
Hello, Axford?
Reed, this is Phil.
Where's Axford?
Oh, hasn't he called you?
No.
Oh, he was out there. He trailed us back to town. The woman took a taxi. The last I saw of Axford, he was still on the trail.
How long ago?
Oh, a couple of hours. But Reed...
Something happened to Axford.
But Reed, Uncle John's gone.
Gone?
He left a note. I just got home and I found it. Here it is. I have gone to pay blackmail to a viper. If I am not home by 10:30, come and look for me. Do not call the police. The address is 700 South River Road. Reed, did you get that?
Yes.
It'll take me half an hour to drive downtown. Had we better call the police?
I'll call them and check on Axford. And Phil, the missing letter. What was it like?
A long gray envelope with a silver crest.
Now, don't worry. The police and Axford will clean up everything. Goodbye.
Bye.
700 South River. A lot of unsolved murders down that way. And Axford. If Axford followed the woman, fell into a trap, this is a job for the Green Hornet.
Leaving the Sentinel building, Britt Reed hurried to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Mr. Britt, you all right?
We're going out, Cato, and we must hurry.
We take Black Beauty, Gascon, and masks?
Take everything tonight.
Some friend in danger, perhaps?
Axford, and another man, John Kingsley. I don't know what we're running into.
Nothing too difficult for Green Hornet.
If we're not too late. And, Cato, watch out for a letter. A long gray envelope with a silver crest. Is everything ready?
Long gray envelope, silver crest. All ready, Mr. Britt.
Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness. Arriving at the old house on South River Road, Britt Reed left Cato on guard and made his way across the yard. The house was in total darkness. Edging around to the front, he went up the steps. Using his skeleton key, he opened the door and stepped into the yawning blackness of the hall. From there, he heard muffled cries which seemed to come from a room on the right.
Where's the light switch? There.
Who's there? Let me out of here!
It's Axford. He's in that closet. But where's John Kingsley? Where are the others? There's a safe. It's been emptied. Looks as though they left in a hurry.
Who's out there? The police? They're hiding on the ground for the man. There's been murder in this house tonight.
I can't let him out. He'd know me in spite of my Green Hornet mask. What did he say about murder?
There! Whoever you are, he boss is Britt Reed in the Sentinel. Either reward you handsome if you let me out of here.
Here's a phone. I'll call the police. He'll be all right until they get here. But first, I'd better search the house.
Car just leave from sight of house. Hurry.
Police! Police! 700 South River Road.
Hurry.
Which way, Cato?
They turned south.
Come on, I'll take the wheel.
I guess that's the house, Sarge.
Easy now. There's been plenty of accidents to the force down here.
The front door's wide open. That's a funny thing.
And that light in the room to the right. I don't like it.
It looks too inviting. It might easily be a trap.
Hey, I hear something.
Somebody's yelling for help.
Come on. In that closet. Break the door.
Glory be. You got here in the nick of time.
Axford. Love of Mike, what are you doing here?
Well, you see, I was trailing a woman. Oh, the back of me hand to you, Sarge. It was all part of me job. Oh, behave now, or you don't hear the last of me tale. I got into the house and was making me way along a dark hall when I was grabbed and struck from behind. And when I got me senses back, I was behind a locked door.
You don't say.
A man and a woman had an old fella in here, and they were striking him time and again, trying to make him sign some checks. He said he'd paid them $50,000, and he'd not pay them another cent. Then he said his nephew would be here any minute, and at that they yelled, "You're double-crossing so-and-so, you left word where he could find you." And then they whammed him one that knocked the breath clean out of him, and the woman yelled, "You've killed him."
You don't say. You don't say.
Then they said they'd get all the letters and stuff out of the safe, because they'd have to blow. So at last they left, dragging the body across the floor.
Who called the police?
Oh, well, that must have been some cahoot that was prowling around.
Well, here's the phone. He left it off the hook.
I'll call in, then we'll start looking for the body. If there is a body. Operator, give me police headquarters.
So help me, it's all true. Not a drop did I drink this night.
Hello? Inspector? Sergeant Burke speaking. That call to 700 South River. Yeah, we found Axford of the Sentinel locked up, and he says... What's that, Inspector? You don't say. The Green Hornet car chasing another car like crazy all over the section? Sure, we'll try to head them off. Outside, men. Coming along, Axford.
The Green Hornet. Maybe this is me big chance.
Hey, look at that. There they go. Come on.
Why they turned so many corners, Mr. Britt?
Trying to lose us, Cato. It's a crazy thing to do. They'll attract the police.
We passed squad car back at Old House. You see it?
I saw it. That means Axford's safe, but they'll be after us. They're not far behind.
Look, other car turning again.
They're heading out on the highway.
Good. Now we catch him easy.
That's right. Nothing can beat the Black Beauty on the open road. Hear anything, Cato?
Sound like siren.
Heard it again. Look back, Cato. See them?
See nothing.
Brace yourself, Cato. One more spurt and I'll make it alongside. I'll have to force them off the road. They're trying for our tires.
Look, other car turning off highway.
That pavement ends 100 yards in. If they hit the dirt at that speed, there they go.
Oh, they bounce. 1, 2. They plunge.
They overturned. The car's on fire. Quick, get them out. The one, take her. I'll get the man.
Yeah.
It's Lato. Put them under the trees. Come on back to the car. There's someone in the back. Hold the door. I'll get him out. It's John Kingsley. He's gagged, bound hand and foot.
He's dead?
I don't know. I'll get him away from the fire. Under this tree.
Look, I find something.
A briefcase. I wonder if...
Look out!
Give me that briefcase. The Green Hornet.
So you were unconscious, Lato?
No men in a mask can put it over me. No. Why, you...
Up for more. Here, take this.
No, gas. No, you can't do that.
Oh, yes, I can.
Look out. Woman, she have gun. I got it.
You too?
Yes. No, you wouldn't dare. I'm a lady.
You'd be surprised. Take it.
Look, briefcase full of money. Here, letter. Gray envelope, silver crest.
The blackmail money and the letter. Cut Kingsley's bonds. Take out the gag. Put this briefcase beside him. I'll take that letter and destroy it. Quick, Cato, we're getting out.
It's too late to save them. Glory be, they're not in the fire at all. There they are, all scattered around under the trees.
There's a man. Here's a woman.
Oh, she's the one I was trailing.
And I've seen the man before.
That you have. It's Latow. He runs a scandal paper. And will you look? That mark on their foreheads, the seal of the Green Hornet. It's a sure sign they've been gassed.
So it was the Green Hornet we were chasing all right.
Hey, here's a body under this tree.
Saints preserve us. Another one?
That's the body they were dragging around the old house. That it is.
I am John Kingsley, and I'm not a body. Not yet.
John Kingsley? He's alive. That he is.
As to the mistreatment I received, you're correct. Furthermore, they were planning to throw me into the river, dead or alive.
Are you all right now?
I can answer that when I'm on my feet.
Well, shall I help you up, sir?
If you'll hold this briefcase, I'll help myself up. Be careful of that. There's $50,000 in that case. I intend to spend every cent of it to prosecute those two fiends.
You'll be saved the trouble, Mr. Kingsley. This was a clear case of kidnapping, and the law will take its course.
Well, I'm up. Now, I'll take the briefcase, please.
Here it is, sir. But how you connive to hold on to the money bag through all the trails of this night, including the Green Hornet himself. Hey, what was that?
The Green Hornet. The slippery road was back there all the time. Ah, well, let him go. We'll get him the next time.
That we will.
$50,000, and the Green Hornet didn't get it. Wait till I tell Reed what happened this night.
That's the Lux Street paper! John Kingsley kidnapped, police seize, extortionist, wild chase, Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. That's the Lux Street paper!
In 1941, the Nazis thought they had just about won their war, and they developed a fine plan for the reconversion of their war industry. We all know how far off base the Germans were caught, and the lesson to us is clear. None of us should forget for a single moment that until we win major battles on German and Japanese soil, the hardest battle hasn't even begun, much less been won. It is true that we have passed the too little and too late phase of the war, but it's up to us to keep our production schedules rolling so that in every battle that is to come, there's equipment enough and on time. Our fighting men deserve the all-out support of every single American at home. Your production today may help bring these men home safe tomorrow. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet over this station at the same time next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network.
(10:15 a.m. Eastern Wartime). WEAF, New York.
Good morning. This is Robert St. John speaking for Alka-Seltzer and bringing you news and people in the news. Because of the importance of the news today, the Miles Laboratories has dispensed with its commercial announcements so you may have nothing but news. And so here it is, the news. This is what the men who made the plans called D-Day +1. Right now it's late afternoon on the beaches of France. The second day of the invasion is nearly over, and here is the situation as it appears to me from the dozens of battlefront dispatches I've been reading in the past couple of hours. The first phase of the invasion is going well. The Allies now control about 50 miles of the French coast. German opposition is still very meager on the ground. German opposition out on the waters of the English Channel is noticeable by its absence. There just isn't any. German opposition in the air is beginning to make its appearance. Our forces have penetrated as far as 12 miles inland, but we are just beginning to run up against the real German army, the tactical reserves, as Berlin calls them. It's clear that Nazi Marshal Rommel has not yet decided whether this French landing is the real thing or whether it's a feint designed to draw his attention to the Cherbourg area while we prepare other landings somewhere else. If and when Rommel does decide that yesterday's attack is the big attack, he will start throwing the 500,000 or more men he has in Western Europe at our beachhead. When he does, the battle will then start in earnest. It may not begin for a week or 10 days. It will take that long for the Germans to make the necessary transfer of men and equipment. The success of the ultimate battle will depend entirely on what our side has been able to do in that week or 10 days. How many men and how much heavy equipment we have been able to land in France during that time. That is why it's so vital that we command the air and the sea and keep functioning in high gear during this critical period. That is why you hear words of caution emanating from London and Washington. That is why they keep saying, so far, and we have won the first round of the contest. And now let me tell you what's been happening while you were sleeping last night or having your peaceful breakfast this morning. Enormous Allied reinforcements have been pouring across the Channel and onto the beaches and into the gaps in the Nazi line of steel and cement fortifications along the coast, gaps in the much-vaunted Atlantic Wall. During the hours just before and after sunrise, a 50-mile-long train of gliders towed by giant Allied transport planes put down great numbers of Allied troops onto the soil of France. Berlin says that we now have 25,000 men over there, all of whom have been landed from the air. Now, if that's true, then we've accomplished a miracle in that phase of the invasion. One gathers from the dispatches that there have also been landings, many landings, today already from the sea. The airborne troops have seized many new key positions on the Cherbourg Peninsula, that finger of land which points toward the British Isles and is just 80 or 90 miles from the English ports out of which the invasion fleet set sail. That finger of land which would provide a very good road to take us straight to Paris. Today's train of glider planes was almost as impressive a sight for those who had ringside seats along the English Channel as yesterday's must have been. We now learn that the original airborne train was made up of 900 great C-47 transport planes and gliders. The train was 9 planes wide and was 200 miles long as it thundered over the English Channel just 300 feet above the water. Today's train was 50 miles long. We also learned today that Allied planes flew 13,000 flights back and forth across the Channel and the beachheads during the first 24 hours of the invasion. The latest Supreme Headquarters communique, the third issued so far, says that some French towns have been captured and that airborne troops have seized many bridges and roads. We've just learned that it may not be long before our side has some airports in France, airports from which fighters and bombers could operate against the Luftwaffe and against our enemy on the ground. Somehow, big American bulldozers have been landed in France, and they are already leveling off airstrips right within the sound and smell of the battlefield. Another report says that the Paris-Cherbourg Railroad has been cut. The U.S. battleships Texas, Nevada, and Arkansas, and the British battleships Nelson, Warspite, and Ramillies are among the 600 or more Allied naval craft churning around right now in the English Channel, lobing tons of shells into Nazi positions on the ground. For nearly 2 hours early today, Hitler's Big Berthas, those long-range Nazi guns on the French coast north of the invasion beaches, shelled the cliffs of Dover and shelled ships moving around in the Channel. Sometimes as many as 5 or 6 of the tremendous shells were whistling over at one time. Supreme Allied Headquarters tells us today that in the first wave of troops to hit the European continent, there were a considerable number of British commandos and American Rangers, those men without fear, those men trained in so many tricky and stealthy kinds of warfare. Here's an interesting little angle in the glider story. The first glider to land yesterday on enemy-held territory was nicknamed the Fighting Falcon. It was purchased with $20,000 worth of war bonds subscribed by students in Greenville, Michigan. And now I have quite a human story for you. A story written by war correspondent Howard Cowan immediately after he returned today from riding in that great glider train to France. The reporter was in one of those transports which had a glider full of men hitched on behind. He says that when the transport got back to its base in Britain, it looked exactly like a can of tinned peas which the bride has tackled with a can opener she hasn't yet learned how to use. Plenty of Nazi flak found its target in that transport. The war correspondent at one point in his dispatch wrote, "Maybe this sounds as if I were scared." Well, I was. It was the first time any of us in the plane had been under fire. And no wonder he was scared, as he puts it. A 20-millimeter German shell sawed its way through the fuselage right next to the place where he was sitting, and then it went off with a noise like the noise a firecracker makes when it's set off inside a tin can. Now let me quote you a few paragraphs from that young reporter's report. He wrote, "As we crossed the English Channel with our glider tied on behind, I looked down and saw dozens of little Allied rescue launches skittering around in the water. They apparently were just practicing. All was very calm down there. But it was a different story when the Cherbourg Peninsula came in sight. From a tiny island offshore came the first ack-ack, but the bursts were far away. Now we were over. The door was open, and dust and acrid smoke, like that from a burning building, swirled inside the plane. I counted a dozen fires on the perimeter at this end of the Allied beachhead. Occasionally there was a big flash and puffs of smoke, but that was about all there was to see on the ground. Then we got over enemy lines, and the machine guns started. We hadn't touched loose the glider yet, and our speed still left something to be desired. I was on my knees peering out a window, bundled up in my Mae West life preserver, my parachute, and my flak suit. The latter garment isn't a suit at all, but a steel-ribbed canvas vest, fashioned along the lines of an umpire's chest protector, only it also takes care of your back from the collar button all the way down to the tip of your spine. That leaves arms, legs, and ribs feeling very naked. Red and green tracers, and they're not as fast as in the movies, red and green tracers drifted up on the right at an angle of about 45 degrees well ahead of our ship. For every one of those colored lights, there are 4 bullets which you can't see. One of the men in the crew said, "Those guys in front of us are sure catching it." And then we zipped through a fusillade like a train passing switch signals. It sounded as if the plane had run into a hailstorm, or as if somebody were trying to cut it in two with a meat saw. I drew my neck into the flak suit until my tin hat just balanced on my shoulders. All of a sudden, the plane lurched forward with a jerk, and I looked back in time to see the glider rope go limp. The glider soared upward a moment, then banked gracefully and coasted down to earth. On both sides, 20-millimeter shells were coming up, beating a tattoo on the ship, a noise which rose above the roar of the engines. It was easy to tell by the increased pitch of the engines that we were going places very fast. I looked back at multicolored tracers still crisscrossing the path of the plane which followed us. Away off to the left, a big rocket shell was wandering around the sky. It didn't seem to be aimed at anything in particular. It was a far piece away, and thus it was quite pretty to watch. The racket stopped abruptly, and one man in the crew sheepishly picked up a loaded Tommy gun which had been sliding around on the floor between us. He had intended to poke it out the door and empty it at the Germans. Now he grinned and said, "I plumb forgot all about it in the excitement." Well, that's the rather human story written by an AP war correspondent just after getting back to Britain today from a little trip to France in that great glider train. And now here are several bulletins which have just come in. Supreme Headquarters has just announced that Lieutenant General Omar Bradley is commanding the 1st American Army in the assault on Europe. Here's a little story from Annapolis, Maryland, which says that Midshipman Ernest John King, Jr., son of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Navy, is among the men in the graduating class at the Naval Academy today. And here's a bulletin from the 9th Air Force in Britain, which says 12 C-47 troop carriers and 12 gliders were reported missing today from overnight reinforcing operations beyond the beachheads in Normandy. This is the first specific report of losses from airborne operations since the invasion began. And now here are a few little miscellaneous dispatches from the French front. A U.S. 9th Air Force pilot said he saw American soldiers in France standing alongside roads and leaning on their rifles, awaiting chow during a low-level flight he made over the beachhead. Well, that would seem to indicate that things are going rather well. Here's the weirdest story of the day. The German radio has just declared that German parachutists, were used in combating Allied airborne troops even before they landed in France. The radio tells this rather preposterous story. It says these Nazi parachutists were dropped on top of Allied gliders and set them on fire. Well, that is rather hard to believe. And here's a story from Supreme Headquarters. It says one of America's best-known major generals was demoted to lieutenant colonel and sent home for indicating in advance the time of D-Day. It seems it all happened at a cocktail party in London about 2 months ago. The officer very indiscreetly told his guests that he had an idea when D-Day would be. He told them that, on my honor, the invasion will take place before June 15th. For that little bit of gossiping, he was demoted and sent home. And now here are some odd little sidelights on the big story from around this country. In Corpus Christi, Texas, mothers and fathers of 50 servicemen staged a D-Day parade of penance. They crawled 2 blocks on their hands and knees to the San Jose Church in the Latin American quarter, and there they prayed for victory. One 80-year-old woman who crawled those 2 blocks on her hands and knees said she had 3 sons overseas. In Galveston, Texas, the news of the invasion started music floating from the doors of Trinity Episcopal Church. The Reverend Edmund H. Gibson was pecking out America on the chimes with one finger. When Tom Rice, city editor of the local paper, went by on his way to work, he heard the music, and so he stopped to relieve the pastor, and he played several hymns with one finger. Out of Griffin, Georgia, comes the story of a newspaper's invasion jitters. The war extra of the Griffin Evening News came out in schedule, but 3 pages were upside down. And here's another newspaper story from Poplar Bluff, Missouri. The news force of the Poplar Bluff Daily American Republic were working at top speed to get out an extra when the telephone rang. The conversation went like this. Is the invasion on? Yes. Are you putting out an extra? Yes. Well, I don't want to wait up for it. Would you please read me some of the news so I can go back to bed? The editor's answer, well, I'm afraid it's censored. Well, that's the news. And this is Robert St. John speaking for Alka-Seltzer. As you've noticed, our sponsor, the Miles Laboratories, has omitted all of its commercial announcements today in order that I might bring you every bit of the news which has broken in the past few hours. And now, from the NBC newsroom in New York, goodbye for a little while.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. But he never condemned a man until he was certain of his guilt. The Lone Ranger was known as a champion of fair play, and he was always willing to give the man who deserved it a second chance. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble in New London! We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Under ordinary circumstances, the arrival of the stage in New London would have attracted a large crowd. But today, when they had seen there were no passengers on board, the townspeople went on about their business. Young Steve Archer, the driver, set his face into grim lines and pretended not to notice as he drew the stage to a halt in front of the station.
Whoa. Whoa there. Whoa, boy, whoa. Whoa there. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Have a good trip, Steve?
There, Barney. Here, Ed. Drive around back, will you?
I reckon. What's ailing you, Steve?
What do you suppose?
Get up. Get along there. Now, don't go letting it get under your skin, kid. I don't guess things are as bad as you're figuring.
How would you like to make a whole trip without Regard riding on the same seat with just saying the word, less than he had to?
Shucks, Steve. You know how Ed is. He never was sociable.
It ain't only him. Where's the folks that used to come around just as soon as they seen the stage hit town? Look at 'em, staring clear at me like I was poison.
Now, don't.
Look, Barney, I ain't saying I don't have it coming to me. Sure I have, I admit it. All I'm asking is, how would you like to be treated the same?
I wouldn't like it. Of course I wouldn't.
Well?
But I sure wouldn't let folks savvy they was getting me riled. It's the pleasure of seeing a fella get mad that keeps folks pestering him. Now, don't let on, and they'll leave you alone.
That's easy to say.
Steve, son, listen to me.
Yeah?
I ain't nothing but your pa by adoption. You was the son of my old partner, and when he got killed in a range war when you wasn't more than a couple of years old, I took on the job of bringing you up and breaking you to harness.
You've done more for me, Barney, than I'll ever be able to pay back.
I ain't asking you to be paying back. All I'm wanting to know is whether you think I ever give you bad advice.
Of course you haven't.
Then do like I say this time, won't you, son? You mark my words. It won't take long for folks to get tired of acting like they are. You wait and see.
Yeah, maybe.
And you wouldn't want Jean to think you ain't man enough to stand up to him, would you?
She ought to hate me.
Well, she don't. And I'm still hoping...
Huh? Hoping what?
That you and my girl will be getting hitched like I always planned. That's just the one thing needed to make me the happiest hombre between here and Frisco.
Barney, you're square. If I was you, I'd have fired me a long time ago.
This is my stage line. You're working for me, and any firing I do will be for cause.
You've had reason.
I'll be the judge of that. Oh, hello there, Ed. Got the horses unhitched?
Unhitched in the stables, Mr. Evans. Better come round back with me and check over our load.
Sure. Coming along, Steve?
I'm going across the street.
To the cafe?
Uh-huh.
Now, what do you want to go there for?
To find the answer to something I've been thinking over.
But,
So long, Barney. See you later.
Steve, the answer to what?
I'll tell you that when I've got it. Howdy, fellas. Had a mighty good trip today. Heard some news, too, down Washoe way. Well, can't nobody say nothing to me? What's the matter? You fellas deaf? Well, then don't talk. Barkeep, give me a shot. This'll pay for it. How's business been, Barkeep? Many cowpunchers in town these days? Didn't you hear me? I asked you a question. What's there to laugh about? Barkeep, I said I asked you a question. Blast you. Take your liquor and go to blazes. You can all go to blazes. You lads, you Whitey, and you Zeke, every last one of you. You think I care whether you talk to me or not? You think I give a hoot what you fellas think? Go on, act like a bunch of wooden Injuns. Act like I wasn't fit to be living alongside you, you sneering polecats. I don't care, do you hear me? I don't care at all. Don't care at all.
What was that news you picked up at Washoe, friend? I'd like to hear it.
What's that?
I said I'd like to hear your news.
You're willing to talk to me?
Why not?
That's a funny question. You're a stranger here, or you wouldn't have to ask it. Shucks, ask any of these fine fellas here. They'll tell you why you shouldn't be wasting words with me. Sure, they'll tell you, and be glad of the chance.
I'm not interested in what they have to say.
Then you better not...
You're speaking to me?
That's what I aim to do.
Who are you?
I'm the owner of this cafe. Maybe you better be put straight on something. Folks in this town don't talk to this yellow polecat, savvy?
What has that to do with me?
The point is, stranger, if you do too much talking with him, then maybe folks will get the idea you're his friend, see? And that wouldn't be such a good thing for you.
You're trying to tell me what to do?
You can boil it down to that, I reckon.
And understand this. I'll choose my own friends.
Wait.
Well?
I savvy what you're doing. You're being friendly because these other folks ain't. You're decent. But maybe you'd better know the truth about me. Then there won't be no call for you to get in bad just on my account.
You don't have to say anything.
Well, I will. I'm yellow, stranger. Just like Brad here says. I'm as yellow as a cur dog, without no more backbone than a rattlesnake. I'm the kind of coward that lets outlaws hold up his stage without fighting back. I'm the kind of a dirty dog that lets his stage be robbed so as the finest fellow in the world, the fellow that adopted him and give him a home and a job, has to make up the loss out of his own pocket.
You drive the stage?
That's what I did up until today. But ain't no more. I'm clearing out. I'm going so far nobody from around here will ever see me again.
And, stranger, while Steve's making tracks, I'll be getting hitched to Barney Evans' daughter. Jean will be getting a man for a husband.
Not a rabbit scared of his own shadow.
You turn
Don't
him.
try nothing.
I can't never marry Jean. But, Brad, if I ever hear you bothering her, I'll come back from wherever I am and whip you to within an inch of your life.
Strong talk from a yellow.
I'll show
you
you.
can start making tracks now.
Look here.
Now, I said. Get moving before I start helping you on your way.
Keep your gun in your holster.
You.
This man isn't armed.
He ain't armed because he's scared to put up a fight. He quit carrying his shooting iron just to stay out of trouble. It's nothing but a trick, and I'll show him that he
You
can't.
show him nothing. Steve, leave the cafe.
I don't want
Leave
to.
it before there's trouble.
Blast it, what call have you got to come butting in here?
Hey,
you?
Wolf.
Lightning.
I ain't asking nobody to fight for me, stranger.
There won't be a fight. We're leaving together. After that, you can do what you wish. Come on.
All right, stranger.
Mister, if you're smart, you'll leave town with Steve, too. That stunt draw of yours won't save your hide the next time we meet.
Steve Archer did not know that the stranger who had come to his aid in the cafe was a famous Lone Ranger in disguise. When they reached the street, he parted from his newly found friend, hurried to the home he shared with Barney Evans and Barney's daughter Jean, and began to pack. He rolled his few personal possessions into a blanket, tied them securely, then tried to leave the house without being seen. As he crossed the porch, however, Jean hailed him with,
Steve,
Oh, howdy, Jean.
Steve, that bedroll. Where you going?
No place?
You're leaving.
No, that is,
Steve, you can't fool me. I know you're leaving. I hurried home as fast as I could to stop you.
You hurried home, Jean. But how'd you know?
Brad told me.
Brad.
He told me and laughed about it.
Well, I'd better be going, honey.
No, Steve, you can't.
That's where you're mistaken, Jean. It's all I can do. I found that out just now.
I don't understand you, Steve.
No?
What is it? What's got into you? What's happened to change you so? Steve, can't you tell me?
Ain't nothing to tell that I know of.
You weren't like this a month ago.
I don't know that I've changed any.
Oh, but you have. Why, a month ago, Steve, you'd no more thought of running away from trouble than you would have thought of turning crooked. Steve, you are changed. You let people insult you, men like Brad, and do nothing. You won't even carry a gun.
Reckon you're just beginning to see me like I always was, Jean.
No.
Now, if you let me by.
You'd go without saying anything to Father?
Well, I planned on saying goodbye, explaining how things stand. But this is the best way to do it, I guess. Barney'd just argue. It'd just make it worse for both of us. I'm going. That's final, honey. There's no use talking about it.
Please.
Goodbye, Jean.
Don't, Steve, don't.
Steady there, boy. Ain't nothing to get nervous about. Just a bedroll.
Steve, just wait till Barney gets home.
Sorry. Get up, boy. Get up.
Come back, Steve. Come back.
Get up. Get along there.
Hold on there. Come on, Silver.
What the? Mask.
I've been waiting for you.
For me?
We're going when we can talk. Follow, Silver.
But
You have no choice. You're coming whether you want to or not. Come on, old fellow. Hail, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger led the way from town, leaving the trail and guiding Silver toward a woods not far distant. There he drew his great white horse to a rearing halt, while Steve followed his example. Oh, Silver! Oh, boy!
Oh, there. Now what?
Get out of the saddle. There's some things to say.
Your voice. Seems as if I've heard it somewhere before. I've got it. You bet I've got it. You're the crook that's been holding up my stage.
He looked like me?
You must be him. You both wear the same kind of a mask.
Our horses were alike?
Well, you might have more than one horse.
And was the stage robber my build?
Oh, I'd have said he was a mite shorter. But that don't mean I couldn't have been mistaken.
I'm not the stage robber. You can believe me or not. It doesn't matter.
Why'd you say you wanted to talk to me?
Steve, I've been in this district for almost a month. I've been here ever since I heard that the sheriff had been murdered.
What do you know about that?
More than the people in town know.
But
I came here with a friend to learn two things. Who murdered the sheriff? Who'd been robbing the stage.
You did?
We discovered several interesting facts.
Oh.
One of them concerns you. It's a strange thing, Steve, but you haven't carried a gun since the night the sheriff died.
You can't say that for a fact.
I can say it for a fact. We've checked on it. What's more, Steve, until that evening, until you took the stage out on your run that day, you were the kind of man who stood up to trouble. When you came back the following day, you changed completely. You discarded your gun. You dodged every kind of violence. 3 times your stage was held up, and you did nothing.
Well, a driver ain't supposed to fight off crooks. That's the guard's job.
Perhaps. The fact remains, however, that up until the time the sheriff was killed, you would have fought whether it was your duty or not.
What are you getting at?
The same night the sheriff was murdered, you were riding the stage alone.
Well, Ed wasn't feeling good. We couldn't find nobody to take his place.
I know.
I'd like to know what you're up to.
I told you two things brought us here, the robberies and the murder. Right now, something else interests me even more.
Yeah?
I'm interested in making a man out of a coward.
But
I'd like to know just what it would take to make you the man you were before these last few weeks.
If that's all you got to say to me, you might just as well let me ride on. You're wasting your time.
Doesn't the opinion of your foster father matter to you?
You're wasting your time, I tell you.
Nor Jean's opinion?
I don't want to hear about it.
And I have just one more question to ask you.
Ask it, and I'll get on my way.
You're not a thief.
Whoever said I was?
You had no reason to hate or fear the sheriff.
What?
So, Steve, when you met the sheriff on the trail, why did you kill him? The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger met Steve Archer after he had left his foster father's home and accused the young man of having shot the sheriff. Later, the masked man rode alone into the hidden camp he shared with his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, boy. You take off disguise.
I wore the disguise in town, Kemosabe. I used my mask later, though.
Oh.
I've been talking to young Steve Archer.
What him say?
We've been on the wrong trail, Tonto. The talk I had with him explained a number of puzzling things. We know that Brad Newman, the owner of the cafe in town, is a road agent who's been robbing the stage.
We find where him hide loot?
We've got all the evidence against him we'll ever need for a conviction. When we examined the trail where the sheriff was killed, however, we found signs showing that the stage had stopped at that point.
Not right.
And yet Steve had never reported the fact in town. Didn't seem possible that he'd hide it, unless there was some connection between him and Brad.
What else you find out?
Tonto, the night Steve drove the stage down that trail, he was alone and nervous. He'd been warned to watch out for a masked thief. He heard a shout to pull up. He looked, saw a man standing beside the trail wearing a mask. He reached for his gun and shot.
Brad feller wear mask?
No. The man fell. Steve reined up. When he climbed down to see who the hold-up man was, he discovered he'd killed the sheriff.
Then sheriff wear mask?
That's just it. By the time the stage had halted and Steve had walked back, the mask was gone.
Oh, that heap strange.
Steve knew the sheriff was honest. He couldn't have been the stage robber. Later, he remembered that it hadn't been the sheriff's voice he'd heard command him to stop.
Oh.
He was frightened at what he'd done and panic-stricken. Otherwise, he'd have investigated further. He didn't dare report the killing because there was no way he could explain how it had happened.
That's plenty bad.
I think I know how it happened.
How that?
The sheriff must have been on Brad's trail. Somehow, Brad found out. He captured the sheriff, put a mask on him, then made him stand at the side of the trail.
Maybe you right.
I'm sure of it. Brad must have shouted to the stage from behind cover. He knew Steve would see only the sheriff, and knew Steve would shoot.
Then Brad, him real killer.
It amounts to that. Steve fired the shot, but Brad was responsible. That's where we made a mistake. We've been trying to find out the connection between Brad and Steve before we acted. And all the time, there was none.
Now what do?
Tonto, that accidental shooting is what has changed Steve. Some men can kill, and it doesn't bother them. Others hate taking life. Steve is like that. When he found he'd killed a man, he quit wearing his guns. He lost his nerve completely. The stage was robbed several times afterwards, but Steve couldn't shoot, because every time he thought of shooting, he saw the face of the man he'd killed.
It not him, Paul.
Yet some way has to be found to rouse him, to stir him to action. If we can do that, I think he'll be the same man he always was.
You got plan?
Kemosabe, a man who won't defend himself can sometimes be forced to fight for other reasons.
Isn't that right?
Steve hates Brad Newman and loves Gene Evans. And those two facts are going to make him realize that an accidental killing can't make a man a coward and keep him one. Steve, after his talk with the Lone Ranger, rode slowly toward the west. The masked man returned to town after night had fallen and talked with both Barney Evans and his daughter Jean. Then Jean mounted and rode with the masked man to the other side of town.
There's no light in the back of the cafe.
There seldom is during the evening. Tonto and I have watched the cafe closely for the past 3 weeks.
Oh.
We've kept track of all of Brad's actions. He stays downstairs at the bar until time to lock up. There isn't a chance in 100 that he'll go upstairs until he's ready to go to bed.
I'm praying he won't.
You'll be safe in any case. I'll remain on hand to see that you come to no harm.
I'm not afraid.
Brad will go to jail no matter what happens. But if he should go upstairs too early, it'd spoil our plans.
We can't let that happen. We can't.
We'll not worry about it. Our only present danger is the guard Brad keeps stationed upstairs.
You think you can handle it?
He won't be looking for anyone to come up the rear stairs. They're seldom used.
I don't think we'd better ride much closer.
Head for that barn. We'll leave our horses in those shadows.
Yes.
This'll do. Oh, Silver.
Oh, there.
Come.
It's so dark.
Follow me quietly. The stairs.
They'll be noisy.
Climb as carefully as you can. There's a porch above and a door opening on it.
If it's locked.
The lock's broken. Don't talk. There's a broken board on the porch here. Careful.
I see a light inside.
It's in front, down the hall. The guard's there. The door.
It's not locked?
No. I'm going to open it now. Stand back until I tell you to follow. If the guard sees me too soon, there may be shooting.
Oh, please be careful.
Now.
What's that? Anybody there? Who's there? Blame building. All is creaking. Better make sure there ain't nobody prowling around, though. If I don't, Brad'll be sure to...
What?
You're covered. Make a noise and I'll fire.
Don't, Gene. Come in here and hurry.
At the same moment that the masked man and Gene Evans made their entrance into the second floor of the cafe, Steve was sitting close to a small campfire. He stared long and bitterly into the dancing flames until his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a swiftly approaching horse.
Now, who can that be? Don't reckon Barney would have followed to bring me back.
Whoa, Scout, whoa! Oh!
Well, I'll be doggone. A redskin. Howdy, Injun.
Huh? You feller named Steve Archer?
Sure, that's me. Why?
Here, paper. You take and read.
Huh? What do you got there?
You read.
A note. Injun, where'd you get this?
Tonto in town. Hear call.
Talk fast, blasted.
Tonto, look up. See window open. Girl, look out.
Gene.
Her drop paper. Tell Tonto, find you.
Brad, the rotten crooked sidewinder.
What matter?
There ain't the time to tell you. Come on, fellow, we're riding to town.
We ride too.
Then you'll have to travel. Get up there, boy. Get up.
Get him up, Scout.
It was nearly 2 hours later when Barney Evans entered the cafe. His face was drawn into a worried frown. His eyes sought out Brad Newman standing in conversation with a group of men at the bar, and he strode toward the cafe owner with resolute steps.
Brad? Huh? Oh, howdy, Barney. Barney, you look like something's upset you.
It has. Brad, where's my daughter?
Where's your... Hey, what are you asking me for?
Because I aims to find her.
Well, I ain't seen her.
I think you have.
Say, are you loco? You know blame well I don't allow women folks in my cafe.
She said she was coming here. She said she wanted to talk to you.
I said I ain't seen her. Now, hold on, Barney.
I got reason to think she's found out something about Brad here that he wouldn't care to have known. And that being the case, I wouldn't put it past Brad to do something to keep her from talking.
That ain't so.
No?
What could she know about me that I'd give a hoot about?
She didn't tell me that.
And don't be saying things you can't back up. If you're looking for your girl, you can look someplace else. I have nothing for her.
Steve, come back to town.
Didn't think the yellow skunk would have the nerve.
Who's the engine with him?
Steve!
Out of the
way.
I got business with Brad.
But what?
I thought I told you to stay out of my cafe.
You rotten skunk.
Stand back.
You got Jean locked in upstairs. You're holding a prisoner.
That's all I.
I'll show you.
You.
Steve, watch out. You ain't on.
He'll kill you.
No, he won't.
Blast your reskin yourself, man.
You
not shoot him.
To places with your gun.
I'll fix you. Who's that Steve was yelling? Did you see him jump Brad's gun? What after him? Clear hand. Give it to him, Steve. Come on, Brad. Come on, what for?
Now, get on your feet.
No.
There. Get up. Come on, I'll give it some up.
You'll kill him.
He's got it coming. To kidnap Jean. He's got her locked in upstairs.
Then go after her.
Come on. This skunk is coming with us. Get on your feet.
She ain't here.
Up the stairs.
Hey, what's this all about? I'm going to trail along and find out.
They're headed for Brad's office upstairs.
Well, that's where he keeps his cash. Where's the fellow he always has on guard up here? Again, hold up.
Jean, are you there, Jean? You'll get loose, honey. You polecat. So she wasn't here, huh?
It can't be. I don't know anything about it, I tell you.
Unlock that door.
I'm getting it.
Steve! Father!
Are you all right, honey?
I'm all right now.
I ought to
The law will take care of Brad, Steve. Brad, open your safe.
I won't. You can't.
Open it.
He's afraid. That's where he's hidden the things he's stolen from the stage.
You'll open that safe, Brad, or I'll give you another beating.
Blast you.
So that's why Brad locked the girl in. He was robbing a stage and she knew it. But, Steve, how'd you know for sure that Jean was here?
She got a note to the engine, and he brought it to me. Ain't that right, honey?
Yes.
Funny if she could get a note out of here that she couldn't have hollered loud enough to bring help.
It was Steve's place to find me, not anyone else. It had to be him.
Now look inside the safe.
There's evidence of
Them watches.
And he didn't get all that cash from the cafe. All right. You got me. It was me who robbed the stage. But I never had nothing to do with the girl being here. I swear I didn't.
I know that's too thin. You can explain about that when you go to court.
Wait, I'm telling you the truth.
Quiet. Steve, I'd like to know one thing.
Yeah?
Will you stay in New London, or do you still plan to leave?
He's staying, mister.
If folks don't think I'm still yelling.
After the way you lit into Brad, and him with guns in his hands, not on your life. If that's being yellow, then that's the color for me.
He brought Steve back, showed him he still had courage.
He needed only something to awaken him. He'd fight for you where he wouldn't fight for himself. When they took Brad to jail, he confessed that he forced the sheriff to stand out on the trail the night Steve shot him.
Look at Steve and Father inside. They're both so happy.
Ready to go, Tonto?
Me, ready.
Wait. That guard, the one Brad had upstairs, what happened to him? Will he say anything?
Don't worry about him. He's riding away from town as fast as he can. We couldn't prove he knew his employer was a stage robber, but it was easy to convince him he should leave this district for the good of his health.
People will ask me questions. How I got upstairs, how Brad took me prisoner.
Make any answer you believe right. Remember this, however.
Yes?
Brad got only what was coming to him. He'd have been arrested in any case. Tonto and I had learned the stolen goods and money were in his safe. A report to the law would have sent him to jail.
I know.
And Steve's awakening has justified the means we took. Come, Tonto.
Get him up the road.
Come on, Silver Alpha! There's trouble across the border! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Another bulletin, also from Berlin Radio and unconfirmed, says the British-American landing operations against the western coast of Europe from the sea and from the air are stretching over the entire area between Cherbourg and Le Havre, a distance of about 60 miles. I repeat, there is no confirmation. And here's another bulletin just in. DNB, the German agency, says, this is unconfirmed, that the most important aerodromes in the area of the Normandy Peninsula of France have been wiped out. Now, I presume that means wiped out by the Allies. As you may have heard on earlier broadcasts, all three German news agencies have begun broadcasting these stories that the invasion is here. But there is no Allied confirmation as yet. The first report came out shortly after midnight, and since then we've been flooded with reports from Berlin. Paris radio, strangely enough, has not confirmed any of these reports. And now we have just been informed that we can expect in a very few seconds, a very important broadcast from the British capital. And so now we take you to London.
Expeditionary Force. The text of communique number 1 will be released to the press and radio of the United Nations in 10 seconds. Repeat, 10 seconds from now. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. The communique will be repeated. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. This ends the reading of communique number 1 from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is New York, NBC Newsroom again. Men and women of the United States, this is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe, the 0 hour of the Second Front. The men of General Dwight Eisenhower are leaving their landing barges, fighting their way up the beaches into the fortress of Nazi Europe. They are moving in from the sea to attack the enemy under a mammoth cloud of fighter planes, under a ceiling of screaming shells from Allied warships. The first news flashes do not say, but a large proportion of this assault is believed to be in the hands of American men. They are making the attack side by side with the British Tommies who were bombed and blasted out of Europe at Dunkirk. Now, at this hour, they are bombing and blasting their way back again. This is the European front, once again being established in fire and blood, not only by the Americans and British, but by many allies in the fight against Axis aggression. This is the supreme test of Allied spirit and of Allied weapons. The world's greatest military undertaking is underway. Casualties in this mammoth operation, in the subsequent drive inland, may reach a dreadful toll. The German war machine is still powerful and is still strongly entrenched. Our invasion forces are on the offensive against Nazi troops who have been ordered to die rather than retreat. However, die or retreat they must, for this attack up the shores of Europe is being made with all the strength the Allied command can throw into battle. Eisenhower, the commander, has promised that his men will bring victory in Europe in 1944. The first aim of the Americans and the British will be to secure their beachheads, and then the capture or building of airfields so that our planes from European bases can carry on the task of blasting loose the enemy from his prepared positions farther back. That task now is assigned to our planes flying out of England right now. And you have already heard the flash that came from London. The flash, the official Allied announcement that the invasion of Western Europe has begun, that D-Day is here, that H hour has struck. Air power paved the way for this mighty assault in the West. Nazi targets have been hammered day and night in an offensive which has steadily grown in destructive violence. Thousands of planes each day have flown cross-channel up from Italy and Africa to tear up German gun emplacements which have been 4 years in the making. Airfields have been knocked out of operation, and the German Air Force, with its wings very badly clipped, has been based farther and farther inland, closer and closer to the German homeland itself. And now, let me go on a little bit more. These Allied air blows were methodically driven home to prepare the way for amphibious assault.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for a special broadcast, we take you to London, England.
Wolf. 10 seconds. Stand by. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2.
The following is the order of the day issued today by General Eisenhower to each individual of the Allied Expeditionary Force. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force. You are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened. He will fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. This order was distributed to assault elements after their embarkation. It was read by appropriate commanders to all other troops in the Allied Expeditionary Force. I return you now to the United States.
Broadcasters, is everyone taking the official program starting at 47? This is McCall speaking. Yes.
You got a stopwatch. Click this. Stick it in front of me. Good morning, everybody. We have just had the first communique from General Eisenhower's headquarters on the invasion. Here is its text. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. And we have also had the first order of the day the one issued by General Eisenhower, wishing Godspeed to his troops as they left the shores of Britain for the shores of northern France. He told them that they were about to embark on the great crusade. He reminded them that the eyes of the world are upon them, that the hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere in the world are with you. He warned them that the task which they confront is not easy, that the enemy will fight savagely, and he urged upon them devotion to duty, perseverance in the task, and asked the blessing of God upon the great enterprise that the liberty-loving peoples of the world have undertaken this morning. The attack is against northern France. That much we have known as a result of the German bulletins which have been pouring in upon us all morning. It is only natural that the Germans should report first, since they are the objects of our attack, since they naturally feel its force before we feel prepared to announce it to the world. But now it is official. We know that the long delay, the anxious days and weeks through which we have all passed are over. The great adventure has begun. The final chapter in the history of the Second World War is being written. Here is what the Germans have told us thus far about the invasion. Early this morning, and I am now quoting the German bulletin, numerous landing craft and light warships were observed in the area between the mouth of the Seine and the eastern coast of Normandy. That is the northern part of France. It is north of the Channel to some extent, south of the Channel for part of the way. Remember that Gravelines, Calais, Boulogne are just about halfway between
5 seconds, stand by for a full broadcast. Here is the text of a report sent to London by Herbert M. Clark for the networks of the United States. This is Herbert M. Clark in a takeoff report from an Allied expeditionary base. I don't have to explain what the takeoff is. When you hear this, you'll know that Allied forces have leaped the gap between the bases in the United Kingdom and the coast of France. We'll be there, and we'll be there to stay as you listen. As I write this, we're in an unnamed port on an unnamed coast, one of the quirks of military security. But it's a funny thing about security. A week ago in London, I was in a state of constant irritation with security censorship. It was obvious from German radio reports that the Nazis knew things we knew but couldn't say. Since then, I've been living and eating and sleeping aboard the flagship of an Allied assault force, one of the several which are going to hit the Hun where he hurts most. And I find that Jerry knows less than he said he did. Since I've been here, we've had exactly one air alarm, and that not a raid or even a determined reconnaissance. And I also find that I don't object so much to security. My loyalty and responsibility to you back home is overridden by loyalty and responsibility to the soldiers on this boat and the sailors who are carrying them to the beachhead. That objective is also, for the moment, unidentifiable, because the place we've picked for our main landing is one Jerry hadn't figured on. And I don't want to be the one to tell him that our sector is the one where his counterattack should go. The Nazis have been badly outguessed on this whole show. He's going to be surprised by the direction of the attack, and he's going to get a shock by the timing. The master race has fallen down again. I'm treating all this in the past tense as though it had already happened. Maybe that's a mistake, but it's a reflection of the overwhelming confidence of the troops involved and the confidence I've drawn from the tremendous scale of the preparations. We haven't yet moved from our anchorage, but all morning this coastal strip has been full of movement. Ladies and gentlemen, I will digress to say that the next few sentences will be semi-English. That script has been censored. There are ships in the task forces which are striking, British, Canadian, and American. They range from big troop carriers and supply ships down to landing craft. Other vessels, landing craft, which make most of the journey, piggyback on bigger ships, are in the fleet.
Now I admit that I can't conceive of a fleet of ships myself, but I do know that's as far as I can see from the bridge of this ship. Others are dotting the water thickly, and I can see about 30 square miles of water. Well, ships, I'm told, half the force. Double it, and you'll have the whole. And they're all loaded with fighting men and fighting weapons, some of them still secret. For some hours, the vanguard of our force assigned to deal with specific coastal objectives in our sector of Nazi Europe, and landing craft lumbering through a choppy sea so slowly that they must start well ahead of time to get to their assigned places at their appointed times. These ships have been moving out. I'm speaking to shore by the last available channel of communication. We'll be following those ships soon, and I hope to be back with you before long with some harder facts. This is Herbert Clark reporting from the flagship of an Allied assault invasion force for the networks of the United States. I return you now to the United States.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. An announcement has just been made by Supreme Allied Headquarters in London. It says, it is announced that General B.L. Montgomery is in command of the Army Group carrying out the assault. That is, the assault on France. This Army Group includes British, Canadian, and American forces. Many of these troops, of course, storming the first barriers on the road to Rome, to Berlin, probably are American, Yanks from the farms of the Middle West, from the plains of the cow country, and from the streets of New York, and from the deep South. One estimate was that perhaps 70% of Eisenhower's invasion force would be American, with the British and the Canadians and the men of the other United Nations furnishing the balance. This estimate was based on the fact that Britain lacked the reserves in her home islands to send an equal number of men into the assault. Because the invasion of Europe is primarily an American invasion, it is commanded by Dwight Eisenhower of Kansas, with, as I just told you, British General Montgomery in command of the Army Group carrying out the actual assault. At least 4 million Americans are on the fighting fronts overseas, and a large proportion of them have been concentrated in the British Isles. In the vast movements overseas, which began a short time after Pearl Harbor, brought us into the war. Both here at home and along the coasts of England, American troops have been trained under actual battle conditions for D-Day, H-hour, which has now actually arrived. Recently, they completed a large-scale rehearsal for invasion over there in Britain, a rehearsal during which they went ashore with naval guns thundering overhead, with aerial bombs exploding in...
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, for a special report, we take you to London.
This is the last alerting announcement. In 10 seconds, the broadcast will be made from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
This is Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force. In a moment, you will hear the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. His statement will be followed by other messages to the peoples of the countries on the western coast of Europe, which are occupied by the enemy.
The Supreme Commander, Allied Expeditionary Force, General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
People of Western Europe. A landing was made this morning on the coast of France by troops of the Allied Expeditionary Force. This landing is part of a concerted United Nations plan for the liberation of Europe, made in conjunction with our great Russian allies. I have this message for all of you. Although the initial assault may not have been made in your own country, the hour of your liberation is approaching. All patriots, men and women, young and old, have a part to play in the achievement of final victory. To members of resistance movements, whether led by nationals or by outside leaders, I say, follow the instructions you have received. To patriots who are not members of organized resistance groups, so continue your passive resistance, but do not needlessly endanger your lives. Wait until I give you the signal to rise and strike the enemy. The day will come when I shall need your united strength. Until that day, I call on you for the hard task of discipline and restraint. Citizens of France, I am proud to have again under my command the gallant forces of France. Fighting to unite their allies, they will play a worthy part in the liberation of their homeland. Because the initial landing has been made on the soil of your country, I repeat to you with even greater emphasis my message to the peoples of other occupied countries in Western Europe. Follow the instructions of your leaders. A premature uprising of all Frenchmen may prevent you from being of maximum help to your countries in a critical hour. Be patient. Prepare. As Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, there is imposed on me the duty and responsibility of taking all measures necessary to the prosecution of the war. Prompt and willing obedience to the orders that I shall issue is essential. Effective civil administration of France must be provided by Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed. Those who have made common cause with the enemy and so betrayed their country will be removed. When France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves will choose your representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign for the final defeat of the enemy, we may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I shall do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now, no less than in the past. For the heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued the struggle against the Nazis and their vicious satellites in France and throughout the French Empire have been an example and an inspiration to all of us. This landing is but the opening phase of the campaign in Western Europe. Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us now. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together we shall achieve victory.
You have just heard the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
It has just been announced that General de Gaulle has arrived in England. He will broadcast a message to the people of France later in the day. You will next hear the King of Norway, His Majesty King Håkon VII.
Landsmenn, som led i den store fornyelsesplan, som har taget sigte på frigøring af Europas undertrykte folk, er krigen fra vest, der går ind i en fase. Denne melding har vi alle modtaget med dyb taknemmelighed og glæde, fordi den indebærer vidsheden om, at de allierede styrker nu har ført os et godt stykke længere frem på vejen mod sejren og friheden. I glæden over denne udvikling må ikke vores tro gå til nogen forhastet eller uoverlagt handling. Men i tiden fremover bliver det af en endnu større betydning end før at lægge fjenden alle tænkelige hindringer i vejen. Det må ske på en slik måde, som ikke ved uforsigtighed udleverer sig selv eller andre. Medlemmerne af de organisationer, som samarbejder med de allieredes militære autoriteter, står i særskilt. De har fået sine bestemte opgaver at løse, og de vil få nye ordre. De vil udføre dem i fuldstændig erkendt, at når de trænger skjulested, eller magt eller nemmelig hjælp, vil de altid på. Også på den måde kan mange i sundhed komme til at yde en mere værdifuld indsats i frihedskampen. Jeg og min regering sender en varm hilsen til alle landsmænd, som står rank på sin post, og som offervilligt Het is voor der Fremde moest hij meer krijgen opgaven. De allieerde styrkers overkommanderen. Binnen commandeert sie fra. Om valghandenten af alle, som står under hans kommando. Og gennem kringkastning, eller på anden måde, det vort folk Duffy og så i kontakt med sin konstitution.
You are listening to the voice of King Haakon of Norway.
De stoffer, som nu er gået ud i kamp. Og vi følger dem i kraften med det varmeste ønsker. Vi ved, at de ikke vil svigte vort tillid. Og vi lover, at vi aldrig vil svigte dem. Landsmænd, hold sammen og vær beredt. Leve de forenede nationers sejr. Leve frihed.
Here is a translation of King Haakon's message to the people of Norway.
Fellow countrymen, as a link of the great strategic plan which aims at liberating the oppressed peoples of Europe, the war in the West has today entered a new phase. We have all received this news with a profound feeling of joy and satisfaction, as we realize that Allied forces have thereby carried us a good way further on the road to victory and liberation. Heartened by these developments, our people must not allow their enthusiasm to lead them into premature or unpremeditated acts. From now on, however, it will be of even greater importance than heretofore to hinder and impede the enemy by all subtle and covert means that do not expose yourself or others. This order does not apply to organized resistance groups who are in touch with the Allied military authorities. They have been given their special orders, and they will receive further orders. These they will carry out in the knowledge that if they are in need of a hiding place, or food, or any other help, they will always find it. In this way also, many of you will be able quietly to take an effective part in the battle for freedom. I and my government warmly salute all compatriots who stand firm at their posts and who look forward to ever more exacting tasks in a spirit of self-sacrifice and confidence. The Supreme Allied Commander will at all times keep you informed about what is expected of everyone under his command. And over the radio and by other means, our people will continue to be in close contact with their constitutional authorities. We salute the forces which have now gone into battle. Our thoughts and warmest wishes go with them. We know that they will not fail us, and we promise never to fail them. Fellow countrymen, keep together and be prepared. Long live the cause of the United Nations. Long live the cause of freedom. That ends the translation of King Haakon's statement. Communique number 1, issued by Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, will now be repeated.
Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
You will now have the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, His Excellency Professor Brandy.
Mannen en vrouwen van Nederland. Nu het grote ogenblik gekomen is waarop de geallieerde strijdkrachten tot een machtige aanval zijn overgegaan vanuit het westen, heb ik enkele zeer ernstige woorden tot u te zeggen. Ik verzoek u hiernaar met de grootst mogelijke aandacht te luisteren en mijn woorden met afneming van alle noodzakelijke veiligheidsmaatregelen door te geven aan de betrouwbare landgenoten
die niet in de gelegenheid waren naar mij te luisteren. Landgenoten, nu de geallieerde motorslag neerkomt op Hitler's Atlantic Wall, gaat door ons allen een siddering van ontroering. Onze mannen van leger, vloot, luchtmacht en koopvaardij hebben de taak te vervullen welke aan hen door de militairen opperbevelhebber is toebedeeld. In de harten van ons allen stijgt de dringende bede op tot den Almachtige om hulp en bijstand in deze vooral zo rechtvaardige strijd. In nauw overleg met de geallieerde opperbevelhebber geef ik u daarom de volgende orders, waaraan ik verwacht dat iedere Nederlander die van goede wille is, zich zal houden. Mijn orders richten zich niet tot die speciale verzetsgroepen die hun eigen orders hebben ontvangen en daaraan gevolg zullen geven. Ik richt mijn instructies tot hen die niet lid zijn van die speciale verzetsgroepen. 1. Hij zal geen daden van gewelddadig openlijk verzet plegen. Het zou den wreden vijand slechts de gelegenheid bieden represailles te nemen, veel en veel bloediger dan ooit tevoren. 2. Zij die redeneren dat ze gaarne hun leven veil hebben en zich dus niet willen laten weerhouden van iedere vorm van directe hulpverlening, zij op het hart gebonden dat de represailles zich zouden uitstrekken over vele onschuldigen. Wij kennen den Duitser. En ik herhaal dus met klem, geen gewelddadig openlijk verzet. 3. Wat daarentegen wel geschieden moet is, overal waar onzichtbaar en onherkenbaar een verzet mogelijk is, moet het onverbiddelijk worden geboden. 4. Daarnaast dient hij alles na te laten wat een vijand van enig direct of indirect voordeel zou kunnen zijn. 5. De vijand zal geen enkel middel verzuimen om u te provoceren of te misleiden. Wees overal waar hij staat of staat op uw hoede. Luister alleen naar de aanwijzingen die wij van hieruit geven. 6. Zodra van u een krachtiger actie wordt verwacht, zal dit op een onmiskenbare wijze van hieruit worden duidelijk gemaakt. Nederlanders, bid met ons om de zegen. Leve het vaderland.
Here is a translation of the statement just made by the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Men and women of the Netherlands, now that the great moment has arrived and the Allied forces have started the mighty attack from the west, I have some very solemn words to say to you. I request you to listen with the greatest possible attention and, with due observance of all necessary security measures, to pass on my words to trustworthy compatriots who have not been in a position to listen to me. Fellow countrymen, now that the Allied sledgehammer blow is falling on Hitler's Atlantic Wall, we are all thrilled with emotion. Our men of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Merchant Navy have to fulfill the task allotted to them by the military commander-in-chief. From the hearts of all of us rises the urgent prayer to the Almighty for help and assistance in what is for us so righteous a struggle. In close deliberation with the Allied High Command, I therefore give you the following orders, which I expect every Dutchman of goodwill to keep. These orders do not apply to those organized resistance groups who have received their orders and who will obey them. It is to those who are not members of organized resistance groups that I address these instructions. 1. You will not perpetrate any acts of violent, open resistance. It would only offer the cruel enemy an opportunity to take far bloodier reprisals than ever before. 2. Those who reason that they are ready to sacrifice their life and therefore do not wish to refrain from any form of direct assistance are urged to consider that the reprisals would extend to a great many innocent people. We know the Germans. And I therefore request, with emphasis, no violent open resistance. 3. This, however, must be done. Wherever invisible and unrecognizable passive resistance is possible, it must be inexorably forthcoming. 4. Apart from this, you must refrain from any act that might be of any direct or indirect advantage to the enemy. 5. The enemy will not fail to employ any means of provoking or deceiving. Wherever you go, wherever you may be, watch your own behavior. Listen, all of you, to the instructions which we give you from here. 6. As soon as more forceful action is required of you, this will be made clear from here in unmistakable fashion. Dutchmen, pray with us for victory. Long live the fatherland. That ends the translation of the statement made by the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. You will next hear the Prime Minister of Belgium, His Excellency, Monsieur Hubert Pierlot.
Mes chers compatriotes,
L'heure
attendue par vous est proche. Les opérations préliminaires pour la libération de l'Europe ont commencé. Cet assaut initial est l'annonce certaine de votre délivrance. Vous allez vivre des jours difficiles, dans une attente anxieuse. C'est le moment de montrer une fois de plus les qualités de discipline et de maîtrise de vous-même dont vous avez donné tant d'exemples depuis 4 ans. La première règle à suivre sera de modérer votre impatience. La seconde, de ne pas vous laisser tromper par les excitations perfides de l'ennemi et de ne pas vous laisser engager dans des actions prématurées qui ne pourraient avoir pour résultat que de terribles représailles. Les Alliés vous sont reconnaissants de la magnifique résistance que vous avez montrée sous l'oppression allemande et le gouvernement est convaincu que vous ferez tout ce qui est possible pour contribuer à détraquer la machine de guerre de l'ennemi. Le succès final de l'effort militaire aujourd'hui commencé dépend en grande partie de la force que vous conserverez pour le moment décisif. Vous souhaiteriez que nous vous demandions tout de suite tout l'effort dont vous êtes capable. Mais une résistance organisée, déjà en possession de ses consignes, et le sabotage clandestin sont maintenant plus utiles. À tous les patriotes, je dis, obéissez avec une discipline complète à tous les ordres qui vous seront donnés par le commandement suprême allié et par votre gouvernement. Mais soyez attentifs à discerner les fausses consignes qui pourraient être lancées par l'ennemi. Ne croyez pas les rumeurs non contrôlées. La seule façon de vérifier l'authenticité des nouvelles est de vous assurer qu'elles sont transmises par les stations de télégraphie sans fil des Alliés. Par-dessus tout, méfiez-vous des agents provocateurs. Le moment du suprême combat n'est pas encore venu. Lorsqu'il aura sonné, vous en serez avertis par le commandement allié et par votre gouvernement. L'on vous dira alors clairement ce que l'on attend de vous. Utilisez cette période intermédiaire pour perfectionner vos organisations afin qu'au moment voulu, leur action soit pleinement efficace. Dans les souffrances accrues qui marqueront peut-être la dernière phase de la guerre,
while you were listening to the leaders of the refugee governments in London talking to their own people, a few hours after the start of the invasion, some important bulletins have been coming in. Let me read you several of them before we go back to London. The German news agency DNB has just said in a broadcast that Anglo-American troops were reinforced at dawn at the mouth of the River Seine in the Le Havre area. And here's another one. German radio says that fierce fighting between Nazis and Allied forces is taking place 10 miles inland from the Normandy coast. 10 miles inland. Allied progress has been rapid so far. Already, apparently, our forces have pierced Allied defenses to a depth of 10 miles. And now back to London.
This first assault is the certain signal for your deliverance. You are going to undergo difficult days in a period of anxious waiting. This is the time to show once again those qualities of discipline and self-control which for 4 years you have so often displayed. The first rule for you to follow is to moderate your impatience. The second is not to let yourselves be fooled by any of the enemy's treacherous provocations, and not to let yourselves be embroiled in any premature action which could result in terrible reprisals. The Allies are grateful to you for the magnificent resistance that you have shown under German oppression. And the government is convinced that you will do everything possible to contribute to the overthrow of the German war machine. The final success of the military undertaking which began today depends largely on the strength that you can serve for the decisive moment. You naturally want us to demand of you immediately all the effort of which you are capable. But the organized resistance, which already has its orders, and clandestine sabotage are at this moment of more use. To all patriots, I say, obey with complete discipline all the orders given you by the Supreme Allied Command and by your government. But be on the alert for false orders, which might be issued by the enemy. Do not believe uncontrolled rumors. The only way to check the genuineness of any news is to make sure it is issued from Allied radio stations. Above all, trust agent provocateur. The moment of supreme combat has not yet come. When it does, you will be warned of it by the Allied command and by your government. You will then be clearly told what is expected of you. Use the period that intervenes to perfect your organizations so that at the desired moment, their action may be fully effective. In the increased suffering, which perhaps will mark the last phase of the war, all Belgians must, more than ever before, show their devotion to each other and use all resources still available to relieve the suffering of those most sorely tried. The watchwords we send you are courage, discipline, unity, and confidence. That ends the translation of the Belgian Prime Minister's statement.
Communique number 1. Issued from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, will now be repeated.
Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
This concludes the broadcast from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
This is the Home and Overseas Service of the Home and Overseas Service of the Home and Overseas Service of the
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, for the very first time on You Bet Your Life, we're going to tell you about what we think is the most beautiful car ever built, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto. This magnificent new DeSoto is now on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Be sure and listen later in the show for news of the beautiful 1953 DeSoto. And here he is, the one, the only...
Nice fella, knew him well. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. If any of them say the secret word, the duck here will come down and pay him $100.
We invited some firemen to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Robert Reeder. His partner is a woman with an unusual occupation, Mrs. Greta Magnuson Grossman. Folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Greta Grossman, huh?
That's right.
And Mr. Reeder, you're a fireman, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from there? Smoky Mountains?
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas, huh? Greta Magnuson, huh? Grossman.
That's right.
Where are you from?
Helsingborg, Sweden.
Could you talk a little louder? I don't think they can.
Helsingborg, Sweden.
Oh, well, that means nothing to me. Where is
That's opposite Helsingør, Denmark.
Oh, now I know exactly where it is.
I'm sure you do. Hamlet was born, came from there. Yeah.
Oh, that's where Hamlet came from.
Yeah.
I thought Hamlets came from piglets.
Oh, that kind, yes. But the famous one, I meant.
Oh, the famous Hamlet, you mean to be or not to be? That is the question?
You said it.
Well, not originally. Shakespeare said it. Greta, I take it you're from Sweden, huh?
Yes, I am.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
You have any little smorgasbord at home?
No, only the ones we eat.
Now, Smoky Stover, let's talk to you. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Some fireman. You burned your own bridges behind you. How long have you been a fireman?
About 3.5 months.
Oh, you're just a rookie, huh?
Yes, sir.
Do they let you fight the fires yet, or do they just let you play with matches?
No, they let us fight fires, and when we're not fighting fires, we go out on fire prevention once a week.
Now, do you learn how to be able to rush to a fire in a hurry?
Yes, you do. You have to jump out of bed in a sound sleep, put on your clothes, and you get on the fire truck, and your siren going, you're out of there in about 30 seconds.
You get out of the firehouse in 30 seconds, huh?
About 30 seconds.
You mean that's if somebody sets fire to the firehouse?
Well, you usually have a long ring, and then you know it's a fire.
Now, Greta, let's get back to you. Fenneman says you have an unusual occupation. What is it?
I'm an industrial designer. I design furniture and lamps, fixtures, and pottery, and textiles, and houses.
Well, you got a good job. Anytime you get tired, you just take out your pencil and draw up a chair.
I do, all the time.
Now, what kind of furniture do you design?
I design modern furniture, and I sketch them and do the full-scale drawings ready for production.
That's very nice. Now, how about you, Smokey? Do you find all this talk about furniture pretty dull?
I think it's very interesting.
Oh, I forgot you're a fireman. Chop, chop, huh? Which furniture do you find easier to smash, the modern or the conventional?
Well, neither one. Actually, our job is to protect all the furniture in a house during a fire.
You mean you just carry that big axe around to open a can of beer?
Well, especially for ventilating.
Well, I'd like to continue talking to you two, but now it's time for you to win some money. In just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Folks, this is a big night on You Bet Your Life. Tonight, we're introducing for the first time the distinguished new 1953 DeSoto. As a DeSoto owner from a way back, I can honestly say this 1953 DeSoto is the most beautiful car I've ever seen. Don't you think so, George?
Indeed it is, Groucho. Friends, I'd like you to try and picture the stunning new DeSoto. Close your eyes and imagine a sparkling new grille, gracefully leading to the beautiful and practical air vent hood. Now look down the hood until you come to DeSoto's huge new one-piece curved windshield with its tremendous area of distortion-free vision. Now come to the rear and see the truly dramatic sweep of the wide one-piece curving rear window. Look at the beautifully luxurious lines of its longer swept-back fenders and lower, wider deck lid. On the inside, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto is a magnificent blend of fashionable nylon upholstery and glamorous trim. But to fully appreciate it, you must see it. It is available in two great series, the mighty 160-horsepower Fire Dome V8 and the brilliant Powermaster 6.
Folks, this distinguished new 1953 DeSoto is now on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. So go see him tomorrow. And when you do, tell him Groucho sent you. All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected foreign cities located on rivers. That right? Here's your first question. How much will you bet? And talk right up.
$19.
Do you think that's all right?
Right.
It's okay with me.
Okay, 19.
All right. The Russian city of Stalingrad is located on what river?
Volga.
That's right, the Volga.
Well, off to a good start. You have $39.
How much have they got?
$39.
$39. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of this sum will you bet this time?
38.
Okay.
All right. And what river is the city of Vienna located?
Oh, don't know. Danube.
Danube, that's right, the Blue Danube.
You now have $77.
And here's your third question. How much of the 77 are you going to try?
76.
Okay. The Chinese city of Nanking is on what river?
Yangtze.
The Yangtze is right.
You've now climbed to $153.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 153 are you going to risk?
All of it.
All of it.
Good.
On what river do you find the city of Cairo, Egypt?
The Nile.
The Nile is right.
And you'll wind up with $306.
Put it there, kid. You're a very bright couple, huh? Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a junior high school girl, Miss Leslie Ann Green. Her partner is a businessman, Mr. R.P. Knoll. And here they are. Folks, please come in to meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A businessman and a schoolgirl, eh? Now, let's see. Leslie Ann Green, is that you? You have the schoolgirl complexion, so I guess you're the schoolgirl, huh? Real peaches and cream, isn't she, yeah? And Mr. Knoll, I don't mean to say you haven't got a schoolgirl complexion.
Thank you.
Only it's more like peaches and yogurt. How old are you, Leslie?
13.
13, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is your age, Mr. Knoll?
52.
52, huh? What's your first name, Mr. Knoll?
Raleigh.
Really?
No, Raleigh.
You realize, of course, that we can be sued by Abbot and Costello. How do you spell it?
R-O-L-Y.
Oh, Roly. And you pronounce it Raleigh?
Yes, sir.
I'll just call you Roly-Poly, huh? Where are you from, Raleigh?
Sedalia, Missouri.
Really? No, Raleigh. Well, what's your hometown, Leslie?
Well, I was born right here.
Funny, I didn't notice it. A lot of strange things go on around this show. What sort of work do you do, Rolly?
I'm a senior partner in the firm of Noel Beckendorf and Company.
Is that so? Well, congratulations. I must say I never heard of it.
That's not surprising.
What kind of a racket are you running?
We don't run a racket, Groucho. We're a firm of insurance managers, in which we set up insurance programs, manage company facilities, operate production agencies, operate a brokerage department, and carry on high-level conferences with various business executives about their insurance programs and otherwise.
Do they understand what you're talking about?
I always hope so.
I never understand when an insurance man talks about it. The minute they start with, well, the 20-year endowment means that in the 13th year, you get $338 if you haven't died in the meantime, unless you have fire and theft and collision. By this time, my eyes are glazed or I'm tired of sleep. Now, let's get back to you. What school do you attend, Rolly? Leslie, huh?
Emerson Junior High.
Emerson Junior High. Why did they call it Emerson? Was it named after Benjamin Franklin?
No, Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Has anything unusual happened to you at school, such as getting there on time?
Well, one time in school, there were some boys in the class, and they were making some funny noises with their mouth, and so...
Well, like what?
Well, they were going like this. And so they taught me how to do it, and so... One time...
I think you do it very well. Would you give us a little more of that, Leslie? How do you do it? I'd like to learn that.
So the teacher...
Let me see. How do you do that? Huh? Try it, Noel. Try it. You may quit the insurance business.
I don't think I can master that, Groucho.
There's a fortune in this if you can get it done. Let's all do it together, huh? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Is this going to be mystifying on radio, huh? Oh, that's very good. You've certainly learned. You've spent your time well in there. You have much to do with the boys in school?
Well, no, because the teacher keeps her eye on us pretty much, so we don't have too much to do with them.
I see. That's unfortunate, huh? How about on the way to school?
Well, the boys have their buses, and then the girls have theirs.
Why is it necessary to put the boys in one bus and the girls in another bus? What a ridiculous question.
The boys start showing off in front of the girls, and they start fighting, and it makes the bus driver nervous.
Well, why should the bus driver be nervous? Doesn't he carry a revolver? Mr. Knoll, will you try that noise once more? Let's see you do it.
I'm getting better.
Say, you could go to high school with it. Now, Leslie, since you're here, maybe you can reassure some of the people of my generation who are a little doubtful about today's teenagers. What's your opinion of today's youngsters?
Oh, they have nothing to worry about.
A guarded statement, if I ever heard one. How do you spend your evenings, for example?
Oh, we have about 2 hours of homework and then watch TV.
And I don't need to worry, eh? Is my program popular with the intelligent, charming, younger set?
Well, I guess so, because all the boys go around wiggling their eyebrows like this the way you do.
Well, now I know why they have boy buses and girl buses. Well, you're a lovely couple, and I'd like to see you win a reasonable sum of money here tonight. If you beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
Greta Grossman and the fireman won $306, and the secret word is clock.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected initials of familiar organizations. Is that right? And you talk it over before you give me any answers on any of these questions. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.
All right. What do the initials CIO stand for? Talk it over.
CIO.
Take a stab if you don't know.
I don't know.
Well, time's up. Could I get the cameraman to give me the answer to this one? Congress of Industrial Organizations.
Oh, boy. You now have $1.
All right. Remember, you don't get discouraged now. Remember, you're going in for $1,000 tonight. How much of this buck are you going to bet this time?
All of it?
We might as well bet it
Okay.
all.
All right. What do the initials WCTU stand for?
Women's Christian Temperance Union.
Women's Christian Temperance Union.
That's right. That's right. Now you got $2. Here's your third question. How much of the $2 you going to go for?
Might as well shoot the word.
All right.
All
of it. What do the initials FCC stand for?
FCC, Federal Communications Commission.
That's right, Federal Communications. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You have $4. How much are you going to bet?
All of it.
All right. What do the initials AMA stand for?
American Medical Association.
That's right. That's right. I'm sorry, nobody leaves here with $8. I'm going to give you one more question to bring it up to $25. And please, no coaching. Are you ready? Around what holiday do you receive Christmas cards?
Christmas.
Christmas is right. Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho...
Welcome, youngsters. Oh, you haven't
No, wait a
introduced
minute. Groucho, we have...
Welcome, youngsters.
We have an engaged couple for you now, Groucho.
Yeah, well, you lucky fellow, you.
Miss Genevieve Capri and Mr. Donald W. Armstrong, come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see now. Genevieve, how do you pronounce that?
Capri.
Capri, that's a very pretty name. And Donald Armstrong, huh? That's a pretty name, too, isn't it? I don't want you to feel bad. I think that's a lovely name. Where are you from, Don?
I'm a native.
You're a native? Well, you should have a ring in your nose. How do you like living in California?
I think it has everything.
Well, not quite. We haven't got King Farouk. Where are you from, Genevieve? Oh, Genevieve, sweet Genevieve.
I'm from Williamstown, about 15
Where?
miles. Williamstown, New Jersey. It's
Williamstown?
about 15 miles.
Spell it.
Williamstown.
Now pronounce it.
Williamstown.
What happened to the L's? You knocked the L's out of that word. Can't you say Williamstown? Try it.
Williamstown.
No wonder she moved. She can't pronounce it.
Williamstown.
Is that why you left Williamstown? Where do you live now?
Glendale.
Glendale. You said you lived in some weird places, haven't you, Jenny? Why did you come to California from Philadelphia? You want to be with a pennant winner?
No, I didn't really come exactly straight from Philadelphia to Glendale.
You can, you know.
Yes. Well, I went by. I went to New York, and then I went to Africa. I went to Siam, and Bangkok, and Calcutta.
Well, you see what happens when somebody talks to the motorman? The motorman gets distracted, forgets to make a left turn in the right place. Before you know it, you're in Bangkok. Well, let's have it. Why did you come to Glendale by way of Calcutta? Was the bridge out in Kansas City? My bridge was out once in Kansas City. Luckily, I knew a local dentist there, and he fixed it.
So my foster father has been collecting animals all over the world, and I used to go with him.
This sounds like a fascinating business. Did he collect monkeys?
Yes.
Oh. Rascal, he's monkey business. Don, what is your age?
23.
23. And how old are you, Genevieve?
27.
Well, you're not only attractive, but you're also honest, aren't you? Most unusual. Where did you meet Genevieve, Don?
I met her in New Orleans.
In New Orleans?
Yes.
You certainly get around, Jenny.
I met her at the Ringling Brothers Circus. Both of us had gone.
Were you on exhibition there, Jenny?
No. Heavens, no.
He met you at a circus?
Yes.
How come?
We
What
had
were you
both
doing
gone
there?
to the circus to meet Dr. Henderson, the circus doctor. We both have a common interest in animals, and through the book that he had written, we decided to meet him.
What sort of work are you doing now, Genevieve?
I collect wild animals, bring them to America.
You're not Frank Buck, are you?
No, exactly. They do know me as Jungle Jenny in the animal world.
It doesn't seem possible that a wisp of a girl like you collecting animals, why, even I'm not afraid of you. By the way, what kind of animals do you collect? White mice?
I collect wild elephants, leopards, monkeys, pythons, boa constrictors.
You take one step nearer and I'll scream. Tell us about this wild animal collecting. How do you go about it?
Oh, I go to the foreign countries and contact native people there.
Have you had any close calls in animal hunting? I know I've had many close calls in my hunting career.
There was a
That was some years ago, of course. Could you tell us about one big lie?
Well, this isn't a lie. I have
Well,
the scars to show the time when I was attacked by the Black Panther.
Oh, let's see. Oh, boy, you really did get clawed, didn't you? Huh?
Yeah.
Did you capture the panther? Did you?
No, this animal was on board a ship, and the native people thought it was a tame one, but instead of being a tame one, they were letting out a black, ferocious one. So I ran to the cage and tried to rectify the error, and the animal's head and claw got caught by my force of this door down on the animal. And in doing so, it made him stronger than me, and he got his whole body out of the cage, and he turned like lightning and leaped for my throat. And I was just fortunate to have this board that I picked up that broke his leap at my throat, and he just knocked me down. And I thought, of course, he was going to continue running. Instead, he turned right back at me again, and I shoved my arm in his mouth, and then was when I thought that was it. And I thought, well, maybe if I relax, I would save my life, but if not, why, what's the difference? I was going to die anyway. And just then as I did relax, the animal leaped away from me.
Well, what was he doing while all this was going on? He was reading that book by the doctor. Probably smoking a big cigar on the side of the tent or something. Have you ever caught a cheetah?
No.
No?
No.
We caught a cheetah in a poker game last Saturday. Plugged into a jelly. Don, apparently you've got a fiancé who's lived dangerously. How about you? What sort of work do you do?
I sell water.
I imagine it's soft water, isn't it?
A special kind
You say
of
you
water.
sell water? What kind of water?
A special kind.
Well, it better be. What kind of water?
I sell Sparkletts drinking water, artesian well water.
In the jungle?
No, right here in Los Angeles, bottled by the Sparkletts Drinking Water Corporation.
So you're around selling this Sparkletts water, and she's got her head in a leopard's mouth. Well, you're a nice couple, and I wish you lots of luck in your marriage and also in the jungle. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Greta Grossman and the firemen still lead with $306.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected sciences ending in ology as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
1975.
Ah. What is the science called that deals with both beneficial and harmful microbes?
Biology.
What do you say?
Oh.
All right, time's up. I'm sorry. Well, it's bacteriology.
Oh. I thought it was
Should have known that in the doctor's book.
You now have 25 cents.
You got 25 cents. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, and don't get discouraged. Here, how much of your 25 cents you going to bet this time?
24.
24, all right. What is the science called that deals with the nerves and the nervous system?
Oh, all the ideologies I know.
Why did you pick this
Is that
category, Jenny?
kinesiology?
No, I'm sorry. This is neurology. Now you're down to 1 cent. Here's your third question. How much of the center are you going to bet?
All of it.
Well, you're always on the scent in the jungle, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now you're on the scent here. What is the science called that deals with the life history of plants and animals?
Biology.
Biology is right. How much have they got, gentlemen?
Well, they wind up with 2 cents.
And this only the third question.
Oh.
How much have they got?
Oh, they have 2 cents.
Well, keep your 2 cents out of this. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? How much?
2 cents.
All right. What is the science called that deals with the skins?
Jeez.
Take a stab if you don't know. Guess. Well, it's dermatology.
They went broke, Groucho.
Well, then nobody goes broke here. I'll give you one more question. Get this right, and you get $25. Are you ready? From what animal do we get mink coats? Minks is right. Why'd you take such a hard one?
I know so many ologies.
Well, we just picked the wrong one.
Well, Groucho, this couple lost all their money, so that means that Greta Grossman and the fireman with $306 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Thanks, and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Right now, I'd like you to meet an attractive young lady with some news about a distinguished beauty.
This is Arlene Francis, and I want to tell you about what I think is the most beautiful new car ever designed. The distinguished, entirely new 1953 DeSoto, now on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The 1953 DeSoto is really magnificent, beautiful from its huge, one-piece curved windshield to the truly dramatic sweep of its wide, curving rear window. Wait till you see the new DeSoto styling with its longer swept-back fenders and lower, wider deck lid. It's beautiful. Inside, the new 1953 DeSoto is a masterpiece, rich and luxurious. They've taken handsome nylon upholstery and set it off with glamorous, harmonizing trim. Yes, distinguished is the word for the new 1953 DeSoto. The distinguished 1953 DeSoto is available in 2 great series, the mighty 160-horsepower Firedome V8 and the brilliant DeSoto Powermaster 6. See them tomorrow.
Here's Greta Grossman and the fireman all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho. Right in here.
All right, here's a chance for you to win enough money to get yourself a whole smorgasbord for the firehouse. This is for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. You ready? One of the biggest news stories of 1937 concerned the sinking of an American gunboat by the Japanese. The Yangtze River incident threatened to plunge us into war. For $1,000, what was the name of this ill-fated gunboat? All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
We wish we would know.
Well, I'm sorry. The correct answer is the Panay. So that P-A-N-A-Y. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
$306 in the quiz.
That's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next week at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Now displaying the most beautiful car ever built, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto. See the beautiful new DeSoto tomorrow. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks. And remember, see the 1953 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Condition your car for winter conditions. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Eastern Wartime. WEAF, New York. Here is Elmer Peterson, NBC war reporter and news analyst, to give you the story behind the latest news. Mr. Peterson.
In military terms, this is D-Day +1, the second day of the big fight to liberate France. But all day yesterday, radio went across the channel with the invasion troops, recording and transmitting sound pictures of the actual fight. The British Broadcasting Company sent along wire recording machines with 2 aerial combat units. One, the story of a Canadian transport pilot who flew in his cargo of parachute troops. The second is a recording of those paratroops singing as they are carried by plane toward the great adventure. These sound pictures of the invasion were picked up by NBC this morning via shortwave. They are presented now as another chapter in NBC's complete invasion coverage. And here is the story of the RCAF pilot who flew his paratroop to the coast of France early yesterday.
We went in to drop our paratroops, going down to less than 1,000 feet. As we made our